Falling for Santa. A Christmas on Palmar Island Romance. Written by Susanne Ash. Chapter 1. The gentle crash of waves against the shore was the only sound, apart from Ruby's delighted squeals as she darted ahead, her tiny feet kicking up sprays of wet sand. Megan trailed a few steps behind, sandals dangling from one hand, the cool dampness of the beach beneath her solace a small comfort on this warm November day. Ruby stooped to scoop up another shell, holding it aloft with pride. "Look, Mama. This one's pink." "It's beautiful," Megan replied, forcing a smile she didn't quite feel. She bent down to inspect the tiny treasure, her dark eyes softening at Ruby's excitement. "Add it to your bucket. We'll find a special place for it at home." Ruby nodded eagerly and darted back toward the waterline, her giggles mingling with the soft rustle of the breeze. Megan straightened, glancing out at the horizon where the endless blue of the ocean stretched to meet the sky. Her phone buzzed in the pocket of her sundress, startling her. She fished it out, glancing at the screen before answering. "Lauren, hey," she said, trying to keep her voice steady. "Megan, I was starting to worry. It's been days since I've heard from you." Lauren's warm but concerned voice came through the line. "Sorry," Megan said, walking farther from the waves to keep Ruby in sight. "It's just been a lot." "How's Palmar Island?" Lauren asked. "I know it's beautiful, but how are you holding up?" "Really?" Megan sighed, her gaze following Ruby as the little girl chased a seagull. "It's quiet. Peaceful. The beach is beautiful, and Ruby loves it." "That's good," Lauren replied carefully. "But what about you? Are you settling in?" Megan hesitated, knowing Lauren wouldn't let her off the hook. "I'm trying," she admitted. "But it's harder than I thought. The bungalow's fine, but every time I look at my bank account, I feel like I've made a huge mistake." "You haven't," Lauren said firmly. "You did what you had to do. That debt wasn't your fault, Megan." "What choice did I have?" Megan's voice wavered. "I sold the house, sold most of our things. I needed a fresh start, but this? I'm not sure it's working. It feels like holding my breath and waiting for everything to fall apart again." Lauren was silent for a moment, then asked, "Have you started looking for work?" "Not yet," Megan admitted. "It's a small town. I'm not even sure what's available. And to be honest, I don't even know where to start. I don't want Ruby to feel like I'm dragging her all over the place." "You're not dragging her anywhere," Lauren said gently. "You're giving her a safe place to grow up. You'll figure this out. You always do. I'll put out some feelers back here." Before Megan could respond, Ruby's giggles turned to a delighted squeal. Megan glanced up to see her daughter crouched near a small tide-pool, her bucket forgotten as she reached for something wriggling in the sand. "Ruby, wait." Megan called, her heart lurching. "I found a crab, Mama." Ruby shouted, pointing at the tiny creature. Megan sighed, pressing the phone to her ear. "Lauren, I've got to go. Ruby's about to adopt a crab." Lauren chuckled. "Go save your daughter. Call me soon, okay?" "I mean it." "I will," Megan promised. "Thanks, Lauren." She slipped her phone back into her pocket and hurried toward Ruby, who had wisely decided to observe the crab from a safe distance. "Careful, sweetheart," Megan said, crouching beside her. "Crabs pinch, remember?" Ruby nodded solemnly, watching the tiny creature scuttle back into the water. "Bye, crab," she said with a wave before scampering back toward her bucket. Megan straightened, brushing her hands on her dress. Her eyes landed on a familiar figure sitting on a weathered bench just beyond the dunes. The woman waved, her bright smile crinkling her sun-warmed face. "Megan, is that you?" the woman called, her voice warm and familiar. Megan hesitated, surprised that someone recognized her. After a moment, it clicked. "Miss Doris?" The older woman nodded, her grin widening. "I thought it was you." "Yes, it's me," Megan replied, approaching with a cautious smile. "And this is Ruby." You met her once when she was a baby. Miss Doris stood, brushing sand from her skirt, before holding out her arms. Well, aren't you just a big girl now? She cooed at Ruby, who shyly ducked behind Megan's leg. She's a little shy, Megan said, smoothing Ruby's curls. She'll warm up, Miss Doris replied kindly, before turning her attention back to Megan. Where's Danny? Did he come with you? The question hit Megan like a splash of cold water. She felt the familiar ache in her chest, but pushed it down, forcing herself to speak. Danny passed away last year. Miss Doris's smile faltered, replaced by a look of sympathy. Oh, honey, I'm so sorry. I didn't know. Megan nodded, her throat tightening. Thank you. It's been a difficult year. Well, Miss Doris said gently, why don't you come up to the house for a cup of coffee? It'll do you good to sit down for a spell. Megan hesitated, her instinct to decline warring with the warmth in Miss Doris's voice. Finally, she nodded. That sounds nice. Thank you. Miss Doris smiled and motioned for them to follow. As Megan took Ruby's hand and began walking up the sandy path, she felt a flicker of relief. For the first time since arriving on Palmar Island, she wouldn't have to face her worries alone. At least not for the next hour. Miss Doris's cottage was exactly as Megan remembered it, warm and inviting, with the faint scent of cinnamon lingering in the air. Bookshelves lined the walls, filled to the brim with well-worn paperbacks and family photo albums. A small artificial Christmas tree sat in the corner, glowing softly with multicolored lights. Ruby's wide eyes darted around the room, taking in every detail. Make yourselves comfortable, Miss Doris said, ushering them toward a cozy living room. I'll fix us something to drink. Megan, coffee or tea? Coffee would be wonderful, Megan replied as she sank into a floral armchair. And how about you, Ruby? Do you like hot chocolate? Ruby nodded shyly, clutching her bucket of shells. Hot chocolate it is, Miss Doris said with a warm smile, before disappearing into the kitchen. Ruby wandered over to the coffee table, setting her bucket down carefully. Mama, look at the books, she whispered, pointing to a stack of brightly colored children's books that seemed to be waiting just for her. Megan smiled. You can look at them, sweetheart. Just be gentle. Ruby eagerly grabbed the top book and climbed into the chair beside Megan, her curls bouncing as she flipped through the pages. A few minutes later, Miss Doris returned with a tray carrying 2 steaming mugs and a smaller cup for Ruby, complete with a dollop of whipped cream and a sprinkle of cocoa powder. And some pumpkin bread, fresh from the oven, she said, setting the tray down on the coffee table. Megan took a grateful sip of the coffee, the rich, slightly spiced flavor warming her from the inside out. Ruby let out a delighted hum after her first sip of hot chocolate, leaving a small whipped cream mustache on her upper lip. Hang on, I've got something for her, Miss Doris said, disappearing again and returning moments later with a pad of paper and a box of crayons. Thought she might like to draw while we chat. Say thank you, Ruby, Megan prompted gently. Thank you, Ruby said, beaming as she grabbed the crayons. Miss Doris settled into the chair across from Megan, her own mug in hand. So, she began, her tone gentle, how are you holding up? Megan hesitated, but the kindness in Miss Doris's eyes made her feel safe enough to open up. She shared bits of her story, the move to Palmar Island, the financial struggles, and the constant worry about what the future might hold. I thought once we got here, I'd feel relieved, Megan admitted, her voice trembling. But now I'm just scared. My savings are dwindling, and I need to find work. I don't even know where to start. What did you do before? Miss Doris asked. I worked as a lawyer before I had Ruby, Megan said. But without a license here and the long hours the job requires, picking up her old profession didn't seem feasible. Besides, there didn't seem to be a lot of need for someone trained in international business law here on the island. Miss Doris reached over, resting her hand on Megan's. You've been through a lot, dear, but you're here now, and that's a start. Sometimes, just putting one foot in front of the other is the best you can do. Megan nodded, her throat tight. She sipped her coffee, letting the warmth steady her. I don't think I'm ready to go back into law. At least not until Ruby is older. After a moment of thoughtful silence, Miss Doris's eyes lit up with a familiar twinkle. You know, she said, leaning back in her chair, Scott Hunter's looking for someone to help out at the Christmas market. He plays Santa every year, but he needs an elf to help him with the little ones. Megan blinked, caught off guard. An elf? She repeated, laughing softly. Miss Doris chuckled. I know it sounds silly, but it could be just what you need. Scott's a good man, and he's always willing to help out someone in need. Besides, he could use a good office manager for his business. He's just too stubborn to admit he needs the help. This could be your way in. What kind of business? Megan asked, wondering what Santa was doing in the off-season. He builds and installs custom cabinets, Miss Doris said, her voice as proud as if the man was family. Scott has clients all the way from Wilmington to Charleston. Megan hesitated, the idea both intriguing and daunting. She could picture herself organizing files or managing orders, work she felt confident in. But the thought of dressing up as an elf? That was a different story. I don't know if I'm cut out for that, she said, shaking her head. The elf thing. Miss Doris leaned forward, her gaze steady. Sometimes, the best opportunities come from the most unexpected places. At the very least, it's worth meeting Scott and seeing what he has to say. Megan glanced at Ruby, who was now humming as she scribbled over a picture of a beach scene. Her daughter deserved stability, and Megan couldn't let her pride stand in the way of giving Ruby the life she deserved. I'll think about it, Megan said finally. Miss Doris smiled, giving her hand a reassuring squeeze. That's all I ask, dear. He really could use a hand. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting the room in a warm, golden glow, Megan felt a flicker of something she hadn't felt in a long time. Hope. Later, as they walked back down the beach, Ruby skipped ahead, clutching her new drawing in one hand and her bucket of shells in the other. Megan glanced over her shoulder at Miss Doris's house, her heart lighter than it had been in weeks. The conversation played over in her mind, and though the idea of working as an elf still made her laugh, there was a growing determination in her chest. I'll do it, she whispered into the wind, watching Ruby's carefree steps. Whatever it takes, I'll make this work. The waves lapped gently at the shore as Megan and Ruby made their way back to the bungalow they now called home, the horizon painted in soft hues of gold and pink. Tomorrow, she decided, she would call Scott and see where this unexpected opportunity might lead. Chapter 2. The smell of fresh cedar filled Scott Callahan's garage workshop, a comforting mix of earthiness and possibility. He leaned over his workbench, carefully guiding his carving knife along the soft grain of the wood. Each pass revealed more of the intricate snowflake design he was shaping, the sharp blade gliding effortlessly under his practiced hand. The rhythmic sound of his tools and the soft hum of the space heater in the corner provided the perfect soundtrack to his morning. This was his time, before the demands of the day crept in, before emails and client calls stole his focus. Though custom cabinetry paid the bills, these small, detailed carvings were for him alone. It was his preferred way to clear his mind and remind himself of the joy of creating something for its own sake. Scott paused, brushing shavings off the block of cedar and holding it up to inspect his work. The snowflake was nearly complete, its delicate lines branching out like the frozen patterns he'd marveled at as a kid on rare winter mornings. Of course, snow was a rarity here on Palmar Island, but he remembered the one Christmas Eve it had dusted the ground, how magical it had felt despite the chaos in his home. His gaze shifted to the corner of the workshop where his Santa suit hung neatly on a peg near the door. The red velvet jacket gleamed faintly under the overhead light, the gold trim catching the glow like a whisper of holiday magic. Beside it, his black boots sat polished and ready, the fur-trimmed hat perched on top. The sight tugged a smile from him, but it was tinged with a familiar ache. Playing Santa every year for the island's Christmas market was one of his greatest joys, a chance to give the kids in the community the kind of holiday magic he'd wished for as a boy. But it also highlighted the solitude in his life. Once the suit came off, it was just him and this workshop, the house next door too quiet for its size. Scott set the carving aside and rubbed the back of his neck. It's just a few weekends, he muttered, as if the words might dull the ache. And I still need to find an elf. He'd been putting it off, hoping someone would magically volunteer. Most years, the job went to a high school or college kid home for the holidays, but this time, no one had stepped forward. With the first weekend of the Christmas market just days away, he was running out of time. Sighing, he dusted off his hands and headed toward the main house. The scent of freshly brewed coffee greeted him as he stepped inside, a reminder that he had at least one thing under control this morning. He poured himself a cup, leaning against the counter as he took a sip. The warmth spread through him, chasing away the chill that still clung to the early hours. His phone buzzed on the counter, the number on the screen unfamiliar. He frowned but picked it up, pressing it to his ear. Scott Callahan. Hi, Mr. Callahan. My name is Megan Findley, a woman's voice said, soft but clear. I hope I'm not catching you at a bad time. Scott set his coffee down, his curiosity piqued. No, you're fine. What can I do for you? Miss Doris suggested I give you a call, Megan said, a hint of nervousness in her tone. She mentioned you're looking for someone to help out at the Christmas market, with the elf position? Scott smiled faintly. Of course, the elderly widow was behind this. That's right. I am. Are you interested? Yes, Megan replied quickly, then hesitated. I'm new to the island, and I'm looking for work. Miss Doris thought this might be a good way to start. I'll admit I don't have any experience as an elf, but I'm reliable, and I learn fast. Her sincerity struck a chord with him. There was a quiet determination in her voice, like she wasn't just looking for a job, but for something more, a foothold, maybe. I see, Scott said, glancing out the kitchen window at the workshop beyond. He could still hear the gentle hum of the space heater in his mind, a reminder that he'd been savoring the calm before the inevitable rush. But this call felt like a step toward resolving one of his lingering concerns. The job isn't too complicated, he said. You'd mostly be helping kids in and out of the sleigh, handing out candy canes, that sort of thing. But it does take a little patience. Does that sound like something you'd be comfortable with? Yes, I think so, Megan said. And I'd really appreciate the opportunity. I just want to contribute, you know? Scott couldn't help but smile. I understand. How about this? Why don't we meet tomorrow morning at Santa's village? I can show you around and go over what the job entails. That would be great. Thank you, Megan said, relief evident in her voice. Let's say 9 o'clock? The village is still being set up in the town square, but it's easy to find. 9 works perfectly, Megan agreed. Thank you again, Mr. Callahan. Just call me Scott, he said warmly. All right. Thanks, Scott, Megan said before ending the call. Scott set the phone down, a thoughtful expression on his face. He didn't know much about Megan Findley, but if Miss Doris vouched for her, she had to be good people. And with that soft yet determined voice, she sounded like someone who'd give the job her all. He glanced back toward the workshop, where the Santa suit still hung waiting. For the first time in weeks, he felt a small weight lift from his shoulders. Maybe this year's Christmas market wouldn't be as hectic as he'd feared. Draining the last of his coffee, Scott grabbed his coat and headed outside. He had a busy day ahead, but the promise of meeting Megan tomorrow added a spark of hope to the crisp November morning. The town square was already alive with activity by the time Scott arrived the next morning. Volunteers bustled about, carrying armloads of garlands and crates of ornaments, their chatter blending with the soft hum of Christmas carols playing from a nearby speaker. He nodded to a couple of familiar faces as he made his way toward the centerpiece of Santa's village, the large chair that would serve as his throne for the season, flanked by a wooden sleigh and a pen meant to hold Cupid, the lone reindeer borrowed from a local farm. Morning, Scott, called Edna, a cheerful woman stringing lights around the candy-striped entrance arch. Morning, Edna. Looks good, Scott replied, tipping his cap. He glanced around, mentally cataloging the progress. The booths for the bake sale and crafts market were nearly complete, and the reindeer pen was taking shape, with 2 volunteers working to secure the fencing. The scent of pine filled the air as a few freshly cut trees arrived, ready to be decorated and displayed. Checking his watch, Scott noted it was nearly 9. He'd told Megan to meet him here, but he couldn't help wondering if she'd show up. He'd met his fair share of well-meaning no-shows over the years, and with someone new to the island, there was always the chance she might decide this wasn't worth her time. He leaned against the sleigh, mentally rehearsing his questions. Miss Doris's recommendation carried weight, but Scott wanted to see for himself what kind of person Megan was. Would she be patient enough to deal with excited kids and stressed parents? Organized enough to help manage the chaos that came with the job? He frowned, shifting his weight. And then there was the matter of the elf costume, something that required a sense of humor and a good deal of humility. His thoughts were interrupted by movement at the far end of the square. A woman approached, holding the hand of a small child who struggled to keep up, her curly brown hair bouncing with each hurried step. Megan. Scott straightened, watching as she wove her way through the maze of half-assembled decorations. She offered him an apologetic smile as she reached him, her cheeks flushed from the brisk walk. "Sorry about this," she said, gesturing to the little girl beside her. "Miss Doris couldn't watch her today, but she promised to help on weekends if I get the job." Scott blinked, momentarily thrown. Miss Doris not running the bake sale? That's practically tradition. Megan shrugged with a small laugh. She said she's handing it off to the younger ladies at church this year. I think she likes my daughter too much to say no. Scott crouched down, resting his hands on his knees to meet the little girl's eye level. She clutched a well-loved stuffed animal, her small fingers gripping its worn ear. "And who's this?" he asked with a warm smile. Ruby pressed closer to Megan's leg, her voice barely above a whisper. "Ruby." "Well, nice to meet you, Ruby," Scott said gently, his smile never wavering. "That's a very nice bear you've got there." Ruby relaxed slightly, holding up the stuffed animal for him to see. "That's Mr. Bear," Megan supplied with a chuckle. "He goes everywhere with us." Scott stood, brushing sawdust from his jeans. "Good to know we've got an extra helper today. Come on, I'll show you around." As they walked through the square, Scott pointed out the various stations and explained the role of Santa's elf. Megan listened attentively, occasionally shifting Ruby's scarf or picking her up when she lagged behind. "You'd mostly be helping kids in and out of the sleigh," Scott explained, gesturing to the centerpiece. "Handing out candy canes, managing the line for photos, that sort of thing. It's only a few weekends, but it can get pretty busy, and the days are long." Megan nodded, her expression thoughtful. "I think I can handle that," she said, glancing down at Ruby, who had begun tugging at her mother's coat sleeve. "Sorry," Megan said quickly. "She's not used to all this yet." "It's fine," Scott said, waving it off. He crouched down again. "Hey, Ruby, you want to see something cool?" Ruby's wide eyes brightened with curiosity as she nodded. Scott led them to the sleigh, lifting Ruby up and setting her gently on the seat. "This is where Santa sits," he said, tapping the sleigh's armrest. "Think you'd like to ride in one of these someday?" Ruby giggled, her small hands gripping the edge of the sleigh. "Mama, look." Megan smiled, her shoulders relaxing as she reached out to steady Ruby. "She loves anything to do with Christmas," she said softly. Scott stepped back, giving them a moment. He observed how Megan gently interacted with her daughter, her patience unwavering even as Ruby's attention flitted between the sleigh and her stuffed animal. There was a quiet strength in the way Megan handled herself, a resilience that intrigued him. As Ruby climbed down, Megan turned back to Scott. "I'll be honest," she said, brushing a strand of hair from her face. "I haven't done anything like this before. Most of my work experience has been different." Scott raised an eyebrow, curious. "But I'm eager to learn," she continued. "And honestly, I'm looking for something steady. I know this job is temporary, but I'm willing to take anything right now to get started." Scott studied her for a moment, noting the way her gaze flickered to Ruby as she spoke. It wasn't just about finding work, it was about creating stability for her daughter. That kind of motivation was rare, and it resonated with him. "You seem like someone who gets things done," he said finally. Let me see what I can do about the pay. It's not much, but I'll make it fair. Megan's face lit up with gratitude. Thank you, she said. Scott glanced down at Ruby, who had started drawing shapes in the sand near the sleigh. And I'll make sure you've got some flexibility if you need to cut out early or take a longer lunch to check on Ruby. Megan nodded, her expression softening. That means a lot. Thank you. There's one more thing, Scott said, his lips twitching as he fought back a grin. What's that? Megan asked, her tone cautious, but those soulful eyes of hers brimmed with curiosity. The elf costume. He turned and walked toward the shed that served as both a backdrop and a changing room for Santa's village, disappearing for a moment before emerging with a bright green and red outfit draped over his arm. The costume was complete with jingle bells on the shoes, striped tights, and a hat that drooped with a jaunty puffball at the tip. Oh, Megan said, her brows lifting as she took in the sight of it. This is a Palmar Island tradition, Scott explained, holding it up. Every elf wears it. It's part of the charm. Megan bit her lip, a faint laugh escaping as her gaze flickered to the costume. It's something, all right. Scott chuckled. It's festive, he said, his tone defensive but playful. And it's a hit with the kids. Plus, the bells are great for getting their attention when things get chaotic. Megan tilted her head, a hesitant smile creeping across her face. I'm not sure I can pull that off. You'll do fine, Scott said, still grinning. The trick is to own it. The kids don't care how silly it looks. They love it. And by the second weekend, you won't even notice how ridiculous it feels. Megan sighed, her laughter softening. If this is what it takes, she trailed off, glancing down at Ruby, who was busy tugging on Mr. Bear's ear. Scott handed her the costume, his grin widening. Consider it part of the job interview. Give it a try tomorrow, and we'll see how it goes. Megan looked at the costume, then back at him, shaking her head with a bemused smile. You really don't take it easy on your new hires, do you? Not when the stakes are this high, Scott quipped, folding his arms. Santa's reputation is on the line. Her laugh this time was genuine, light and clear, and it caught him off guard for a split second. Fine, she said, tucking the costume under her arm. But if I end up on the town's Christmas card in this, we're renegotiating. Scott smirked. Deal. With that, she gathered Ruby and her things, and the two of them walked away, Megan glancing down at the costume in her arms with a shake of her head. Scott watched them for a moment, chuckling softly to himself. He could already picture her in the costume, and somehow, he knew she'd make it work. Tomorrow was going to be interesting. Chapter 3. The bells jingled again as Megan adjusted the hem of her elf costume for what had to be the 10th time. She caught her reflection in the mirror and groaned softly. The bright green dress, striped tights, and pointy felt ears made her look like something straight out of a cartoon. And the jingling, seemed determined to announce her every move. Just a few weekends, she muttered, pulling at the waistband of her tights. I can do this. She glanced at her phone on the small table nearby. There was a picture from that morning of Ruby waving cheerfully, her chubby fingers sticky from the toast Miss Doris had made her. Megan had barely been able to pry herself away, but Ruby had been completely unbothered, diving into her crayons the moment Megan left. The thought brought a faint smile to her lips, but it was quickly replaced by a fresh wave of nerves as she stepped out of the small staff room and into the bustling square. The transformation was stunning. Twinkling lights zigzagged above, garlands wrapped every lamppost, and the scent of cinnamon mingled with the faint saltiness of the ocean air. Crowds of families swarmed the village, stopping at booths for cocoa and cookies or wandering through the rows of decorated trees. Near the center of it all was Scott, perched on his oversized Santa chair. His rich laughter carried across the square as a little girl whispered in his ear, her red pigtails bobbing with excitement. Megan hesitated for a moment, clutching the clipboard he'd given her the day before. Her job was simple enough. Keep the line for Santa moving, answer any questions, and hand out candy canes. Easy on paper, but the reality was far from it. Here goes nothing, she mumbled, making her way to the growing line of families. Do you know if Santa likes cookies or brownies better? Megan blinked and turned to see a freckled boy clutching a plastic container filled with baked goods. He looked up at her expectantly, his wide eyes brimming with determination. Cookies, she said after a beat, smiling. Definitely cookies. But he might make an exception for brownies if they have chocolate chips. The boy's face lit up. Yes. That's what we made. Before Megan could respond, a young girl tugged on her sleeve. Excuse me, Miss Elf, she said, her voice laced with urgency. How old is Santa? Megan froze, glancing toward the throne where Scott was still deep in conversation with the pigtail girl. Well, that's a great question. Let's just say Santa's old enough to know all the best Christmas secrets. The girl tilted her head, considering this answer carefully, before nodding in satisfaction. Nice save, came Scott's deep voice from behind her. Megan turned to see him standing there, his eyes twinkling beneath the rim of his red hat. Thanks, she said with a sheepish grin. I wasn't sure what the official policy was on Santa's age. Scott chuckled, shifting the bells around his waist. Rule number 1, keep it mysterious. The kids love it. He nodded toward the line. How's it going over here? Chaotic but manageable, Megan said, gesturing to the growing crowd. Scott glanced at the families and let out a low whistle. Looks like we've got a busy one today. Let me know if you need reinforcements. I think I've got it, Megan replied, though her smile faltered slightly as a toddler broke away from the line and darted toward the sleigh. Scott followed her gaze. Hold that thought. He strode toward the runaway, catching the boy just as he climbed onto the sleigh's edge. Whoa there, buddy, Scott said, scooping him up and spinning him around. Santa's sleigh is a little slippery. Let's keep you safe on the ground, huh? The boy giggled, his earlier mischief forgotten, and Scott handed him back to his relieved mother. Megan watched the interaction, momentarily struck by the ease with which Scott handled the situation. When he returned, Scott grinned. See? Piece of cake. You make it look easy, Megan said, shaking her head. He shrugged. It's all about the voice. The big guy has to sound confident. As the day wore on, Megan grew more comfortable in her role. She handed out candy canes, answered questions about Santa's favorite reindeer, definitely Cupid, but don't tell the others, and even joined in a carol when a group of kids started singing Jingle Bells near the sleigh. At one point, a little boy tripped and dropped his candy cane, shattering it on the cobblestones. Megan knelt beside him, her costume jingling obnoxiously. Hey, it's okay, she said, holding out a fresh one from her basket. Here you go. It's even bigger than the last one. The boy's tears stopped almost instantly as he grabbed the candy cane and ran back to his dad. Megan let out a small breath of relief, only to hear Scott's laugh behind her. You're a natural, he said, resting his hands on his hips. Hardly, she replied, standing and brushing off her tights. I'm one spilled cocoa away from a meltdown. Scott chuckled. You'll survive. And for the record, that was a textbook elf move. She kept trucking along, and by the end of the day, Megan's feet were aching, her cheeks hurt from smiling, and her costume felt twice as heavy as it had that morning. But as she stood by the sleigh, watching Scott hoist the last child of the evening onto his lap, she couldn't help but feel a tiny spark of pride. She'd made it through. When Scott finally joined her, his hat slightly askew and his beard in need of adjusting, he clapped her on the back. Not bad for your first day. Megan laughed, shaking her head. I survived. Barely. Survival's half the battle, Scott said, his grin as warm as ever. See you tomorrow, elf. As he walked away, Megan found herself smiling despite her exhaustion. It wasn't perfect, but it was a start. And for the first time in a long time, she felt like maybe, just maybe, she could make this work. The warm glow of Miss Doris's beachfront home greeted Megan as she pulled into the driveway, her headlights illuminating the wreath on the front door. She barely had time to step out of the car before Ruby came running down the front steps, arms outstretched and curls bouncing. "Mama!" Ruby cried, clutching a piece of paper in one hand as she barreled into Megan's legs. "Hi, sweetheart." Megan crouched to gather her daughter into a hug, exhaustion melting away, at least momentarily, in the face of Ruby's uncontainable joy. "Did you have fun?" Ruby nodded enthusiastically, holding up the crumpled paper. "Look. I made a picture for Santa." Megan took the drawing, smiling at the colorful scribbles that depicted a reindeer pulling a sleigh. "Cupid, right?" she asked, remembering their conversation from earlier in the week. "Uh-huh. Miss Doris told me about him," Ruby said, bouncing on her toes. "She was a delight," Miss Doris said from the doorway, her voice warm as ever. "We've been busy reading books, making cookies, and coloring, haven't we, Ruby?" Ruby nodded, flashing a cookie crumb-covered grin that made Megan laugh, despite the ache in her feet. "Sounds like you've been having more fun than me," Megan teased. Miss Doris stepped aside and motioned toward the door. "Come on in, both of you. You look like you've had quite a day." Megan hesitated, glancing back toward the car. "I don't want to impose, Miss Doris. It's late, and you've already done so much." "Nonsense," Miss Doris interrupted, waving a hand. "Dinner's already ready, and you've earned a break. Sit down and let me take care of you for a change." Before Megan could protest further, Miss Doris ushered them both inside, where the cozy warmth of the place wrapped around her like a comforting blanket. The aroma of hearty soup filled the kitchen, mingling with the faint scent of cinnamon and sugar from the cookies Ruby had helped bake. The table was already set with mismatched plates, a basket of fresh bread, and steaming bowls of what looked like beef and vegetable soup. Megan sank into one of the chairs with a grateful sigh, the tension in her shoulders easing as Ruby climbed onto the chair beside her. "Let me grab you some tea," Miss Doris said, bustling over to the counter. "Thank you," Megan said, her voice softer than she intended. As Ruby busied herself nibbling on a piece of bread, Megan took her first sip of the soup. The rich flavors were the perfect antidote to the cold wind that had nipped at her during the long day at Santa's village. "This is delicious," Megan said, tearing a piece of bread to dip into the broth. "I'm glad you like it," Miss Doris replied, settling into the chair across from her. "Now, tell me about your day. How was the first shift as Santa's helper?" Megan leaned back slightly, her lips twitching into a wry smile. "It's harder than I thought it'd be," she admitted, breaking off another piece of bread. "Keeping the kids entertained, answering all their questions, keeping the line moving, it's a lot." Miss Doris chuckled, her eyes twinkling. "It sounds like quite the adventure. How's Scott holding up?" Megan paused, thinking back to the way Scott had handled every chaotic moment with ease. "He's good at it," she said softly, making sure Ruby wasn't paying attention to their conversation. "Really good. He makes it look so easy, like he was born to play Santa." "That man's been doing this for years," Miss Doris said with a knowing smile. "And he's got a good heart, though he's too stubborn to admit it most days." Megan tilted her head, curiosity sparking. "Stubborn? How so?" "Oh, you'll see," Miss Doris said with a sly grin, her spoon poised midair. "Scott's the type who likes to carry the world on his shoulders. He won't ask for help unless he's got no choice, but when he cares, he goes all in. That's why he's so good with those kids. They can tell he's the real deal." Megan nodded slowly, her mind flickering back to the way Scott had stepped in earlier that day, handling every challenge with patience and a genuine warmth that was hard to ignore. She hadn't expected her new boss to be so approachable. Miss Doris's tone softened as she leaned back in her chair, studying Megan with a thoughtful expression. "You've been through a lot, Megan, but you're doing great. Don't doubt yourself." Megan looked down at her bowl, her chest tightening. "I'm trying," she said quietly. "But some days it feels like everything's a little too much, you know?" Miss Doris reached across the table, resting a hand over Megan's. "You're stronger than you think, dear. You've made it this far, and you're doing it for the right reasons. Just take it one step at a time." Megan swallowed hard, nodding as she squeezed Miss Doris's hand. The older woman's encouragement felt like a lifeline, steadying her in a way she hadn't realized she needed. By the time dinner was over, Megan felt a little more like herself. Ruby had spent most of the meal recounting her adventures with Miss Doris, from baking cookies to playing hide-and-seek in the cozy corners of the cottage. "I hope she wasn't too much trouble," Megan said as she gathered Ruby's things. "Not at all," Miss Doris replied, waving her off. "She was a joy, and she's welcome here anytime." "You both are." "Thank you," Megan said sincerely. As she strapped Ruby into her car seat, the weight of the day pressed down on her again, but it felt less overwhelming this time. Maybe it was the warmth of Miss Doris's home, or the way Ruby hummed a Christmas tune as she hugged Mr. Bear tightly to her chest. Or maybe it was the faint flicker of hope she carried with her, a small but steady reminder that she wasn't in this alone. With Ruby falling asleep in the back seat, her curls sticking to her cheeks, Megan drove home in silence, the glow of Christmas lights lining the streets reflecting in the rearview mirror. "Maybe this will work out after all," she said to herself, her lips curving into a faint smile as the little bungalow came into view. Chapter 4. Scott shifted the bag of toys in his arms, glancing down at the receipt sticking out of his jacket pocket. The Santa's Village weekend market had done well, as it usually did, and he'd wasted no time putting the funds to good use. A few more stops, and he'd have everything he needed for the kids whose names Miss Doris had slipped him from the church's holiday wish list. He smiled at the thought of her, the way she could coax anyone into helping with a good cause. Not that Scott needed convincing. Giving back had always been the best part of playing Santa, it made the weeks of chaos and constant jingling worth it. As he headed down the sidewalk, his eyes landed on the familiar sign of the roasted bean. His steps slowed, and his mouth practically watered at the thought of a strong cup of coffee. Balancing the bag of toys on one arm, he pulled open the door, the smell of roasted beans and baked goods washing over him. He took a deep breath, already feeling more awake. The place wasn't too crowded, a few locals chatting quietly at the tables near the window. Scott stepped up to the counter, ordered his usual black coffee, and turned to scan the room while he waited. That's when he saw her. Megan was seated at a corner table, Ruby perched on a booster seat beside her, happily munching on a muffin. Megan leaned back slightly, her hands wrapped around a mug, her eyes on her daughter as Ruby chattered away, gesturing with sticky fingers. Scott hesitated, debating whether to approach or leave her be. She looked relaxed for once, her shoulders less tense than he was used to seeing at Santa's Village. But then Ruby laughed, the sound bright and infectious, and Scott found himself moving toward them without thinking. "Well, look who it is," he said as he reached their table, his voice light. "My favorite elf and her trusty sidekick." Megan glanced up, her surprise melting into a smile. "Scott." "Hi." Ruby looked up too, her eyes lighting up as she waved a muffin crumb-covered hand. "Santa." Scott chuckled, pulling out the chair across from them. "Mind if I join you for a minute? I could use a break." Megan gestured to the seat with her mug. "Sure. But don't expect much conversation, we're deep into muffin analysis over here." Ruby giggled, holding up what was left of her muffin. "Blueberry," she declared, as if it were the most important word in the world. "Good choice," Scott said, leaning forward conspiratorially. "Did you know Santa's favorite muffins are blueberry too?" Ruby's eyes widened. "Really?" "Absolutely," Scott said, his expression solemn. "They keep me going on those long sleigh rides." Ruby giggled again, the sound warming the space between them. Scott turned his attention to Megan, who was watching him with a mix of amusement and curiosity. "How's the morning treating you?" he asked, settling back in his chair. "Quiet, for once," she said, her lips twitching into a smile. "Ruby insisted on a muffin, and I needed coffee, so here we are." Scott raised his cup in a mock toast. "Great minds think alike." Megan took a sip of her coffee, then tilted her head. "Shouldn't you be busy buying toys or something?" "Already on it," Scott said, gesturing to the bag by his feet. "Finished most of the shopping this morning. Decided to reward myself with a coffee before heading back." Megan nodded, her gaze dropping to the bag. More gifts for the village? Some of them, Scott said. The rest are for the church kids. Miss Doris gave me a list, and I couldn't say no. Of course not, Megan said, her tone teasing. I'm starting to think Miss Doris runs this town. She kind of does, Scott admitted with a laugh. But in the best way. She's got a knack for getting people to help out, even when they don't realize they're doing it. Megan smiled, her eyes softening. She's been amazing with Ruby. I don't know what I'd do without her. Ruby tugged on Megan's sleeve, holding up her half-eaten muffin. More? No, sweetie, that's enough for now, Megan said, wiping Ruby's hands with a napkin. Scott watched the interaction, noting the way Megan's voice softened when she spoke to her daughter. There was a quiet patience in her movements, a natural ease that seemed at odds with the guarded way she carried herself most of the time. So, he said, breaking the silence. How are the elf battle scars? Recovering from the weekend chaos? Megan rolled her eyes, but smiled. Barely. I think I've finally stopped jingling in my sleep. Give it time, Scott said, grinning. Those bells have a way of sticking with you. Honestly, Megan said, leaning forward slightly, the job's tougher than I expected. Keeping the kids happy, managing the lines, answering all the questions, it's a lot. Scott nodded, his grin softening. It is. But you're doing well. The first weekend's always the hardest, especially when you're jumping in cold. By next weekend, you'll be a pro. Megan laughed quietly, shaking her head. I'm not sure pro is in the cards, but I appreciate the vote of confidence. It's not just confidence, Scott said. You've got a way with the kids. They trust you, even when things get a little crazy. That's not something you can teach. Megan's smile faded slightly, replaced by a look of quiet gratitude. Thanks, Scott. That actually means a lot. Ruby leaned forward, her eyes fixed on Scott. Do you have reindeer? She asked, her voice full of wonder. Scott's eyes twinkled as he leaned closer. I do, but they're resting right now. They only fly on Christmas Eve, so they've got to save their energy. Ruby nodded solemnly, taking his explanation about the reindeer very seriously, as if she were already plotting how to catch a glimpse of them on Christmas Eve. Scott chuckled, leaning back in his chair and letting his eyes settle on Megan. So, he said, his tone casual, how are you settling into Palmar Island? Starting to feel like home yet? Megan hesitated, her hand still smoothing Ruby's curls as she considered her answer. It's different from what I'm used to, she admitted, choosing her words carefully. Scott tilted his head, curiosity sparking. Different how? It's smaller, Megan said with a faint smile, her gaze flickering to the window. Outside, a couple of locals waved to one another as they passed on the sidewalk, their familiarity a hallmark of small-town life. Where I'm from, most people don't know their neighbors' names, let alone their business. Here, everyone seems to know everything about everyone. I didn't realize how much when we stayed here on vacation. Scott laughed softly, nodding. That's Palmar Island for you. News spreads faster than a summer storm. But it's not all bad. People look out for each other here. I've noticed that, Megan said, her voice softer. It's nice, in a way. Scott caught the slight hesitation, the way her words seemed carefully measured. She wasn't giving much away, but there was something in her tone that made him wonder what she'd left behind. He decided to tread lightly. Well, if you ever need tips on the best spots to visit, I'm your guy. There's a bakery a couple of streets over that makes the best cinnamon rolls you've ever had. They sell out by mid-morning, though, so you've got to be quick. Megan's lips twitched into a faint smile. I'll keep that in mind. And if you're ever looking for some quiet, Scott continued, there's a spot on the north side of the island, a little inlet just off the main road. Hardly anyone goes there. It's great for clearing your head. That sounds lovely, Megan said, though her tone remained cautious, as if she were wary of accepting too much from him. Scott studied her for a moment, intrigued by the way she seemed to keep herself at arm's length. She was polite, even warm at times, but there was a wall there, one she clearly wasn't ready to lower. He cleared his throat, leaning forward slightly. If you ever need anything, directions, recommendations, someone to fix a wobbly chair, I'm happy to help. Seriously. Thanks, Scott, Megan said, her expression softening just enough to let him see a glimpse of gratitude. I appreciate that. Scott opened his mouth to say more, but stopped when Megan glanced at the time on her phone. We should get going, she said, reaching for Ruby's jacket. I promised Ruby we'd stop by the park before heading home. Scott stood, stepping back to give her space as she bundled Ruby into her coat. Well, don't let me keep you. I'll see you next weekend at Santa's Village? Bright and early, Megan replied, lifting Ruby into her arms. Thanks for the coffee company, Scott. Anytime, he said, tipping an imaginary hat to Ruby, who giggled and waved as they walked out the door. Scott watched them go, his coffee untouched on the table. Megan was still a mystery, but he couldn't deny the pull he felt toward her, and the quiet hope that their paths would continue to cross. Something about her, he realized, made him want to stick around and see what unfolded next. Chapter 5. The smell of soup simmering on the stove filled the bungalow, a warm and inviting blend of herbs, vegetables, and a hint of garlic. Megan set the last bowl on the small kitchen table, adjusting it slightly to make room for the small loaf of bread Miss Doris had promised to bring. Ruby sat on the floor nearby, humming to herself as she stacked brightly colored blocks into a precarious tower. Careful, sweetheart, Megan said, glancing over her shoulder. Ruby grinned up at her, her curls bouncing as she tilted her head to examine her masterpiece. It won't fall, Mama. Megan chuckled softly, brushing her hands on the front of her jeans before giving the table a final once-over. She'd been looking forward to this lunch all week. Miss Doris had done so much for her and Ruby since they'd arrived on Palmar Island, from babysitting to introducing Megan to half the town, and now that Megan finally had a little breathing room, she wanted to show her appreciation. A knock at the door pulled her from her thoughts. Megan wiped her hands one last time and opened it to find Miss Doris standing there, a warm smile on her face and a small loaf of bread tucked under one arm. I thought this might go nicely with your soup, Miss Doris said, handing over the neatly wrapped loaf. Perfect timing, Megan replied, stepping aside to let her in. It's just coming off the stove. Miss Doris walked in, pausing to pat Ruby on the head as the little girl glanced up from her tower. Well, don't you look busy, Ruby? I'm building a castle, Ruby declared proudly, motioning to the teetering stack of blocks. Miss Doris chuckled. It's a very fine castle. Fit for a princess, I'd say. Ruby beamed at the praise, before returning her focus to the blocks. Megan set the bread on the counter and gestured toward the table. Go ahead and sit. I'll grab the soup. A few minutes later, the two women sat across from each other, bowls of steaming soup between them, the loaf of bread sliced and arranged on a small plate. Ruby had been persuaded to join them at the table with the promise of crackers shaped like fish, and she sat in her booster seat, happily crunching away as she occasionally peeked at the castle she'd abandoned. This smells wonderful, Miss Doris said, dipping a piece of bread into her soup. Thanks, Megan replied, taking a sip of her own. It's my go-to recipe when I'm trying to make something out of nothing. Grocery shopping's been strategic lately. Miss Doris's gaze softened, but she didn't push. Instead, she nodded appreciatively. Well, it tastes like home, and that's what matters. They ate in companionable silence for a few moments, before Miss Doris set down her spoon and looked at Megan. So, she began, her voice warm but curious, how are you settling in? Really? Megan paused, the question catching her off guard. She glanced at Ruby, who was now carefully lining up her crackers along the edge of her plate. It's been a whirlwind, Megan admitted, setting down her spoon. The job's good, and Ruby seems happy. But I don't know. I'm still trying to figure everything out. Some days it feels like I'm holding it all together with duct tape. Miss Doris nodded knowingly, her hands folded in front of her. It's a big change, moving somewhere new, starting over. But you're doing it, and that's something to be proud of. Thanks, Megan said softly, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. It helps that Ruby's adjusting so well. She loves the island. And she loves Santa, Miss Doris added, her smile turning mischievous. Megan couldn't help but laugh. She does. She's convinced he's the real deal. Miss Doris's expression turned thoughtful. And what about Scott? How's it been working with him? Megan's cheeks flushed slightly, and she ducked her head, focusing intently on her soup. He's fine. Great with the kids. He's got the Santa thing down to an art. Miss Doris arched a brow. That's not what I asked, dear. Megan sighed, leaning back in her chair. I'm not. I can't even think about something like that. Danny hasn't been gone that long. And even if he had, she shook her head, letting the sentence hang unfinished. Miss Doris reached across the table, her touch light and reassuring. You've been through a lot, Megan, but life doesn't stop. It's okay to let yourself think about the future. And Ruby seems to adore Scott. Megan scoffed, gesturing toward her daughter, who was now holding her stuffed bear and flipping through a picture book she'd pulled from the shelf. Ruby adores Santa. And Scott just happens to play him. Any kid would love Santa. Miss Doris chuckled, retreating her hand but not her knowing smile. You can tell yourself that all you like, but there's more to him than just the suit. And I think you see that too. Megan opened her mouth to protest, but closed it again, unsure of what to say. She knew Miss Doris meant well, but the thought of opening herself up to anything, especially when she was still figuring out how to rebuild her life, felt impossible. Miss Doris didn't press further, instead turning the conversation to lighter topics. She asked Ruby about her castle, laughing as the little girl explained her plan to add a moat so the monsters can't get in. By the time the meal was over, the tension in Megan's chest had eased slightly. Miss Doris helped clear the table while Ruby returned to her castle, humming to herself. As Megan wrapped up the leftovers and stacked the plates in the sink, Miss Doris rested a hand on her shoulder. Miss Doris patted Megan's shoulder one last time, her eyes warm and steady. You're doing a great job, Megan. Don't be afraid to let the good things in, even if they surprise you. Megan managed a small smile, watching Miss Doris move to the sink to help with the dishes. The older woman's words hung in the air, filling the small kitchen with a sense of quiet reassurance. Megan glanced at Ruby, who was still happily humming and stacking blocks on the floor. Good things. She thought of Ruby's laughter at Santa's village, the way the island's small community had embraced them, and even Scott's easygoing encouragement when she'd been ready to collapse under the jingling chaos of her first weekend as an elf. She still didn't know if this was the life she wanted, but for now, it was the life she had, and maybe that was enough. Her thoughts were interrupted by Miss Doris's chuckle. The older woman pulled a phone from her purse and tapped the screen a few times. Speaking of good things, Miss Doris said, her eyes sparkling mischievously, you've got to see this. Megan leaned closer, and her lips parted in surprise. The photo was of Scott, dressed as Santa, standing beside Cupid the reindeer at last year's Christmas market. His arm rested on the sleigh, his other hand scratching Cupid behind the ears. But it wasn't the festive scene that caught her attention, it was the ease and warmth in his expression, his laughter practically radiating through the screen. Does this look like just any Santa to you? Miss Doris teased, raising an eyebrow. Megan rolled her eyes, though a small smile tugged at her lips. It's a great photo, she admitted, handing the phone back. Miss Doris smirked knowingly, but Megan quickly changed the subject, reaching for the leftover bread to wrap it up. Anyway, I've been meaning to go to the DMV to update my license. Just trying to figure out when. Miss Doris slipped her phone back into her purse, her tone turning practical. Why not tomorrow morning? Get it out of the way. I'd love to, but dragging Ruby to the DMV doesn't sound like a great idea, Megan replied, glancing at her daughter, who was now stacking her crackers on top of the blocks in her castle. Miss Doris waved a hand dismissively. Leave Ruby with me for an hour or two. No child should have to endure the DMV, it's practically a crime. Megan hesitated, biting her lip. Are you sure? You've already done so much, especially with the weekends. Miss Doris's smile faltered slightly, but her eyes remained kind. Megan, you've got a lot on your plate. Let me lighten the load where I can. A couple of hours is no trouble at all. Megan sighed, the tension in her shoulders easing as she nodded. Okay. But only if you're sure. I'm sure, Miss Doris said firmly. And besides, Ruby and I have important cookie experiments to conduct. Right, Ruby? Ruby looked up, her face lighting up. Cookies? See? Miss Doris said with a laugh. I've got a very willing assistant. It's settled. Megan chuckled softly, the warmth in Miss Doris's words settling over her like a blanket. For the first time in what felt like months, she allowed herself to feel a little less alone. Thank you, Megan said quietly, meeting Miss Doris's gaze. Always, dear, Miss Doris replied, her voice gentle but steady. That's what neighbors are for. As Miss Doris rose to leave, Megan walked her to the door, Ruby trailing behind with Mr. Bear in hand. Megan waved goodbye, her heart lighter than it had been in a long time. She turned back to the cozy bungalow, the smell of soup still lingering in the air, and smiled as Ruby began rebuilding her castle. Maybe, just maybe, things were starting to fall into place. The wheels of the shopping cart squeaked faintly as Megan pushed it down the aisle, one hand clutching her phone with her grocery list while the other kept Ruby entertained. Her daughter sat in the cart's seat, swinging her legs and happily munching on a handful of crackers Megan had packed. Mama, can we get the bunny cereal? Ruby asked, pointing at a brightly colored box on the shelf. We'll see, Megan said distractedly, scanning her list. She frowned as she tried to mentally calculate what was left in her grocery budget. Milk, bread, pasta, and, of course, coffee. Coffee was non-negotiable. Ruby giggled and shook her snack bag, scattering a few crumbs in the process. Mr. Bear wants bunny cereal too. Well, Mr. Bear might have to wait until next time, Megan said, glancing down at her daughter with a smile. She reached over to adjust Ruby's scarf, which was slipping off her shoulders, and gently brushed a crumb off her cheek. Ruby's giggle faded into a pout as she hugged Mr. Bear tighter. But bunnies are my favorite, she said, her voice small and pleading. Megan sighed, glancing at the brightly colored box of cereal Ruby was eyeing like it held all the magic in the world. Okay, she said finally, grabbing the box and handing it to her. But only because Mr. Bear asked so nicely. Ruby's pout vanished instantly, replaced with a triumphant grin. Thank you, Mama. You're welcome, Megan said, pulling the box of granola she'd grabbed earlier out of the cart and placing it back on the shelf. She was pretty sure she had half a container of plain oatmeal left in the pantry. It would do. Ruby didn't notice the swap, too busy clutching the bunny cereal like it was a prized trophy. Megan shook her head with a soft smile. At least someone was winning today. Rounding the corner into the cereal aisle, Megan barely had time to register the figure coming from the opposite direction before their paths converged. She halted abruptly, nearly colliding with a familiar face. Whoa! Scott said, steadying the basket in his hands as he stopped just short of bumping into her cart. Sorry! Megan exclaimed, gripping the cart's handle tightly as she took a step back. Scott's grin was instant and warm. Hey, Elf Megan, he teased, his blue eyes sparkling as he balanced his basket. Megan groaned, though a smile tugged at her lips. You're not going to let that go, are you? Not a chance, Scott replied, leaning slightly to peer around her at Ruby. Ruby's face lit up as she waved enthusiastically. Hi, Santa. Scott chuckled, crouching slightly to get on her level. Hi there, Ruby. What's this? Crackers? No cookies for Santa today? Ruby shook her head, giggling. Mama says crackers first. Smart choice, Scott said, straightening with a wink at Megan. Keeps the sugar rush under control. Megan rolled her eyes playfully, gripping the cart handle tighter to keep her focus. What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be off polishing the sleigh or something? Even Santa needs groceries, Scott said, holding up his basket. Besides, I have to stock up for the weekend. Those long hours at Santa's village take a lot out of a guy. Megan glanced at his basket and smirked. Frozen pizzas and orange juice? A balanced diet, I see. Scott laughed, the sound rich and unself-conscious. You caught me. I'm no chef, that's for sure. Ruby, still clutching her crackers, pointed at Scott's basket. Do you like pizza, Santa? I love pizza, Scott replied earnestly. Especially with lots of cheese. Ruby nodded solemnly, clearly approving of his choice. Megan couldn't help smiling at their exchange, even as she tried to remind herself to keep a polite distance. But Scott's easy humor and the way Ruby gravitated toward him made it hard not to relax. She glanced at her list again, the cereal aisle momentarily forgotten. Well, don't let us hold you up. I'm sure you have important Santa business to attend to. Scott's grin widened, his tone teasing. You're not trying to get rid of me, are you? Megan shook her head, the faintest laugh escaping. I'd never dream of it. Scott looked like he was about to say more, but Ruby interrupted by holding up a box of cereal from the cart. Santa, do you like bunny cereal? Megan groaned inwardly, wondering how this shopping trip had turned into an impromptu Santa candy session. Scott didn't seem to mind, though. I think bunny cereal sounds awesome, he said, leaning toward Ruby conspiratorially. Do you think it gives you bunny ears if you eat enough of it? Ruby giggled loudly, delighted at the idea. Megan shook her head, smiling despite herself. This man really did have a knack for making everything feel a little lighter. Scott leaned casually against the edge of the cart, clearly in no hurry to move on. Megan glanced at Ruby, who was now bouncing slightly in her seat, holding the cereal box like it was treasure. She sighed, knowing the conversation wasn't quite over yet. Do you two come here often? Scott asked, his tone light but genuinely curious. Pretty much weekly, Megan said, shrugging. When you've got a young child, running out of snacks is practically a disaster. Scott chuckled, nodding in agreement. I can imagine. Ruby seems pretty easygoing, though. She is, Megan said, brushing a strand of hair from her face. But between work and trying to get everything else in order, it's been a balancing act. Childcare's been the tricky part. Miss Doris has been wonderful, but I don't want to wear her out. Scott's expression shifted, his brow furrowing slightly. Miss Doris won't say it, but she's not exactly a spring chicken anymore. She'll do anything for you and Ruby, but even she has her limits. That's what I'm worried about, Megan admitted. She's been such a big help, but I can tell it's starting to be a lot for her. I've been looking for other options, but, well, it's hard to find someone you can trust. Scott's face brightened suddenly, and he straightened. Have you met my neighbor, Gertrude? Megan furrowed her brow, shaking her head. I don't think so. Why? She's in her early 60s, retired, but loves being around kids, Scott explained. She used to run a preschool before she moved here, and now she watches her grandkids whenever they visit. She's been talking about wanting to help out more, especially since her grandchildren aren't here as often these days. Megan hesitated, her eyes drifting to Ruby, who was now engrossed in the cartoon bunny on the cereal box. I don't know, she said slowly. I'd feel bad asking a stranger to watch her. Gertrude's not a stranger, Scott said, his encouraging smile making the idea seem less daunting. She's lived here long enough to know everyone, and she's genuinely good with kids. Ask Miss Doris about her if you're unsure. They've been in the same church group for years. Megan laughed softly despite herself. I'm not sure I'm ready for a babysitter who probably knows my entire life story before I even introduce myself. Scott grinned, his eyes twinkling. Fair point. But I promise, she's not nosy like that. She's good people. If you're interested, I'd be happy to introduce you. No pressure, but it might be worth meeting her. Megan chewed her lip, weighing the offer. The thought of handing Ruby over to someone she didn't know was still daunting, but the idea of easing Miss Doris's load, and her own, was tempting. Maybe, she said finally, her voice soft. I'd at least like to meet her first, see how Ruby feels about her. Of course, Scott said, nodding. I'll talk to her and set something up. She'll be thrilled, I'm sure. Megan offered a tentative smile, feeling the smallest flicker of relief break through her guardedness. Thanks, Scott. I really appreciate it. Anytime, he said, his tone light but sincere. You're not in this alone, you know. People here look out for each other. His words lingered as they parted ways. Scott gave Ruby a quick wave before heading down the aisle, his basket swinging by his side. Megan pushed the cart forward, her thoughts swirling. Trusting others had never come easily, especially lately. But for the first time since moving to Palmar Island, the idea didn't feel quite so impossible. Maybe, just maybe, this place had more to offer than she'd dared to hope. Chapter 6. Scott adjusted the plush velvet hat on his head and tugged at the white gloves, settling into the oversized Santa chair as the crowd of kids began to gather in front of him. The Christmas market was alive with holiday cheer, twinkling lights overhead, the hum of carols playing softly through the speakers, and the delicious scent of roasted chestnuts wafting from the food stalls. From his perch, he could see everything. Parents snapping photos, kids clutching their wish lists, and volunteers rushing to keep things running smoothly. But his gaze kept drifting to the craft station off to the side, where Megan was in the thick of it. She crouched beside a table of children, holding a glitter shaker in one hand and guiding a young boy through decorating his snowman ornament with the other. Her smile was tired but genuine, and she radiated warmth even as the chaos threatened to spiral out of control. Okay, let's add some sparkle, Megan said to the boy, shaking just enough glitter to cover the snowman's hat. The child giggled, grabbing the bottle to pour more, too much more. A cascade of glitter spilled onto the table, the floor, and the lap of the little girl sitting next to him. Oh no, the boy gasped, his face falling. No problem. Megan said quickly, brushing glitter off the girl's costume and spreading it into a thin, shimmering layer on the table. Now we'll all sparkle like Christmas lights. The boy's face brightened, and even the girl, who had started to pout, giggled at Megan's easy humor. Megan grabbed a small broom from under the table and began sweeping the glitter into a pile. The kids quickly returned to their crafts, unbothered by the mishap. Scott found himself smiling. He'd seen a lot of people in the elf position over the years, some more enthusiastic than others, but Megan stood out. She wasn't just doing her job, she was present, engaged, and completely attuned to the kids. Her patience was remarkable, especially given the long hours she'd already put in over the last few weekends. As he watched her, a flicker of admiration grew into something stronger. It wasn't just about her knack for working with kids. It was about her resilience, the way she'd stepped into a new town, a new job, and a new life without missing a beat. Scott had seen that kind of strength before, but rarely with such quiet grace. He thought about what she must be going through. Starting over wasn't easy, especially with a toddler in tow. Megan made it look manageable, but he knew better. There had to be moments of doubt, of wondering if she'd made the right choice. Still, she handled it all with a kind of determination that tugged at something deep inside him. She's stronger than she gives herself credit for, Scott muttered to himself, his gaze following her as she stood, brushing glitter off her green elf costume. The line for Santa moved forward, and Scott shifted his focus back to the kids waiting their turn. He donned his best Santa smile and listened as each child listed off their Christmas wishes: dolls, bikes, a puppy. He even threw in a hearty "ho ho ho" for good measure, earning wide-eyed grins from his audience. But even as he played his part, a corner of his mind remained fixed on Megan, who was now helping a little girl tie a ribbon onto her ornament. When the last child in the line had taken their photo and trotted off with a candy cane, Scott stretched his legs and stood, shaking out the stiffness in his shoulders. He was due for a short break, and as if on cue, Megan walked by, holding a dustpan full of glitter and brushing off her costume with her free hand. "You're sparkling more than the Christmas lights," Scott said, his grin widening as she turned to look at him. She laughed, a sound that seemed to cut through the noise around them. "Comes with the job, I guess." Looks like you've been busy, he said, gesturing to the dustpan. You could say that, Megan replied, glancing down at herself and smirking. I think I'll be finding glitter in my hair until Easter. Scott chuckled, stepping closer. The kids love it, though. You're great with them. They're lucky to have you. Megan's expression softened, and she shrugged modestly. Thanks. It's fun, even when it's chaos. Keeps me on my toes. They stood in companionable silence for a moment, the festive hum of the village filling the space between them. How's Ruby doing? Scott asked, breaking the quiet. Megan's face lit up, the faintest hint of relief flickering in her eyes. She's great. She loves playing with Gertrude's toys. I think she might have found a new favorite doll over there. That's good to hear, Scott said, genuinely pleased. Gertrude's got a knack for making kids feel at home. I'm glad Ruby's settling in. Megan nodded, her gaze drifting briefly to the craft station before returning to him. It's a relief, honestly. I was worried about how she'd adjust, but she seems happy here. Scott could hear the unspoken emotion in her voice, the weight she carried as a mother trying to do right by her child. It made him want to do something, anything, to make her feel more at ease. Well, if there's anything you need, Scott said, his tone gentle but sincere, you know where to find me. Even if it's just advice on the best places to take Ruby for an afternoon. There's a park near the north side of the island with a great little play area. Kids love it. Megan smiled, a genuine warmth in her expression. Thanks, Scott. I appreciate that. Anytime, he said, stepping back as one of the other volunteers called for Megan's help. He watched her go, a light dusting of glitter still clinging to her costume as she returned to the craft station. Something about Megan drew him in, not just her strength, but the way she carried it, quietly and without fanfare. Scott found himself wanting to know more about her, to be someone she could count on as she navigated this new chapter of her life. With a deep breath, he adjusted his hat and gloves, ready to dive back into his role as Santa. But as he returned to his chair, he couldn't shake the thought that Megan Findley was more than just another volunteer. She was someone worth knowing, someone worth making an effort for. Scott leaned back in his chair, the quiet hum of his workshop giving him space to think. The day had been full, the usual chaos of Santa's village leaving him exhausted yet satisfied. But despite the laughter of the kids and the cheerful bustle of the volunteers, his thoughts kept circling back to Megan. Her quiet resilience had struck him again today, the way she calmly handled the kids at the crafts table, even when glitter and glue were flying in every direction. He couldn't stop replaying the moment when she reassured the little boy who spilled the glitter, her tired but genuine smile softening the tension in the air. Scott stood abruptly, brushing sawdust from his jeans as he paced the small space. The memory of her laugh when he teased her about sparkling like Christmas lights brought a small grin to his face. She didn't let her guard down often, but when she did, it lit something in him. He thought back to an earlier conversation at Santa's village, when she'd casually mentioned how much she missed reading. It had been a passing comment, almost thrown away in the rush of managing the kids, but it had stayed with him. Megan clearly didn't have much time for herself, not with raising Ruby on her own and settling into a new town. The least he could do was give her something she might enjoy, a small moment of escape. Before he could second-guess himself, Scott grabbed his jacket and headed out into the crisp evening air. The streets of Palmar Island were quiet, lit by the soft glow of Christmas lights strung across porches and storefronts. He made his way toward the book nook, the little shop nestled between the bakery and the antique store. The bell over the door jingled as he stepped inside, the warmth and smell of old paper immediately wrapping around him like a blanket. Sophie Johnson looked up from behind the counter, her wavy brown hair falling over one shoulder as she greeted him with a bright smile. Well, if it isn't Santa, Sophie teased, setting aside the stack of books she'd been organizing. What brings you in tonight, Scott? Scott chuckled, pulling off his gloves. Not Santa business this time. I'm looking for something special, a book for a friend and something for her little girl. Sophie raised an eyebrow, her curiosity evident. A friend, huh? Tell me more. Scott rolled his eyes playfully. It's nothing like that. She's new in town, raising her daughter on her own. I thought a good book might be a nice gesture. Sophie leaned on the counter, her grin widening. Thoughtful and mysterious. I like it. Let's find something perfect. She led him to the children's section first, crouching down to pull a board book from one of the lower shelves. This one's adorable, Sophie said, handing him a book with bright illustrations of woodland animals. It's interactive, lots of flaps to lift and textures to feel. Toddlers love it. Scott flipped through the pages, imagining Ruby's excitement as she explored the book. This is perfect, he said, tucking it under his arm. Sophie moved to another shelf and pulled out a novel with a soft, inviting cover. For your friend, I'd recommend this one. It's about fresh starts and finding community, a feel-good story with just enough heart to keep her hooked. Scott studied the book, nodding as he read the back cover. She'll love it. Thanks, Sophie. Anytime, Sophie said, ringing up the books with a knowing smile. And Scott? Yeah? Whoever she is, she's lucky to have someone thinking of her like this. Scott's cheeks warmed, and he waved off her teasing as he left the shop, the books tucked safely under his arm. The walk to Megan's bungalow wasn't far, and Scott felt a mix of anticipation and nerves as he approached her door. He hesitated for a moment before knocking, the sound echoing in the quiet night. The door opened a crack, and Megan peeked out, her expression shifting from curiosity to surprise. Scott? Scott offered a small smile, holding up the bookstore bag. Evening. I thought you might like these. Megan opened the door wider, revealing Ruby perched on her hip, clutching Mr. Bear. Santa. Ruby squealed, reaching toward him with a beaming smile. Scott chuckled, crouching slightly to meet her gaze. Hi there, Ruby. Have you been good today? Ruby nodded enthusiastically. I read books with Mr. Bear. Good practice, Scott said with a grin. Because I brought you something special. He pulled out the children's book, and Ruby's eyes lit up as she grabbed it with both hands. Bunnies, she exclaimed, hugging the book tightly. Megan laughed softly, shifting Ruby to her other hip. You're spoiling her, she said, though her tone was more amused than admonishing. Can't help it, Scott replied. It's the Santa in me. He handed her the second book, watching as her fingers brushed the cover. Megan's expression softened, her eyes flicking up to meet his. This is really thoughtful. Thank you. Scott shrugged, shoving his hands into his pockets. I figured you might need a little downtime, something just for you. Megan smiled faintly, her gaze lingering on the book. You didn't have to do this. I wanted to, Scott said simply. For a moment, the only sound was Ruby's delighted narration of her new book, her small voice filling the space behind them. Why don't you come in? Megan said suddenly, stepping back to let him inside. Scott hesitated, then followed her into the warm bungalow. Ruby had already settled on the couch, flipping through her book and excitedly pointing out each page to Mr. Bear. Megan gestured toward the kitchen. Can I get you something? Coffee? Tea? Scott shook his head. I'm good, thanks. He leaned against the doorway, taking in the cozy space. You've made this place feel like home. Megan glanced around, her lips curving into a small smile. It's getting there. Slowly but surely. Scott nodded, watching as Ruby giggled at something in her book. She's settling in well. She is, Megan said, her voice softening. Better than I expected, honestly. She loves the beach, and Gertrude's been great with her. It's been a relief. Scott met her gaze, his voice gentle. You're doing a great job, Megan. You've got a good thing going here. Megan tilted her head, studying him. Thanks. That means a lot. The quiet stretched between them, warm and unhurried. Scott felt a pull to say more, to share the thoughts that had been circling in his mind all evening. I get why you came here, he said finally. Palmar Island has a way of growing on you. It's peaceful. Simple. Megan nodded, her expression thoughtful. It's different from what I'm used to, but I think it's what Ruby and I need right now. Scott smiled, the sincerity in her voice settling something inside him. If there's anything you need, advice, help with anything, don't hesitate to ask. Megan's guard seemed to lower just a fraction as she offered him a small, grateful smile. I'll keep that in mind. Scott pushed off the doorway, glancing at Ruby, who was now curled up with her book and Mr. Bear. I should let you get her to bed. Just wanted to drop these off. Scott, Megan said as he turned toward the door. He paused, looking back. This means a lot, she said softly, her eyes meeting his. Thank you. Scott tipped his head slightly, a faint smile on his lips. Anytime. As he walked back into the crisp night, the glow of Christmas lights lining the street, Scott felt a quiet sense of purpose. Megan and Ruby were still finding their footing, but he wanted to do whatever he could to help them feel at home. She deserves this, he thought, picturing Ruby's laughter and the soft gratitude in Megan's eyes. With his hands tucked into his jacket pockets, Scott smiled to himself, already thinking of what he might do next. Chapter 7. Megan hustled through the Santa's village gates, coffee in one hand and her elf hat dangling from her other. The warm December sun didn't help her mood. It made her costume feel stifling before the day had even begun. Ruby had woken up cranky, clinging to her legs as if sensing Megan's rush to get out the door. It had taken longer than usual to settle her with Gertrude, and Megan had barely managed to escape without tears, Ruby's or her own. Now she was running late, flustered, and acutely aware of how ridiculous she must look. A mother juggling coffee and work was nothing new, but doing it in striped tights and jingling bells added an extra layer of absurdity. She shoved her hat onto her head as she approached the craft station, where a group of kids was already swarming, their laughter and shouts merging into a cacophony. The holiday atmosphere at Santa's village felt more chaotic than usual. A school group had descended on the village for a special field trip, and the sheer number of excited children seemed to multiply the usual noise and activity. Megan took a deep breath, plastering on her best elf smile as she stepped into the fray. All right, who's ready to make some Christmas ornaments? She called out, grabbing a bin of supplies. A few cheers erupted, but most of the kids were already diving into glitter, glue, and popsicle sticks without waiting for instructions. Megan quickly got to work, moving between tables, encouraging creativity while dodging glue-covered hands and the occasional spill. By mid-afternoon, she was exhausted. Her hat sat crooked on her head, and glitter seemed permanently embedded in her costume. She glanced toward the snack table, contemplating a much-needed water break, when a sudden movement near Cupid's pen caught her eye. The reindeer stood proudly outside the open pen, his ears flicking as if he were relishing his newfound freedom. Oh no, Megan muttered, setting down a stack of craft supplies. Cupid trotted toward the main pathway, his antlers brushing against a string of lights overhead. The kids nearby shrieked with delight, pointing and laughing as the reindeer meandered past them. Megan felt her heart rate spike. The last thing Santa's village needed was a rogue reindeer, creating chaos. Grabbing a nearby rope, she hurried toward Cupid, her bells jingling with every step. She approached cautiously, holding out her hands as if to reassure him. Hey, buddy, she said softly, her voice wobbling with a mix of nerves and determination. Let's get you back where you belong, okay? Nice and easy. Cupid paused, turning his head to look at her. For a moment, Megan thought she had him. Then, with a sudden hop, he darted forward, his hooves knocking over a carefully stacked display of gift boxes. Tinsel and ribbons flew everywhere, drawing more laughter and cheers from the children. Oh, come on, Megan groaned, adjusting her grip on the rope as she tried to edge closer. Her elf hat slid further askew, and she batted at a strand of tinsel that clung stubbornly to her sleeve. Need a hand, Elf Megan? She spun around to see Scott striding toward her in full Santa attire, his red suit immaculate despite the heat. His eyes twinkled with amusement, and the corners of his mouth quirked into a knowing smile. Yes, actually, Megan said, exasperation clear in her tone. Cupid's gone rogue. Scott chuckled, grabbing a handful of hay from a nearby bale. He's just looking for some excitement. Watch and learn. He approached Cupid slowly, his steps deliberate as he held out the hay. Easy there, Cupid, Scott said, his voice low and calm. You're a star attraction, but let's not upstage everyone else, okay? To Megan's astonishment, Cupid stopped trotting and turned his attention to Scott, sniffing the hay curiously. Seriously, she muttered under her breath, though relief washed over her. As Cupid nibbled at the hay, Scott reached out and gently stroked his neck. Now's your chance, he said, glancing back at Megan. She stepped forward quickly, looping the rope around Cupid's neck and securing it with a firm knot. Gotcha, she whispered triumphantly. Together, they guided Cupid back to his pen, maneuvering carefully to avoid startling him again. Once inside, Megan latched the gate securely, giving it an extra tug for good measure. That should hold him, Scott said, dusting his hands off as they stepped back. Let's hope you're right. I don't think I'm up for a rematch. Scott's warm chuckle broke through her exasperation as they finished securing the pen. You're pretty good at this, Elf Megan, he said, his tone teasing but kind. She let out a breathless laugh, brushing glitter off her skirt. Pretty sure reindeer wrangling wasn't in the job description. It's in the fine print, he replied with a grin, dusting hay off his gloves. Right under glitter emergencies. Megan rolled her eyes, but couldn't help smiling. Thanks for the help. I was 2 seconds away from bribing him with candy canes. That probably would have worked, Scott said, his grin softening. But you handled it well. You're great with the kids too. They trust you. The sincerity in his voice caught her off guard. They just like glitter and chaos, she muttered, adjusting her hat. No, I mean it, Scott said, his gaze steady. You've got a way of making them feel seen. Megan blinked, fiddling with the hem of her sleeve. Thanks, she murmured, her voice quieter now. Scott leaned against the fence, his arms crossed as he studied her. Starting fresh isn't easy. I've been there. She tilted her head, surprised by his admission. You? What did you need a fresh start from? He chuckled softly, but his expression grew thoughtful. The Santa gig is just part of the story. I left behind a lot of long hours and endless deadlines. Moving here gave me space to breathe again. Megan glanced away, her fingers brushing the fence. I don't know if I'll ever feel like I belong here. You will, Scott said without hesitation. It takes time, but you're already building something good. For you and Ruby. His words settled over her like a warm blanket. For the first time, Megan felt a glimmer of hope, not just in her ability to keep moving forward, but in the possibility that maybe, just maybe, she could build something meaningful here. Thanks, Scott, she said, a small smile tugging at her lips. Anytime, he replied, tipping his Santa hat with a playful flourish. And if Cupid tries another escape, you know who to call. Megan laughed as he headed back toward his chair, the sound surprising even her. For the first time since she'd arrived on Palmar Island, she felt a little lighter. There was something about Scott, his warmth, his sincerity, that made her feel a little less alone in all of this. While she wasn't ready to let her walls down completely, she couldn't deny the way he made her laugh, or how his words had eased the weight she carried, if only for a moment. Chapter 8. Scott couldn't get Megan out of his mind. Not in the way he imagined a man might lose sleep over someone they were falling for, though that thought wasn't far off, but because she was simply unforgettable. The way she'd handled Cupid's escape, with more determination than experience and more humor than frustration, had stuck with him. She'd been flustered and worn out, but she never let it show to the kids, managing to keep their day magical despite the chaos. It wasn't just that moment, though. Over the past few weekends, Scott had noticed the little things about Megan, the way she always crouched to meet a child's eye level, her gentle patience when they cried over spilled glitter or a crooked craft, and the quiet way she carried the weight of single motherhood without complaint. He admired her resilience, even if she didn't seem to realize how strong she was. And maybe, he admitted to himself as he adjusted his Santa hat in the mirror of the staff shed, he just wanted to know her better. the village had settled into its late afternoon lull. Most of the kids who'd come with the school group earlier had left, leaving only a handful of families wandering between the activities. Scott scanned the area as he stepped outside, his gaze naturally gravitating toward the crafts table. There she was. Megan stood with a child, leaning slightly over the table as she helped glue a star-shaped decoration onto an ornament. Her long brown hair was swept into a messy bun, and a faint streak of glitter dusted her cheek, catching the light every time she moved. The child giggled as Megan said something Scott couldn't hear, her tone light and playful. He smiled to himself. She was good with kids, better than she gave herself credit for, and that kindness drew him in more than anything. Steeling himself, Scott walked toward the crafts table, his boots crunching softly on the gravel path. Megan didn't notice him at first, too focused on the task at hand. He took a moment to appreciate her focus, before leaning casually against the edge of the table. "Hey, Elf Megan," he said with an easy grin. "How about a break?" Megan glanced up, startled for a moment before her expression softened. "Scott," she said, brushing a stray hair from her face. "Is Santa done wrangling reindeer for the day?" "For now," he said with mock seriousness, folding his arms. "But I'm here on a different mission." "Oh?" she asked, raising an eyebrow. Scott's grin widened as Megan tilted her head, studying him with a mix of curiosity and hesitation. "Let me take you to lunch." "You really don't have to do that, you know," she said, brushing a piece of glitter off her sleeve. "I know," Scott replied, his voice warm. "But I want to. You've been putting in so much effort, wrangling kids, handling Cupid, and keeping this place running. It's the least I can do to say thank you." Megan hesitated, her fingers lightly tapping the edge of the crafts table. "Lunch, huh?" "Lunch," Scott confirmed. "At Mary's Diner." "Ever been?" Megan shook her head. "I've passed it, but I haven't had a chance to stop in yet." "Well, you're in for a treat. It's the heart of the island, and they've got the best peanut butter pie you'll ever taste. I'll pick you up at noon tomorrow." "My treat." Megan raised an eyebrow, clearly amused. "Peanut butter pie, huh? Is this just an excuse to have dessert?" Scott chuckled, the corners of his blue eyes crinkling. "Absolutely. But the sandwiches are pretty good, too." She let out a soft laugh, the tension in her shoulders easing. "Okay. Lunch sounds nice." Scott straightened, tipping an imaginary hat. "It's a date." "Well, not a date," he added quickly, his grin turning sheepish. "Just lunch between colleagues." Megan's laughter bubbled up, a sound that caught him off guard with its warmth. "Got it. Not a date. See you at noon, Santa." "See you then, Elf Megan," he said with a wink, turning to head back to the Santa chair. As Scott walked away, a flicker of excitement warmed him. Mary's Diner wasn't fancy, but it was the perfect spot to show Megan a piece of the island's charm. And maybe, over a slice of peanut butter pie, he could finally start to understand the woman who had quietly captivated him since she arrived. Tomorrow couldn't come fast enough. Scott pushed open the door to Mary's Diner, holding it open for Megan as the familiar scent of home-cooked meals enveloped them. Strings of twinkling holiday lights crisscrossed the ceiling, casting a warm glow over the small, bustling space. A Christmas tree stood in the corner, its ornaments mismatched but charmingly personal, as if each one had a story. Megan stepped inside, her gaze sweeping over the cheerful scene. "It's cozy," she said, her voice soft, though her tone carried a hint of uncertainty. "It's the heart of the island," Scott replied, smiling as he placed a hand lightly on her shoulder to guide her further inside. "Wait until you try the pie." Before they could find a seat, a voice called out from behind the counter. "Well, look who it is, our very own Santa Claus." Mary, the diner's owner, bustled out from behind the coffee station, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "And who's this lovely lady?" she added, her gaze darting to Megan. Scott chuckled. "Mary, this is Megan." "Megan, meet Mary, the best cook on Palmar Island and the keeper of the infamous peanut butter pie." Megan offered a polite smile, though Scott could sense her self-consciousness under Mary's knowing look. Nice to meet you, Megan, Mary said warmly, her smile widening. If Scott's brought you here, you must be special. Now, what can I get you two today? 2 specials and 2 slices of pie, Scott said without hesitation, glancing at Megan as he added, trust me, you'll want the pie. Megan raised an eyebrow, but let out a soft laugh. You seem pretty confident about that. I am, Scott replied with a grin. Mary winked at Megan. He's right, you know. I'll have it out for you in a jiffy. Take a seat wherever you'd like. Scott led Megan to a booth near the window, where they could see the festive bustle of the street outside. Megan slid into her seat, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear as she glanced around. Do you always have this much pull at the diner? She teased, her tone lighter now. Scott leaned back, draping an arm casually over the top of the booth. It's the Santa magic, he joked, his eyes twinkling. Megan laughed softly, her shoulders relaxing as she reached for the menu, though it was more out of habit than necessity. As they waited for their food, Scott leaned forward slightly, resting his forearms on the table. So, he began, his tone warm but curious, how did you find Palmar Island? It's not exactly the kind of place people stumble upon. Megan glanced up, meeting his eyes briefly before looking back down at the menu she wasn't really reading. It was Danny's idea, she admitted, her voice tinged with something bittersweet. He used to bring me here for vacations. Said it was the one place that felt like it could slow him down. Scott tilted his head, the mention of her late husband catching his attention. Sounds like he loved it here. He did, Megan said, her lips curving into a faint smile. He always joked about retiring here someday. I guess, in a way, I thought it might feel safe to come back. Familiar. Scott's gaze softened as he listened, the sincerity in her words drawing him closer. Does it? He asked gently. Megan hesitated, considering her answer. Some days it does, she admitted. Ruby's thriving here, and that's what matters most. But for me, she trailed off, her fingers brushing the edge of her napkin. For you? Scott prompted, his voice encouraging, but not pressing. Megan let out a small laugh, shaking her head. I don't know. I think I'm still figuring that out. Scott nodded, letting her words settle between them. That makes sense, he said. Starting over isn't easy, especially when it's not exactly by choice. Her eyes flicked up to his, surprised at how easily he seemed to understand. Their conversation paused as Mary arrived with 2 steaming plates, setting them down with a flourish. Here we go, 2 specials, and the pie's coming up next. Thanks, Mary, Scott said, his grin returning. Megan picked up her fork, eyeing the plate in front of her. This looks amazing. Wait until dessert, Scott said with a wink. As they ate, the conversation turned lighter. Scott shared stories about his woodworking business, describing the joy he found in crafting pieces that people cherished. Megan asked thoughtful questions, and he found himself appreciating how genuinely interested she seemed. It's different from what I used to do, he said, finishing the last bite of his sandwich. But the slower pace works for me. I don't miss the rush. Megan nodded, her eyes thoughtful. I can see that. There's something nice about this place, how connected everyone seems to be. It's the community, Scott said. People here care about each other. It's why I stayed. Megan hesitated, her gaze dropping to her plate. It's a lot to adjust to. Coming from somewhere bigger, where no one really notices you, it's different. Scott heard the unspoken emotion in her words, but didn't push. Different can be good, he said gently. Before Megan could respond, Mary reappeared, carrying 2 slices of peanut butter pie. All right, here's what you've been waiting for, she said with a smile, setting the plates down. Megan stared at the slice in front of her, the creamy filling topped with a drizzle of chocolate and a dollop of whipped cream. This looks dangerous, she said, glancing at Scott. Only if you don't eat it, he quipped. Megan laughed softly, picking up her fork. She took a tentative bite, her eyes widening. Okay, this is incredible. Told you, Scott said, grinning. Scott leaned forward slightly, digging into his own slice. You should bring Ruby by the village one day, not just when you're working. I'll make sure Cupid behaves this time. Megan smiled, though there was hesitation in her eyes. She'd love that, but I'm not sure we can fit it in. We can make it easy, Scott said. Come early time, before the crowds show up. Just you and Ruby. I'll make sure she gets a special Santa experience. Megan's smile softened, the reluctance in her expression giving way to something warmer. That might be nice, she admitted. She's been talking about Santa nonstop lately. Scott chuckled. Then it's settled. Let me know when, and we'll make it happen. Over the rest of their pie, the conversation drifted to lighter topics, and Megan found herself laughing more than she had in weeks. As they left Mary's diner, Scott instinctively reached out to hold the door open for Megan, his easy smile returning when she glanced up at him with a quiet thanks. The afternoon sun was beginning its descent, casting warm golden light across the small town. Scott walked her to his truck, unlocking it with a click. Hop in, he said, gesturing toward the passenger side. Megan hesitated for a moment before climbing in, the lingering warmth of their conversation still settling over her. As Scott slid into the driver's seat, the faint scent of cedar from his woodworking projects filled the air, grounding her in the moment. Where's Ruby today? Scott asked as he started the engine, pulling out onto the quiet road. She's with Miss Doris, Megan said, glancing out the window. She insisted. Said she missed having Ruby around now that Gertrude's been watching her more often. Scott chuckled softly, keeping his eyes on the road. Sounds like Miss Doris. She's not one to let anyone slip out of her orbit. She's been amazing, Megan admitted. I don't know what I would have done without her when we first got here. She's got a big heart, Scott said. She's the reason half the island feels like family. And the other half? They're probably on her list. Megan laughed lightly, her shoulders relaxing. That sounds about right. Ruby loves her, though. Every time I pick her up, she's got a new drawing or story to share. Scott smiled at the image, his grip on the wheel loosening. She's a lucky kid to have you looking out for her. Megan glanced at him, a hint of vulnerability in her expression. I don't always feel like I'm doing enough. Scott's tone softened. You're doing more than enough, Megan. Just watching the way Ruby lights up when she talks about you, she's got everything she needs. Megan looked down at her hands, her lips curving into a small smile. Thanks, she said quietly. They drove in comfortable silence for a moment, the familiar sights of Palmar Island rolling past. Scott finally broke it with a question that had been lingering in his mind. Does Ruby like spending time with Gertrude? She does, Megan said, nodding. It's been a relief, honestly. Gertrude has such a way with kids, and Ruby's taken to her quickly. But I think she misses Miss Doris too. Sounds like you've got a whole fan club for Ruby, Scott teased, his grin widening. Megan laughed. She's easy to love. Scott glanced at her briefly, his voice quieter now. Like her mom. Megan blinked, caught off guard by the comment. She opened her mouth to respond, but the words seemed to catch in her throat. Instead, she turned her gaze back to the road, her cheeks tinged with warmth. Scott pulled up in front of Megan's bungalow, shifting the truck into park. He turned to her with a gentle smile. Thanks for letting me kidnap you for lunch. It was nice to just talk for a while. Megan smiled back, the sincerity in his tone catching her off guard yet again. It was. And you were right about the pie. Told you. He grinned, leaning back slightly. You let me know when you're ready for round 2. Megan rolled her eyes playfully but couldn't hide the small laugh that escaped. I'll keep that in mind. As she opened the door, Scott hesitated. Megan? She paused, turning back to look at him. You're doing a great job, he said simply, his voice steady. Megan's chest tightened, the weight of his words settling over her like a comforting blanket. Thanks, Scott, she said softly before stepping out of the truck. He waited until she was safely inside before driving off, the warmth of their conversation lingering as he headed back toward his workshop. She's something special, Scott thought to himself, smiling faintly as the glow of Christmas lights began to appear along the streets. One day, she'll see it too. Chapter 9. Megan woke with a sense of purpose. Today was her day off, a rare break from juggling work and motherhood, and she was determined to make it count, for Ruby. The little girl had been chattering endlessly about Santa's village ever since their arrival on Palmar Island. Every time they passed by, Ruby's eyes would light up, her tiny finger pointing excitedly at the twinkling lights and festive decorations. Megan had been hesitant to take her. The crowds, the noise, the inevitable stares from well-meaning strangers, it all felt overwhelming. But today, as sunlight streamed through the curtains, Megan decided it was time. Ruby deserved the magic of the season. By the time Megan entered her daughter's bedroom, Ruby was already sitting up, Mr. Bear tucked under one arm. "Guess what, sweetheart?" Megan said, leaning against the dresser with a soft smile. Ruby looked up, her curls bouncing as she tilted her head. "What, Mommy?" "We're going to Santa's village today," Megan announced. Ruby's face lit up, and she squealed, dropping Mr. Bear, to clap her hands. "Santa? And Cupid?" "And Cupid," Megan confirmed, laughing as Ruby leapt out of bed and twirled around the room. The morning flew by in a blur of preparations. Megan helped Ruby into a deep red velvet dress, tying the matching bow in her hair as Ruby giggled and twirled again. Watching her daughter's uncontainable excitement lifted Megan's spirits, and she even applied a bit of mascara and lipstick, feeling more put together than she had in weeks. Her phone buzzed just as she zipped up Ruby's coat. It was an unfamiliar number, but something told her to answer. "Megan Findley," she said, balancing the phone between her ear and shoulder as she grabbed Ruby's mittens. "Megan. It's Tom Jensen. I hope this isn't a bad time." Megan froze for a moment, her heart skipping at the familiar voice. Tom had been one of Danny's closest friends, back in San Diego. "No, not at all," she replied, smoothing Ruby's hair absently. "How are you?" "Doing well. Listen, I heard you've been out here in Palmar Island for a while now, and I wanted to touch base. We've got a position opening up at the firm, consulting, part-time to start. Thought of you right away. It'd be good to have someone we trust in the role." Megan's breath hitched, her mind racing. A job offer. Stability. The kind of opportunity she hadn't dared to hope for. "That's generous of you, Tom. Can I think about it?" she asked, her voice tight. "Of course," Tom said, his tone easy. "Take your time. I'll send over the details, and we can talk whenever you're ready." "Thanks," Megan murmured, hanging up just as Ruby tugged on her hand. "Mommy. Santa's waiting." Megan forced a smile, tucking the thoughts of Tom's offer away for later. "Let's go see Santa," she said, taking Ruby's hand and grabbing her bag. It didn't take long to make the now familiar drive. Ruby bounced in her seat the moment the tall Christmas tree came into view. As usual, the Palmar Island Christmas market was buzzing with holiday cheer. Strings of lights crisscrossed overhead, and cheerful carols played from hidden speakers. Booths selling hot cocoa and handmade ornaments lined the walkways, and children darted from station to station, their laughter ringing through the air. As they stepped through the gates, Ruby gasped, her small hand tightening in Megan's. "Mommy. Look." Megan followed her daughter's gaze to Cupid's pen, where the reindeer stood, flicking his ears and nibbling on a bale of hay. Ruby tugged free of Megan's grip, running to the fence with wide eyes. "Hi, Cupid," she called, her voice high with excitement. "I'm Ruby. Remember?" Megan approached more slowly, her heart softening as she watched Ruby chatter to the reindeer. Cupid turned his head, his large eyes blinking lazily at the little girl before snorting softly. "She's quite the charmer," a familiar voice said from behind her. Megan turned to see Scott, fully dressed in his Santa suit, striding toward her with an easy grin. "Santa." Ruby squealed, bouncing on her toes. Scott crouched down to her level, his grin widening. "Ruby, I heard you've been very good this year." Ruby nodded solemnly, clutching the fence. I have, Santa. Mr. Bear says so too. Well, if Mr. Bear says so, it must be true, Scott said with mock seriousness. And you know what? I think Cupid's happy to see you. Ruby giggled, watching as Scott reached out to gently pat Cupid's neck. Come on, sweetheart, Megan said softly, gesturing toward the photo station. It's time for your picture with Santa. Ruby hesitated for a moment before nodding, her excitement bubbling over as she followed Scott to the Santa chair. Megan trailed behind, her heart warming at the way Scott held out a hand to Ruby, guiding her gently. As they reached the chair, Scott turned to Ruby with a booming ho, ho, ho. Have you been practicing your Christmas wish, young lady? Ruby nodded, climbing onto his lap shyly. I want Mr. Bear to have a friend, she said, her voice small but earnest. Scott's eyes twinkled as he leaned in slightly. A friend for Mr. Bear? That's a very good wish. What kind of friend do you think he'd like? Ruby tilted her head, considering. Maybe a bunny? Scott nodded solemnly. A bunny sounds like a perfect friend for Mr. Bear. I'll see what I can do. Megan stood off to the side, watching the interaction with a mix of amusement and gratitude. Scott's kindness wasn't just an act, he made Ruby feel seen and special in a way Megan hadn't expected. Let's take a picture to remember this moment, Scott said, nodding toward the photographer. Ruby beamed as the camera clicked, her small hands clutching the velvet of her dress. When the photo session ended, Ruby ran back to Megan, clutching the candy cane Scott had given her. Mommy, Santa says Mr. Bear might get a bunny. Megan smiled, brushing a strand of hair from Ruby's face. We'll have to wait and see, won't we? Scott approached them as they prepared to leave, his Santa hat slightly askew, but his grin firmly in place. Thanks for bringing her, he said, his gaze meeting Megan's. Thanks for making her day, Megan replied, her voice soft. Scott shrugged, his smile turning playful. It's what Santa does. As they walked away, Ruby skipping ahead with her candy cane, Megan found herself glancing back at Scott. He was already turning to greet the next child, his laughter echoing through the village. For a brief moment, Megan allowed herself to wonder. Maybe Scott wasn't just making Ruby's day. Maybe he was starting to make hers too. Megan watched as Gertrude walked up the path toward Santa's village, her cheerful scarf trailing in the breeze. Ruby spotted her immediately, bouncing on her toes with excitement. Miss Gertrude. Ruby squealed, running toward her with her arms outstretched. Gertrude bent down with a warm smile, scooping Ruby up into a hug. Well, there's my favorite little helper. Did you tell Santa all your Christmas wishes? Ruby nodded enthusiastically. Mr. Bear needs a bunny friend, she announced, her eyes wide with determination. Gertrude chuckled, giving Megan a knowing look. Sounds like a very important request. Santa will have his work cut out for him this year. Megan smiled, brushing a stray curl from Ruby's face. She's been talking about that bunny nonstop since this morning. Well, we'll keep her busy for the afternoon, Gertrude said, adjusting Ruby on her hip. I've got some cookie dough chilling in the fridge and a new puzzle to try. Thanks again for taking her, Megan said, her voice tinged with gratitude. I feel like I'm always asking for favors. Nonsense, Gertrude replied with a wave of her hand. You're working hard, and Ruby's a joy to have around. Besides, it gives me an excuse to bake. Megan knelt to hug Ruby goodbye, smoothing the velvet of her dress. Be good for Miss Gertrude, okay? I'll see you tonight. Okay, Mommy. Ruby said brightly, blowing her a kiss as Gertrude carried her off. Megan watched them leave, a soft smile lingering on her face. With Ruby in good hands, she turned back toward the bustling village, feeling a mix of relief and anticipation. As she tied another ribbon, she noticed Scott step away from the Santa chair and wave her over. She hesitated for a moment before brushing off her hands and walking toward him. Hey, Scott said, his grin as easy as ever. He held something behind his back, his eyes twinkling mischievously. What's that? Megan asked, tilting her head. Just something I thought you'd like, he said, pulling out a printed photo. It was Ruby's picture with Santa, the one taken just an hour ago. Megan's breath caught as she took the photo from him. Ruby's face was lit up with pure joy, her small hands clutching her velvet dress as she smiled up at Santa. You didn't have to do this, she said softly, her fingers tracing the edges of the print. I wanted to, Scott replied, his voice gentle. She's a special kid. And I figured you'd want to keep this. Megan glanced up, her eyes meeting his. Thank you, she said sincerely. This means a lot. Scott shrugged, his smile warm. It's no big deal. Besides, I don't get to see that kind of joy every day. She's got a way of lighting up the room. Megan smiled faintly, tucking the photo carefully into her bag. She's been looking forward to today for weeks. Every time we passed the village, it was Santa this and Santa that. She laughed lightly. She'll probably be talking about Cupid for the rest of the year. Cupid's got quite the fan club, Scott said, chuckling. But I think Ruby's my favorite visitor so far. Megan shook her head, brushing glitter off her sleeve. You're good with kids, you know. It's not just the Santa suit. Scott leaned against the fence, his expression softening. Thanks. I guess it comes with the territory. But to be honest, he hesitated, glancing down at his boots before looking back at her. Most holidays, it's just me. No family around, so it's usually just the reindeer, a couple of old Christmas movies, and whatever I decide to cook. Megan felt a pang of sympathy at the quiet admission. She studied his face, the ever-present warmth still there, but tinged with something more vulnerable. That sounds peaceful, she said, though her voice softened with understanding. Scott gave a small smile. It is. But sometimes peaceful can get a little lonely. Megan nodded, the truth of his words resonating more than she cared to admit. I know what you mean, she said quietly. For a moment, they stood in silence, the festive hum of the village around them. Then Scott cleared his throat, his voice slightly more hesitant. You know, I was thinking. How about dinner on Christmas Eve? Just me, you, and Ruby. Nothing fancy, but it'd be nice to have some company. Megan blinked, caught off guard by the invitation. Dinner? Scott nodded, his expression earnest. Yeah. We'll keep it simple, something good to eat, maybe a few stories for Ruby. You two deserve a special Christmas. Megan hesitated, her heart caught between gratitude and apprehension. The offer felt genuine, but the intimacy of it made her nervous. I don't know, Scott. Scott smiled gently, as if sensing her hesitation. No pressure, he said quickly. But it'd mean a lot to me. And I think Ruby would have a good time. Megan's lips curved into a small smile despite herself. His sincerity was impossible to ignore, and the thought of giving Ruby a warm Christmas memory tugged at her heart. Okay, she said finally, her voice quiet. We'd love to. Scott's grin returned, lighting up his face. Great. I'll make sure it's a night to remember. Before Megan could respond, a small boy ran up to them, his Santa hat askew, and a candy cane clutched in his hand. Santa, he called, pointing at Scott. Do you like candy canes too? Scott crouched down, his eyes twinkling. I sure do. But I try not to eat too many, I've got to save room for cookies on Christmas Eve. The boy giggled, waving his candy cane in the air. Okay. Don't forget mine. As the boy ran off, Megan let out a soft laugh. You've got quite the fan club yourself. Part of the job, Scott said, straightening with a playful shrug. Megan felt a weight lift from her shoulders, the tension between them dissipating in the shared laughter. She glanced at the photo tucked safely in her bag, her thoughts swirling as she turned to head back to her station. By the time Megan drove home later that evening, the memory of Scott's invitation lingered in her mind. She pulled the photo of Ruby and Santa from her bag, studying her daughter's glowing face. For the first time in years, Megan allowed herself to believe that this Christmas might bring more than just survival. It might bring connection, hope, and maybe even something more. Chapter 10. Scott stood in his workshop, the scent of fresh cedar and pinewood filling the air as he ran his fingers over a smooth block of wood. The afternoon sunlight streaming through the wide windows cast a golden glow across the neatly arranged tools and stacks of lumber. It was his favorite time of day, a quiet moment to lose himself in a project. Today, though, his mind wasn't fully on the work. He traced the rough outline of a reindeer he'd sketched onto the wood, a small smile tugging at his lips. The idea had come to him last night after dinner. It was a simple ornament for Ruby, with Cupid's name etched into the side. He could already imagine the way her eyes would light up when she saw it, how she'd clutch it tightly and probably insist on showing it to everyone she met. As he guided the wood beneath his carving tool, his thoughts wandered to Megan. She'd said yes. Not just to the dinner invitation, but to something more, a small opening of the door she seemed so determined to keep closed. Her cautious smile and quiet gratitude replayed in his mind, and he felt a warmth he hadn't experienced in a long time. He paused, setting the carving tool down to inspect his progress. The reindeer's shape was coming together, its rounded edges soft and inviting, just as he'd envisioned. Picking up a finer tool, Scott began etching Cupid's name into the side, careful not to rush the delicate lettering. As he worked, memories of his own childhood Christmases surfaced. His parents had tried so hard to make the season special, but the truth was, there hadn't been much to go around. He could still picture the little tree they used year after year, its sparse branches strung with paper garlands he and Kara had made with construction paper scraps from school. The Callahan house had been warm in spirit, but lean in every other way. Christmas morning often meant one or two small presents, a pair of socks, a hand-me-down toy, or something his mom had sewn or knitted. He remembered how his mom's hands trembled one year as she handed him a wrapped package, her smile bright but her eyes wet with unshed tears. Inside had been a wooden train she'd picked up secondhand and painstakingly repaired. He had loved it instantly, though even as a boy, he'd sensed the strain behind her smile. The hardest part was the moments they weren't supposed to notice, his mom at the kitchen table late at night, her head bowed and shoulders shaking quietly as she stared at an empty ledger. Or his dad sighing heavily as he returned from a double shift, his voice low as he murmured, "Maybe next year we can do a little more." Scott's chest tightened at the memories. His parents had given everything they could, their love filling the spaces where material gifts couldn't. But he'd always understood the weight of what they carried, the quiet heartbreak of not being able to give their kids the Christmas they truly deserved. It was those memories that had stayed with him, that drove him to put on the red suit and white beard each year. Being Santa wasn't about playing a part, it was about creating the magic he knew some kids might never have at home. The joy of seeing their eyes light up when they unwrapped a gift, the wonder in their voices as they whispered their wishes to Santa, all of it felt like a chance to give them the kind of Christmas his parents had always dreamed of giving him and Kara. He paused, the wooden ornament in his hands smooth and warm from his touch. It was a small thing, just a reindeer with Cupid etched into its side, but to Ruby, it would mean the world. He'd seen the way her face lit up around Cupid, how she radiated joy and wonder. And Megan. Megan had reminded him of the beauty in giving, not just to kids, but to people who carried their own quiet struggles. Scott set the ornament aside, a faint smile pulling at his lips. His parents might not have had much, but they'd taught him the true meaning of Christmas, that it wasn't about the gifts under the tree, but about the love and care shared in the moments that mattered. It was a lesson he carried with him every time he walked into Santa's village, every time he saw a child's face light up with hope and joy. That was why he did this. Why he'd keep doing this. For kids like him, for parents like his had been, and for himself, to honor what his family had given him, even when it had cost them more than he could understand at the time. He ran a piece of sandpaper over the ornament, smoothing the edges as his thoughts shifted back to Megan and Ruby. They'd blown into his life when he least expected it. Megan's quiet strength and the way she fiercely loved her daughter reminded him of the values his parents had instilled in him. Ruby's laughter and bright curiosity had a way of filling even the quietest corners of his heart. Setting the finished ornament aside, Scott leaned against his workbench, letting out a thoughtful sigh. This Christmas felt different. For years, he'd focused on bringing joy to the island, on being the Santa figure everyone could count on. But Megan and Ruby had stirred something deeper, a desire for connection that went beyond the season. Scott picked up the ornament, turning it over in his hands. Maybe this Christmas wasn't just about giving joy to others. Maybe it was about letting himself feel it, too. A small, hopeful smile curved his lips as he placed the ornament into a velvet-lined box. He didn't know where things might lead, but for the first time in a long while, Scott felt like he wasn't just counting down the days to Christmas. He was looking forward to something more. Scott pushed open the door to the hardware store, the familiar scent of sawdust and industrial cleaner greeting him as he stepped inside. The aisles were brightly lit, and the faint strains of holiday music played overhead. He tugged his list from his pocket, a short one this time. A few strings of lights, a new extension cord, and replacement stakes for the Santa's Village signs. Grabbing a basket, he headed toward the back of the store, weaving through the aisles with practiced ease. As he passed the seasonal section, a flash of red caught his eye. He paused mid-step and glanced over to see Megan standing near a display of holiday lights, holding 2 boxes and looking deeply contemplative. Scott couldn't resist. He approached with a grin, leaning casually against the end cap. "You know, I didn't think elf duties included decorating your own workshop." Megan turned, startled at first, but her expression softened when she saw him. "Very funny," she said, rolling her eyes. "And it's not for my workshop. It's for the bungalow. Ruby insists we need more lights." Scott crossed his arms, his grin widening. "Sounds like she's got the right idea. What's the debate?" Megan held up the 2 boxes. "Classic white or multicolored?" "Ruby wants multicolored, but I'm leaning toward classic." Scott tilted his head, pretending to mull it over seriously. "Go with multicolored. Christmas is supposed to be fun, not a catalog shoot." Megan laughed, the sound light and easy. "All right, Santa. I'll take your word for it." She dropped the white lights back onto the shelf, tucking the multicolored box into her basket. "At least I don't dress like Santa in my downtime." She pointed to the red flannel he'd thrown on. "Careful," Scott said, his grin turning playful. "You might end up on the naughty list with talk like that." They both laughed, and Megan relaxed visibly, her shoulders dropping as the banter eased her usual guardedness. "What brings you here?" she asked as they began to stroll toward the next aisle, her basket swinging lightly in her hand. "Just grabbing a few things for the Santa Village," Scott replied, gesturing vaguely with his list. "Nothing as exciting as decking out a bungalow for Christmas." Megan smirked. "I wouldn't call this exciting. More like Ruby convincing me she's running her own holiday design team." Scott chuckled. "She's got good taste. And you're doing a great job keeping up." Megan glanced at him, her expression softening at the sincerity in his tone. "Thanks," she said quietly. They walked together, their conversation flowing naturally as they wandered through the aisles. When Megan's basket began to fill up with additional holiday decorations, a wreath, some ribbon, and a pack of ornaments, Scott offered to carry it. "You sure?" Megan asked, though she handed it over without much protest. "Absolutely," he said, shifting the basket to his arm as if it weighed nothing. "What kind of Santa would I be if I let you carry everything?" "Generous and well-rested," Megan quipped, earning another laugh from him. As they approached the checkout, the festive decorations continued overhead, and Scott's gaze caught on a sprig of mistletoe dangling above them. His grin turned mischievous as he tilted his head upward. "Oh," he said, stopping in his tracks. Megan frowned, following his gaze. "What?" "Looks like we're standing under mistletoe," Scott said lightly, the corners of his mouth twitching upward. "And I'm pretty sure it's store policy to follow tradition." Megan's cheeks flushed, and she laughed nervously. "I don't think that's a rule." Scott shrugged, his expression open and teasing. "Maybe not, but it's bad luck to ignore it, isn't it?" Megan looked up at him, her eyes wide and her lips parting slightly as the humor in the moment gave way to something else. The air between them shifted, growing warmer and quieter, the noise of the store fading into the background. Scott leaned in slightly, his movements unhurried and careful, giving her plenty of time to pull away if she wanted. His gaze met hers, steady and sincere, his lips curving into a faint smile. For a moment, Megan stayed rooted in place, her breath catching as the space between them seemed to shrink. But just as the tension built, she stepped back abruptly, breaking the moment. I should get going, she said quickly, her voice tight as she reached for her bags. Scott straightened, stepping back to give her space, though his own chest tightened at her retreat. No pressure, he said gently, his smile soft. I'm just glad I ran into you tonight. Megan paused, her expression conflicted before she offered him a faint smile. Okay. She turned and hurried toward the door, her pace brisk as though she were escaping something she couldn't quite name. Scott stood under the mistletoe for a moment longer, the playful energy of the moment fading into something more bittersweet. He shifted the basket in his hand, exhaling slowly as he glanced toward the exit. She's not ready, he told himself, his lips pressing into a faint smile tinged with disappointment. He headed toward the register, the warmth of their earlier banter still lingering, tempered by the knowledge that Megan's walls were still firmly in place. For now, he resolved to keep showing up, one small gesture at a time, hoping that eventually, she might trust him enough to let him in. Chapter 11. Megan rinsed the last of the breakfast dishes, the warm water soothing against her hands. Ruby had insisted on pancakes shaped like Christmas trees that morning, and the green food coloring Megan had added to the batter still faintly stained her fingertips. Mommy, look! Ruby's voice rang out from the living room, where she was arranging her stuffed animals in a semicircle around the miniature Christmas tree Megan had set up for her. Hold on, sweetheart, Megan called back. She dried her hands on a dish towel and peeked around the corner, smiling as Ruby held up Mr. Bear, who was now sporting a tiny paper crown. Mr. Bear's the king of Christmas, Ruby declared, giggling. He certainly is, Megan said, leaning against the doorway. Watching Ruby's joy eased the knot in her chest, even if only for a moment. Her phone sat on the counter, buzzing slightly as she picked it up and glanced at the time. It was mid-morning, late enough to catch Lauren in between errands. Taking a deep breath, Megan tapped the screen to dial. Lauren answered almost immediately. Merry Christmas Eve. Merry Christmas Eve to you too, Megan replied, her smile widening. I figured you'd be knee-deep in last-minute wrapping or baking by now. I've already wrapped half the house and consumed more coffee than is probably healthy, Lauren said with a laugh. What about you? How's Christmas looking over there in your coastal paradise? Megan exhaled, her smile softening. It's different. Quieter. Ruby's excited, though, and that helps. Of course she is, Lauren said warmly. She's got you, and you always make Christmas magical for her. Megan swallowed the lump forming in her throat. I try. But this year, I keep thinking about Danny. He loved Christmas so much. I can't help but feel like something's missing. Lauren was silent for a moment, her voice soft when she finally spoke. That's because it is, Meg. And it's okay to feel that. It doesn't mean you're doing anything wrong, it just means you loved him. And you still do. Megan's fingers tightened around the phone as she glanced out the window at the frosty grass glinting in the sunlight. I keep thinking about those Christmases we spent together. He always went all out, stringing lights, baking cookies, making sure we got to see every holiday parade in town. I remember, Lauren said, a trace of a smile in her voice. Danny was like a big kid when it came to Christmas. That's part of what made him so wonderful. Megan closed her eyes, letting the memories wash over her. She could almost hear Danny's voice singing off-key as he wrapped presents or feel his arms around her as they danced to a holiday playlist after Ruby had gone to bed. I miss him, Megan admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. I know, Lauren said gently. I miss him too. But you're doing an incredible job, Meg. Ruby's happy, and you've built something beautiful for her, even when I know it hasn't been easy. Megan let the words settle over her, a small flicker of comfort warming her chest. Thanks, Lauren. That means a lot. You know I'm always here for you, Lauren said. Then, after a pause, her tone grew lighter. So, what's new in Palmar Island? Have you heard from Tom yet? Megan hesitated, the weight of the earlier conversation lifting slightly. He called last week, she admitted. He offered me a consulting position, part-time, and it sounds like I could do some of the work from home. See? That's great news. Lauren exclaimed. What did you say? I told him I'd think about it, Megan replied, her tone guarded. Lauren sighed, the sound filled with both exasperation and affection. Meg, you know I want what's best for you. But I'm not gonna lie, I'd love for you to take that job and move back here. I miss you and Ruby so much. I miss you too, Megan said, her voice softening. But I'm starting to feel like maybe this is where we're supposed to be. Ruby's happy here. She loves the Christmas market and Cupid and all the little things that make this place special. I get that, Lauren said, though her voice carried a hint of disappointment. But it's hard not having you here. You were my rock after everything happened. You were mine too, Megan said, her throat tightening. I'll always miss San Diego, Lauren. And you'll always be one of my closest friends. But maybe you should come visit. I think you'd like Palmar Island. Lauren let out a soft laugh. Are you inviting me to your tiny island getaway? Absolutely, Megan said, her smile returning. Come for a week. See what it's like. Who knows? You might even fall in love with it. Okay, Lauren said, the word drawn out with playful skepticism. But only if you promise to consider Tom's offer seriously. I promise, Megan said, though her chest tightened at the thought. They chatted for a while longer, exchanging holiday plans and reminiscing about Christmases past. When they finally hung up, Megan sat on the edge of the bed, her phone still in her hand. The conversation had brought a mix of emotions, grief, nostalgia, and the faintest hint of hope. She'd been tempted to tell Lauren about Scott, about the dinner tonight, about the way he'd brought something unexpected into her life. But she wasn't ready yet. There were too many uncertainties, too many feelings she hadn't fully sorted out. Mommy. Ruby's voice rang out from her bedroom, bright and eager. Megan stood, brushing off the lingering heaviness. Today wasn't about the past or her doubts. It was about creating joy for Ruby. Coming. Her daughter was perched on the edge of her bed, her sparkly green dress spread out around her like a fan. She grinned up at Megan, clutching Mr. Bear tightly. Is it time to go yet? Not yet, Megan said with a laugh. We have a few hours, but we can start getting ready. Ruby's excitement was infectious, and Megan let herself get swept up in it. She helped Ruby with her hair, tying a red ribbon into her curls as the little girl squirmed with anticipation. Hold still, sweetheart, Megan said, gently smoothing a flyaway strand. I can't. Ruby giggled. I'm too excited. Megan smiled, kissing the top of her head. Well, you look beautiful. Now let me get ready, okay? Ruby nodded, twirling in front of the mirror as Megan stepped into her own room. She chose a simple sweater in a festive cranberry shade, pairing it with a black skirt and tights. Standing in front of the mirror, she carefully brushed her hair, pinning one side back before reaching for her mascara and lipstick. As she applied the soft red shade to her lips, her eyes met her reflection, and a wave of doubt washed over her. Was she doing the right thing? Sharing a holiday moment like this with Scott felt significant, almost like a step she wasn't sure she was ready to take. But then she thought of Ruby, her laughter, her wide-eyed wonder at Santa's village, her excitement about seeing Scott and Cupid again. This wasn't about her, Megan reminded herself. It was about creating joy for Ruby, about giving her daughter the kind of Christmas memories she deserved. Steeling herself, Megan smoothed her sweater and stepped back, surveying her reflection. She looked fine. Pulled together, festive enough to blend in, but not so much that she'd draw attention. Mommy. Ruby called from the living room. Are we ready now? Almost, Megan said, grabbing her bag and taking one last glance in the mirror. This was about Ruby, she reminded herself again as she headed out to meet her daughter. But somewhere, deep down, she couldn't ignore the flicker of hope that maybe, just maybe, this evening could be special for her too. The sky had turned a deep shade of indigo by the time Megan parked in front of Scott's house. Ruby gasped in delight from her car seat, her small hands clapping together. "Mommy, look at the lights." Megan smiled as she followed Ruby's gaze. Soft, warm lights framed the windows and doorway of Scott's home, casting a gentle glow against the dark evening. A wreath with a bright red bow hung on the front door, and a strand of multicolored bulbs twinkled along the porch railing. "Santa lives here," Ruby declared with certainty. Megan laughed softly as she unbuckled Ruby. "I don't know about that, but it does look magical, doesn't it?" They walked up the path together, Ruby clutching Mr. Bear in one hand and Megan's fingers in the other. Before Megan could knock, the door swung open to reveal Scott, his smile warm and inviting. "Right on time," he said, stepping aside to let them in. The aroma of roasted vegetables and something savory greeted Megan as she crossed the threshold. Ruby's nose wrinkled, and she sniffed dramatically. "It smells like Christmas." Scott chuckled, bending slightly to Ruby's level. "Well, we can't have Santa's special guest going hungry, now can we?" Ruby giggled, then her eyes widened as she spotted the Christmas tree in the corner of the living room. She broke free from Megan's grasp and ran toward it, stopping short to point excitedly. "Mommy, look! It's Cupid!" Megan followed her gaze and saw it, a small wooden ornament shaped like a reindeer, with Cupid carefully etched into the side. Scott joined her, his hands resting casually in his pockets. "Figured Ruby might like a little keepsake from Santa's village," he said, his voice low and sincere. Megan's chest tightened with gratitude. "It's perfect," she said softly, glancing at him. "Thank you." "Anything for Ruby," Scott replied, though his eyes lingered on Megan for a moment longer than necessary. Dinner was a cozy affair. Scott had set the small dining table with care, a simple red tablecloth and mismatched holiday-themed plates, giving it a charming, homey feel. Ruby climbed eagerly into her seat, chattering about the ornament and asking if Cupid really missed her. Scott, ever the entertainer, nodded solemnly. "Cupid told me this morning that he's been waiting all week for you to come visit. He even pranced a little extra just for you." Ruby's eyes went wide. "He did?" "Oh, absolutely," Scott said, his tone conspiratorial. "And he said if you're really good, you might even get to meet his cousins next year." Megan bit back a laugh as Ruby gasped, clutching Mr. Bear tightly. "Mommy, did you hear that? I have to be extra good." "I did hear that," Megan said, her lips twitching into a smile. "But let's focus on dinner first, okay?" Scott brought out the food, and Megan was pleasantly surprised by the spread: roasted chicken, mashed potatoes, and a medley of colorful vegetables. Ruby dove into her plate with enthusiasm, though she insisted on keeping one hand on Mr. Bear at all times. Between bites, Scott told stories from Santa's village, exaggerating just enough to keep Ruby giggling. And then Cupid decided he wanted a candy cane, so he stuck his nose right into the basket. I had to explain that reindeer don't eat candy, but I'm pretty sure he didn't believe me. Ruby laughed so hard she nearly knocked over her cup of juice, and Megan reached out to steady it, her smile growing. "You're pretty good at this," Megan said quietly, glancing at Scott as Ruby busied herself with her plate. Scott raised an eyebrow. "At what? Making a fool of myself?" Megan shook her head. "At making her happy." His expression softened, and for a moment, the playfulness in his eyes gave way to something deeper. "She makes it easy," he said simply. After dinner, Ruby wandered over to the couch, the Cupid ornament in her hands. She hummed softly to herself as she showed Mr. Bear her new treasure, her energy finally beginning to wind down. Megan and Scott lingered at the table, the remnants of their meal still between them. Megan ran her fingers lightly over the edge of her plate, her thoughts swirling. "This was wonderful," she said, breaking the silence. "Really? Thank you." Scott leaned back in his chair, his gaze steady on her. "I'm glad you both came." Christmas is better when it's shared. Megan nodded, her fingers still tracing the edge of her plate. It's been a while since I've done anything like this, she admitted. Scott tilted his head slightly, his expression curious, but patient. Like what? Shared a holiday with someone outside of Ruby, Megan said, her voice soft. After Danny, it just felt easier to keep things small. Safe. Scott didn't speak right away, letting her words settle. When he finally did, his tone was gentle. Starting over isn't easy. But from what I've seen, you're doing an incredible job. Ruby's happy, and that says a lot about you. Megan looked up at him, her heart tightening at the sincerity in his voice. It's harder than it looks, she admitted. I don't doubt that, Scott said. But you've got a strength most people only wish they had. And Ruby, she's a lucky kid to have you. Megan felt her cheeks warm under his gaze, and she looked away, focusing instead on the soft glow of the tree in the corner. Thank you, she said quietly. Scott set his glass down, leaning forward slightly as his gaze settled on Megan. Can I be honest about something? Megan looked up, a flicker of curiosity and caution in her expression. Of course. He hesitated, choosing his words carefully. I really hope you and Ruby decide to stick around Palmar Island. It's better with you here. Megan's brow furrowed slightly, a faint blush creeping to her cheeks. That's kind of you to say, she said softly. But it's not that simple. There's still so much to figure out. Scott nodded, his smile gentle. I know. And I'm not trying to make it sound easy. But I've seen the way this place has already embraced you too. You're starting to make a mark here, even if you don't see it yet. Megan toyed with the edge of her napkin, her voice hesitant. It's not just about me. It's about what's best for Ruby. I need to make sure I'm making the right choices for her. And you are, Scott said firmly. But maybe what's right for her is right for you too. Megan blinked, her fingers stilling. What do you mean? Scott leaned back slightly, his tone softening. I mean, it feels like you're holding back, Megan. Like you're afraid to put down roots, because it might hurt too much. But sometimes, taking that chance is what makes all the difference. Her chest tightened, and she glanced toward the softly glowing Christmas tree in the corner, the ornaments catching the light. You make it sound so easy. It's not, Scott admitted. But I think it's worth it. And I think, he paused, his eyes meeting hers. I think we could be worth it too. Megan's breath hitched, the weight of his words settling over her. Scott, You don't have to say anything, he said quickly, his voice steady but warm. I just wanted you to know where I stand. You're not just another person passing through, Megan. At least, not to me. Her lips parted slightly, her heart pounding in a way she hadn't felt in years. The sincerity in his eyes, the quiet strength in his voice, it was overwhelming and comforting all at once. I'm not sure I know how to do this anymore, she admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. Scott's smile was soft, his gaze unwavering. We'll figure it out. If you want to, that is. Megan swallowed hard, her emotions swirling. She wasn't ready to make promises, not yet, but the thought of walking away from this moment felt impossible. Thank you, she said finally, her voice shaky but genuine. For what? For being patient, she said, her lips curving into a faint smile. Scott chuckled softly, his shoulders relaxing. I'm not going anywhere, Megan. Megan opened her mouth to respond, but before she could, Ruby ran over, holding the Cupid ornament high. Look, Santa. It's so shiny. Scott grinned, taking the ornament from her and examining it with exaggerated care. You're right, it's the shiniest reindeer I've ever seen. Ruby giggled, and Megan watched as Scott handed it back to her with a wink. As Scott began clearing the table, he glanced at the clock, a small smile tugging at his lips. So, I have this little Christmas Eve tradition, he said, his tone casual. And I was wondering if you and Ruby might want to come along. Chapter 12. Scott tugged on his coat and wrapped his scarf snugly around his neck as the three of them stepped out into the crisp Christmas Eve night. The air was chilly but not biting, the kind of cold that encouraged bundling up without driving people indoors. Above them, the stars twinkled in a clear, ink-black sky. Ruby gasped as she caught sight of Scott's truck, festively adorned with strings of lights running along its edges and a bright red wreath affixed to the grill. "Mommy! It's a real Santa sleigh." Megan laughed softly, adjusting Ruby's scarf. "I think Santa's been busy with his decorating," she said, glancing at Scott. Scott grinned, opening the back door for Ruby. "You caught me. Thought I'd make the sleigh look official this year." Ruby climbed eagerly into the back seat, her giggles filling the air as she pointed out every tiny detail. "Lights. And a wreath. Mr. Bear loves it." She hugged her ever-present companion tightly. Scott turned to Megan, holding out his hand to help her into the passenger seat. "You ready for this?" Megan smiled, her cheeks flushed from the cold. "I think we are." Scott closed her door gently before circling back to the driver's side and sliding in. The truck hummed to life, its lights casting a soft, cheerful glow on the quiet street as they pulled away. As they drove through the island, Ruby's enthusiasm was infectious. She leaned forward in her seat, pressing her small hands against the window as they passed homes lit up with twinkling decorations. "Look at that one," she exclaimed, pointing to a house with an inflatable snowman in the front yard. "And that one? It has candy canes." Scott chuckled, glancing at Megan. "I think she's got a better eye for Christmas lights than I do." "She gets it from her dad," Megan said softly, her voice tinged with nostalgia. "Danny used to love driving around to see the lights. It was our Christmas Eve tradition." Scott nodded, his tone gentle. "Sounds like a good one to keep going." They pulled up to the first stop, a small house with a simple string of white lights outlining the roof. Scott parked and reached into the back of the truck for a neatly wrapped gift. "Okay, Ruby," he said, turning to her. "You ready to help Santa deliver some Christmas magic?" Ruby's eyes widened, her excitement bubbling over. "Yes." Scott handed her a small gift bag, its handles just the right size for her little hands. "Take this to the door, ring the bell, and say, 'Merry Christmas.' Think you can handle that?" Ruby nodded solemnly, her expression determined. "I can do it." Megan unbuckled Ruby and helped her down from the truck, following close behind as her daughter marched up the porch steps. The doorbell rang, and moments later, the door opened to reveal a mother and her two young children. "Merry Christmas," Ruby declared, holding the bag out with both hands. The family's faces lit up, and the mother crouched to Ruby's level. "Well, thank you, sweetie. Did Santa send you to help?" Ruby nodded, her smile wide. "Yes, I'm his helper." Megan's heart swelled as she watched the interaction, her chest tightening with pride. When Ruby returned to the truck, Scott gave her a high five. "You're a natural," he said warmly. Ruby giggled, climbing back into her seat. "Can we do another one?" Scott winked. "We've got a few more stops, don't worry." The night unfolded in a series of small, magical moments. At each house, Ruby delivered a gift, her confidence growing with every stop. Megan watched from the truck, her heart filling as she saw her daughter's joy. Scott kept the atmosphere light, sharing bits and pieces about the families they were visiting. "This next one," he said as they drove to the final house, "is for a grandmother raising her two grandkids. She's been through a lot this year, but she's one of the strongest people I know." Megan nodded, her gaze softening. "It's incredible what you're doing, Scott. These families, this night means so much to them." Scott glanced at her briefly, his eyes warm. "It means a lot to me too," he said. "It's my favorite part of Christmas." The last delivery complete, they headed toward the beach road, the soft hum of the truck blending with Ruby's sleepy chatter in the back seat. The moon hung low in the sky, its light casting a silvery glow over the water. Scott slowed the truck as they neared a stretch of shoreline where the waves lapped gently against the sand. "Look over there," he said, nodding toward the water. Ruby pressed her face against the window, her small gasp filling the cab. Dolphins. Megan followed Ruby's gaze, her breath catching as she spotted the sleek forms of dolphins playing near the shore. Their movements were graceful and mesmerizing, their fins slicing through the water like ripples of silver. They come close to shore on nights like this, Scott said, his voice low. Almost feels like they know it's Christmas. Ruby clapped her hands, her eyes wide with wonder. They're so pretty. Megan turned to Scott, her voice barely above a whisper. Thank you. For all of this. He glanced at her, his expression soft. You don't have to thank me, Megan. I'm just glad you're here. For a moment, the world seemed to quiet around them, the only sounds the gentle lapping of waves and Ruby's hushed awe. Megan's heart felt full as she looked at Scott, the man who had shown her and Ruby a kind of kindness she hadn't expected but so desperately needed. Back at Scott's bungalow, the warmth of the indoors wrapped around them like a comforting hug. Strings of soft white lights adorned the windows, casting a cozy glow over the modest living room. Ruby let out a small yawn, clutching her Cupid ornament tightly as she wandered toward the couch. Here you go, little one, Scott said gently, pulling a blanket from the armchair and draping it over Ruby. She snuggled in without protest, her eyelids already drooping. Megan smiled, sitting on the edge of the couch to tuck the blanket around Ruby. I think someone's had quite the adventure tonight. She did great, Scott said, his voice soft. She's a natural at spreading Christmas magic. Megan looked up at him, her expression warm. Thank you, Scott. For tonight. For everything. He shrugged, though a faint blush crept into his cheeks. It's my favorite tradition. I'm glad you and Ruby could be part of it. Straightening, Scott moved toward the kitchen. How about some hot cocoa? Seems like the perfect way to end the night. That sounds great, Megan said, her tone lighter now, though her gaze lingered on Ruby for a moment before she leaned back into the couch. Scott busied himself at the stove, the soft clink of mugs and the hiss of steam filling the quiet space. He carried 2 mugs over a few minutes later, handing one to Megan and taking a seat across from her. The steam curled between them, carrying the sweet scent of cocoa and melted marshmallows. For a moment, they sipped in comfortable silence, the glow of the lights and the sound of Ruby's even breathing, creating a tranquil backdrop. Scott set his mug down, the sound barely audible over the quiet hum of the room. He rubbed the back of his neck, clearly working up the courage to say something. Megan, he began, his voice slightly hesitant. She looked up, her expression curious. I have one more gift, he said, reaching under the side table where a small, carefully wrapped package was tucked. For you. Megan's brow furrowed as she took the package from his outstretched hands. Scott, you've already done so much tonight. You didn't have to. I wanted to, he interrupted gently, his tone leaving no room for argument. Her fingers worked at the paper slowly, almost reverently, as if prolonging the moment. When the wrapping fell away, she gasped softly. It was a photo album, its cover crafted from rich wood with an engraved design of stars and reindeer, the edges polished to a smooth shine. Scott, she murmured, running her fingers over the intricate design. This is beautiful. Open it, he said, his voice quieter now. Scott watched as Megan flipped open the photo album, her fingers grazing the engraved cover. Her breath hitched slightly as she took in the first page. He saw her eyes widen at the vibrant images, children laughing on Santa's lap, families posed against the twinkling backdrop of the village, and Cupid nuzzling curious little hands. He waited silently as she turned the pages, the flicker of emotions crossing her face pulling at his heart. When she reached the photos toward the end, she paused. Scott held his breath, watching her expression change as she recognized the images. There was Ruby at Cupid's pen, her laughter frozen in time as her curls bounced wildly in the shot. The next photo showed Megan crouched by the crafts table, helping a child glue decorations onto an ornament, her smile as warm as the light spilling over her. And then the final image. It was of the 3 of them together, Scott in his Santa suit, Megan in her elf costume, and Ruby perched between them, her grin radiant and full of unrestrained joy. Megan's throat moved as she swallowed, her eyes glistening. She lifted her gaze to his, and Scott felt his chest tighten at the depth of emotion there. Scott, her voice was barely a whisper, trembling with unspoken gratitude. I don't even know what to say. He leaned forward, his voice low but steady. You brought so much light to this season, Megan. For Ruby, for me, for so many others. I wanted you to see the difference you've made. A tear slipped down her cheek, glimmering in the soft light of the room. She brushed it away quickly, her lips curving into a shaky smile. This means more than you know, she murmured. Thank you. Scott hesitated, his words coming slowly, deliberately. You've made a difference in my life too, Megan. More than I can put into words. Her lips parted, and her breathing quickened just slightly. Scott couldn't look away, the air between them heavy with something unspoken, but undeniable. Her eyes flicked to his, soft and searching, and he knew. He leaned in cautiously, every movement deliberate, giving her the space to pull away if she needed to. She didn't. Instead, she stayed perfectly still, her breath mingling with his, carrying the faint scent of cocoa and something uniquely hers. When their lips met, it was tentative, a gentle connection that sent warmth coursing through him. Her lips were soft, and the faintest taste of cocoa lingered there, blending with the sweetness of the moment. The warmth of her skin against his, the faint brush of her breath, grounded him in a way he hadn't felt in years. The quiet crackle of the fireplace seemed to fade as the world narrowed to just this, just her. He felt her lean into him slightly, the subtle shift sending a surge of emotion through him. When they finally broke apart, her eyes fluttered open, shimmering with unshed tears, her cheeks flushed. Scott couldn't help but smile, the warmth of the moment settling deep into his chest. Scott, she said, her voice trembling softly. Thank you, for tonight, for everything. His smile deepened, his voice low but steady. You deserve it, Megan. You both do. She stood carefully, glancing toward Ruby, who was still curled on the couch, her cupid ornament clutched tightly in her small hands. Megan crouched beside her, shaking her shoulder gently. Ruby, sweetheart, it's time to go home. Ruby stirred, murmuring something incoherent as she sat up, her eyes heavy with sleep. Scott moved instinctively, lifting her in his arms. She rested her head against his shoulder without protest, her tiny hands still clutching the ornament. He carried her to the car, her warmth a comforting weight against him. Megan followed, gathering their things, and watching as Scott carefully buckled Ruby into her seat. Thank you again, she said softly, her voice carrying a quiet sincerity that lingered in the air. Anytime, Scott replied, his gaze steady and warm. Merry Christmas, Megan. Merry Christmas, Scott, she said, a faint but genuine smile on her lips. He stood there for a moment, watching as her car disappeared down the street, the glow of her taillights fading into the night. As he walked back into the house, inspiration struck. He headed straight to his workshop, eager to get to work. Chapter 13. Megan stirred awake to the sound of tiny, rapid footsteps padding down the hall. Before she had a chance to fully open her eyes, Ruby burst into the room, her curls bouncing wildly as she launched herself onto the bed. Mommy! Mommy, it's Christmas! Ruby's voice was breathless with excitement, her small hands tugging at Megan's blanket. Santa came. We have to see. Megan smiled despite the lingering fog of sleep and the heaviness of her thoughts. Good morning to you too, sweetheart, she said, brushing a strand of hair out of Ruby's face. Ruby's grin widened as she climbed onto the bed and bounced on her knees. Can we go now? Please? Pretty please? Megan laughed softly, sitting up and stretching. All right, let me put on my robe, and we'll go see what Santa left. Ruby clapped her hands and darted to the doorway, practically vibrating with anticipation. Megan slipped on her robe and slippers, stifling a yawn as she followed her daughter down the short hall to the cozy living room of their bungalow. The room was bathed in the soft glow of Christmas lights strung along the mantel and the small tree they had decorated together. Beneath its branches sat a modest pile of presents, wrapped in brightly colored paper and topped with simple bows. Ruby gasped, her eyes widening as she took in the sight. Santa came. Yes, he did, Megan said, her heart swelling at her daughter's pure delight. Ruby dove into the pile, her small hands tearing into the first package. The sound of ripping paper filled the room, accompanied by her gleeful exclamations as each new treasure was revealed: a doll she'd been eyeing for weeks, a set of art supplies, a stuffed bunny with floppy ears. Megan sat on the couch, her mug of coffee cradled in her hands as she watched Ruby's joy unfold. The room was warm and cozy, the scent of pine mingling with the faint aroma of coffee and the holiday candles she had lit the night before. Ruby held up a small book triumphantly. Look, Mommy. It's like the one Santa Scott gave me. Megan's smile softened, though her chest tightened at the mention of Scott. That's wonderful, sweetheart, she said, setting her mug down to help Ruby unwrap the next gift. As Ruby's laughter filled the room, Megan couldn't help feeling the bittersweet edge to the moment. This was what Christmas should be, filled with love and joy, but the thoughts swirling in her mind cast a shadow she couldn't quite shake. After all the gifts had been opened and Ruby was thoroughly engrossed in playing with her new doll and art supplies, Megan retrieved her coffee and sank into the armchair by the window. She gazed outside, where the morning light cast a golden glow over the quiet street. The stillness felt like a stark contrast to the noise in her head. She thought of the phone call she'd had with Danny's colleague in San Diego. The job offer was solid, more than solid, really. It was a chance to rebuild her career, to create the kind of stability she'd always envisioned for Ruby. But then there was Palmar Island. Her gaze flicked to the photo album Scott had given her, still sitting on the coffee table. She leaned forward and traced the engraved design on the cover with her fingertips, her mind replaying the way Scott had looked at her last night. His sincerity, his warmth, it had caught her off guard but had also planted a seed of something she hadn't dared to feel in a long time. And then there was the kiss. The memory of it was vivid, stealing her breath all over again. The softness of his lips, the warmth of his touch, the steady, unhurried way he had leaned in, giving her the space to pull away but somehow making her feel safe enough to stay. Megan's cheeks heated at the thought, her heart fluttering in a way she hadn't expected. It wasn't just the kiss itself, it was everything it had meant. Scott wasn't just kind or thoughtful. He saw her. Somehow, despite the guarded walls she'd tried to keep in place, he'd slipped past them, showing her a version of herself she'd almost forgotten existed. She exhaled slowly, leaning back in her chair as she rubbed her temples. What am I doing? It wasn't supposed to happen, not the kiss, not the connection that seemed to grow stronger every time they spoke. She hadn't planned for this. She hadn't planned for him. And yet, here he was. The feel of his lips lingered, as real and vivid as the photo album in front of her. She had kissed him back, and more than that, she had wanted to. For a fleeting moment, the world had felt lighter, as though the weight she'd been carrying for so long had started to shift. But could she let herself feel that again? Could she risk her heart when so much of it was still tied to the past, to Danny, to the life they had dreamed of together before everything had unraveled? Her fingers tightened on the album's cover, her thoughts colliding like waves in a storm. The kiss had meant something. It had awakened something. But it also terrified her. Ruby's cheerful humming pulled Megan from her thoughts, grounding her in the present. Her daughter was the reason for all of this, the reason she had left her old life behind and started over. Everything she did was for Ruby, and she couldn't afford to make mistakes, especially when it came to matters of the heart. She glanced back at the album, the edges of her lips softening into a faint smile, despite the swirl of doubt. Whatever the future held, Scott had given her something she hadn't realized she needed, a reminder that there was still light, still connection, still the possibility of joy. For now, that would have to be enough. She glanced over at Ruby, who was drawing a picture with her new crayons. Ruby's contentment was palpable, her joy radiating through the small room like sunlight. Mommy, look. Ruby held up her drawing, a colorful scene of a Christmas tree with Cupid standing beside it. Megan smiled, her heart tugging at the innocence in her daughter's expression. It's beautiful, Ruby. You're such a talented artist. Ruby beamed, returning to her work with single-minded focus. Megan took another sip of her coffee, her gaze drifting back to the window. The morning was calm, the kind of peace that seemed to settle over Palmar Island like a soft blanket. Her thoughts returned to Scott. His words from last night lingered, intertwining with the images from the album he'd given her. "You brought so much light to this season, for Ruby, for me, for so many others." The sincerity in his voice had stayed with her, his quiet belief in her settling into a corner of her heart she hadn't expected to open. And yet, the question loomed. Was this connection, this fragile, budding hope, worth risking her future for? Could she afford to choose the possibility of love over the certainty of rebuilding her life in San Diego? Megan exhaled slowly, the weight of the decision pressing down on her. One look at her daughter and she resolved to push the thoughts aside for now. Christmas was about Ruby, about creating joy and new memories. The rest, Scott, the job offer, the tangled emotions threatening to overwhelm her, would have to wait. "Ruby," she called softly, setting her coffee down and rising from the chair. "How about some pancakes for breakfast?" Christmas pancakes, with extra syrup. Ruby's eyes lit up. "Yay! Can I help?" "Of course," Megan said, her smile warming as she moved toward the kitchen. The knock came mid-morning, echoing softly through the cozy bungalow. Megan frowned, brushing her hands against her jeans as she stood from the couch where Ruby was happily engaged in an elaborate tea party with her new doll. She wasn't expecting anyone, and most of the neighbors knew she liked to keep to herself. She opened the door cautiously, her breath catching when she saw Scott standing there, a wrapped package in his hands and that familiar, easy smile on his face. The twinkle in his eyes, amplified by the crisp winter light, sent a flutter through her chest. "Merry Christmas," Scott said warmly, shifting the package slightly in his hands. "Again." "Scott," Megan said, surprised but not unhappy to see him. "Merry Christmas. What are you doing here?" He shrugged lightly, his smile softening. "Thought I'd stop by and see how your morning's been. Got a little something for you, too." Touched by his thoughtfulness, Megan stepped aside and motioned for him to come in. "Ruby's been asking when we'll see Santa again," she said with a small smile. "I figured as much," he said, chuckling as he stepped into the warmth of the house. Ruby looked up from her tea party as Scott entered, her eyes lighting up instantly. "Santa Scott," she squealed, hopping to her feet and rushing over to him. Scott crouched down, ruffling her curls. "Hey there, Ruby. Did you have a good Christmas morning?" Ruby nodded enthusiastically. "Look what I got." She tugged him toward the couch, showing off her doll, bunny, and art supplies, with unrestrained excitement. Scott listened attentively, offering playful comments that made Ruby giggle. Megan watched from the kitchen doorway, her heart tugging at the scene. The way Scott interacted with Ruby, so patient, so genuine, made her wonder if she'd ever seen someone who understood her daughter so effortlessly. After Ruby returned to her tea party, Megan gestured toward the couch. "Sit down. I'll get you some coffee." Scott smiled and settled into the couch, looking around the living room. The soft glow of Christmas lights and the scattered remnants of wrapping paper gave the space a cozy, lived-in feel. When Megan returned with 2 steaming mugs, she sat beside him, the silence between them comfortable but charged with something unspoken. "How's your morning been?" Scott asked, his tone casual but warm. "Good," Megan said, tucking her legs beneath her. Ruby was thrilled, as you can probably tell. "It's nice to see her so happy." She paused, then added softly, "Thank you again for last night." She hasn't stopped talking about the sleigh ride. Scott's smile widened. "I'm glad she had fun. She's a great kid, Megan. You've done an amazing job with her." Megan looked down at her mug, her cheeks warming. "Thanks. That means a lot." Scott set his coffee on the table, his expression growing thoughtful. "You know," he began, his voice quieter now, "Christmas is always quiet for me, unless my sister drags me down to her place. Most years, it's just me and the memories of my parents. They made it special when I was young, even when we didn't have much." Megan looked up at him, sensing the shift in his tone. But this year, he continued, glancing toward Ruby with a soft smile, it's been different. You and Ruby, you've made it feel special again. Megan's heart tightened. She didn't speak, letting him find the words he seemed to be working up to. I don't know what the future holds, Scott said, meeting her eyes. But I want you to know I'm here. For both of you. No matter what happens. Megan's breath caught. The sincerity in his voice was unmistakable, and it filled the room with a quiet gravity. She hesitated, her fingers tightening around her mug. There's something I haven't told you, she said softly. I've been offered a job. Back in San Diego. Scott's expression didn't falter, though she saw a flicker of something in his eyes. Disappointment maybe? He nodded slowly. That's a big opportunity, he said carefully. Have you decided? Megan shook her head, the uncertainty swirling inside her. No. It's a good job. A chance to get back on my feet, to rebuild. She glanced toward Ruby, who was humming softly as she arranged her dolls. But leaving here, leaving what we're starting to build here, she trailed off, unsure how to finish the thought. Scott leaned forward, resting his forearms on his knees. Megan, I'd never want to hold you back from what's best for you and Ruby, he said gently. But if there's a way to stay connected, to keep being part of your lives, I'd like that. Her eyes stung, the weight of his words settling over her like a warm blanket. You mean a lot to us, Scott, she said quietly. You've made this season, this place, feel like home in a way I didn't think was possible. His lips curved into a small, hopeful smile. Then maybe that's something worth holding on to. The moment hung between them, the sound of Ruby's playful chatter, grounding them in the present. Scott straightened slightly and cleared his throat, his nervousness apparent. I brought you something, he said, picking up the package he'd set beside him earlier. Megan took the gift, her fingers brushing the smooth wrapping paper. You didn't have to, she said, though her voice was soft with gratitude. Scott smiled. I wanted to. Go on, open it. She unwrapped the package carefully, her fingers brushing the edges of the plain brown paper. Inside, nestled in a soft cloth, was a set of wooden bookends. The polished surface gleamed, and each bookend featured a carved dolphin leaping gracefully, its arc smooth and fluid as though captured mid-dive. Megan's breath caught as she traced the intricate details with her fingertips, marveling at the craftsmanship. The wood was warm and smooth, the dolphin's forms both delicate and sturdy, as though they carried the weight of the stories they were meant to hold. I made them last night, Scott said quietly, his voice steady but laced with nervousness. I thought maybe Ruby and you could use them for those books you've been picking up. Megan glanced up at him, her throat tightening with emotion. Scott, she whispered, her voice catching. They're beautiful. I don't even know what to say. Scott's lips quirked into a small smile, his blue eyes warm. You don't have to say anything. I just wanted you to have something that felt like home. Megan's fingers lingered on one of the dolphins, her chest ached as the memory of everything they'd shared, everything she was leaving behind, washed over her. Thank you, she murmured, her voice thick with gratitude. These are perfect. Scott ducked his head, a faint flush coloring his cheeks. I'm glad you like them. I figured they'd remind you of the island. Megan managed a soft laugh, blinking back the emotion welling in her eyes. They will. They'll remind me of so much more than that. He watched her closely, his gaze steady. You deserve beautiful things, Megan. You both do. She set the bookends down and looked up at him. The gratitude she felt was overwhelming, but it was more than that. Scott's kindness, his steady presence, it was breaking down walls she hadn't even realized she'd built. Thank you, she said, her voice trembling slightly. Scott smiled, a quiet understanding passing between them. Merry Christmas, Megan. Scott stood to leave. Ruby ran over, clutching her doll. Bye, Santa Scott, she said brightly, throwing her arms around his legs. Scott laughed, crouching to give her a quick hug. Bye, Ruby. Be good, okay? She nodded solemnly, her curls bouncing. Megan walked Scott to the door, the cool morning air brushing against her as she opened it. "Thank you," she said again, her voice soft but firm. "Anytime," Scott said, his smile warm and steady. Megan lingered in the doorway, watching as he walked away. Her thoughts turned to the exquisite, handmade gifts he'd created for them, each piece a reminder of his kindness and thoughtfulness. Her heart swelled with gratitude and a bittersweet ache she wasn't ready to name. When Ruby tugged gently at her hand, Megan blinked back her thoughts and knelt down, pulling her daughter into a tight embrace. Chapter 14. Scott sat in the worn leather chair by the fireplace, the soft crackle of the flames filling the quiet bungalow. The room was warm, but he couldn't shake the cool weight that settled in his chest as he turned over the events of Christmas morning in his mind. Megan's words about the job offer in San Diego played on a loop. He'd known she had doubts about staying on Palmar Island, but hearing her voice the possibility of leaving had hit him harder than he'd expected. He reached for the mug of coffee on the side table, the ceramic warm against his palm. "She hasn't made a decision yet," he reminded himself quietly. "And she said we'd stay connected." It was something, more than he had feared, but less than he wanted. Megan was cautious, that much was clear. She had her reasons, and Scott respected that. Still, he couldn't deny the growing certainty in his own heart. He wanted to be part of her life, and Ruby's too. The ring of his phone cut through the quiet. Scott glanced at the screen and saw his sister Kara's name. Smiling, he answered, leaning back in his chair. "Merry Christmas," he said, his tone lighter than he felt. "Merry Christmas to you too, big brother," Kara replied. "What's it like playing Santa for the whole island? Did that reindeer of yours finally talk you into moving up north, or are you sending him back all by his lonesome?" Scott chuckled, grateful for her easy banter. "Cupid's never lonely, and he likes it up in Maine just fine without me. But who knows, maybe one day." Kara's laughter was warm, the sound like a soft balm. "So, how's Christmas? Don't tell me you're sitting at home alone with a mug of coffee and that old Christmas movie you watch every year. There's still time to come join us. Charleston isn't that far." Scott hesitated, his smile widening despite himself. "I'm home, but I'm not alone, not exactly." "Oh?" Kara's tone shifted, laced with curiosity. "What aren't you telling me?" Scott rubbed the back of his neck, feeling oddly self-conscious. "I've been spending some time with someone. Megan. She moved to the island a couple of months ago with her daughter, Ruby." Kara let out a delighted laugh. "Scott Callahan, are you telling me you've finally met someone special?" "It's not like that," Scott said quickly. "Megan's been through a lot. She's careful, and I don't want to push her. But she's nice, Kara. Someone I can talk to. And Ruby, she's this sweet, funny little kid who reminds me how magical Christmas can be." "You sound nervous," Kara teased, though her voice softened with understanding. "Don't overthink it. If Megan is the right one, she'll see how much you care. Just be yourself." Scott sighed, her words settling over him like a gentle nudge. "She mentioned a job offer in California," he admitted. "I want to support whatever's best for her and Ruby, but I can't pretend the idea of her leaving doesn't bother me." "Then show her what staying could mean," Kara said simply. "You don't have to convince her. Just remind her what she has here. And let her make the choice." Scott nodded, even though she couldn't see him. "You're right." "Thanks, Kara." "Always," she replied. "Now go make some Christmas magic happen. I want updates. And you better come down for a visit before the kids go back to school." "I will." Scott laughed softly. "And you'll be the first to know if there is any news." "You better. Or I'll come track you down," Kara said. "I'm heading up that way in a couple of days." "You're welcome here anytime," he said. After hanging up, Scott sat for a while, staring into the fire as an idea began to take shape. He didn't want to overwhelm Megan or make her feel like he was pressuring her to stay. But he also wanted her to know how much he cared, and how much he believed in the life they could build here. New Year's Eve. It was just a few days away, and the perfect opportunity to remind Megan of the connection they'd started to build. A quiet evening, something simple but meaningful. Scott thought about the beach, how much Ruby had loved seeing the dolphins, and how Megan had gazed at the moonlit water with a look of wonder she probably didn't even realize she'd worn. A candlelit picnic, he decided. Something special, just for the three of them. He'd bring good food, soft blankets, and maybe even string a few lights for ambience. This time of the year, they'd even let you light a fire in the sand. That should keep them warm. He would craft something for Megan to show how he felt about her. Something special. He saw the design for the intricate jewelry box in his mind's eye almost instantly. And one day, it may hold a special set of rings. If she'd have him. And for Ruby? Scott smiled to himself. He could carve her a small treasure box. Something to keep her Santa memories in. His mind buzzed with plans as he leaned forward, his elbows resting on his knees. He wanted to make this night unforgettable. Not just for Megan and Ruby, but for himself as well. He had no idea what the future held, but he knew one thing for certain. He wasn't ready to let them go. Taking a deep breath, he picked up his phone and dialed. "Megan, it's Scott," he said, the words coming out fast, almost of their own volition. "Do you have plans for New Year's Eve?" "Not yet," she said softly. "How about the two of you spend it with me then?" he asked, his heart beating a mile a minute. "I promised to make it special." "We could do that," she said. "As long as it's nothing too late, or too loud." "It won't be," he promised, before wrapping up their conversation. "I'll pick you up around 5. As the fire crackled softly, Scott allowed himself to imagine Megan's smile when she saw the picnic, Ruby's delight at the little box he'd carve, and the possibility of something deeper blooming between them. "Here's to New Year's," he murmured, his voice quiet but filled with determination. "Let's make it count." Over the next few days, Scott poured himself into preparations. If New Year's Eve was going to be special, he wanted every detail to feel thoughtful, personal, and meaningful. His next stop was Mary's diner, the place where it had all started. Walking through the door, he was greeted by the warm aroma of freshly baked pies and Mary's familiar voice. "Well, if it isn't Santa Claus himself," Mary said with a grin, wiping her hands on her apron as she approached. "What brings you in today?" "Hey, Mary," Scott said, leaning on the counter. "I need to order one of your famous pies. Something festive, but not too flashy." Mary arched an eyebrow, her smile growing sly. "Festive, but not flashy? Sounds like a date." Scott chuckled, scratching the back of his neck. "Maybe. It's for Megan and Ruby. Something to make New Year's feel a little special." Mary's expression softened, her teasing replaced with genuine warmth. "Well, aren't you just the sweetest? I'll make you a fresh peanut butter pie. It's Ruby approved, right?" "Absolutely," Scott said, his grin widening. "Thanks, Mary." As she scribbled down a note, Scott glanced around the diner, the hum of conversation and clatter of plates adding to its cozy charm. He couldn't help but think about the day he and Megan had shared lunch here, her laughter brightening the booth and her presence making everything feel just a little warmer. Mary looked up. "I assume you want to pick it up on New Year's Eve. We'll be open until 6. Scott smiled. "Thanks, Mary. I'll be here long before then." By the time the sun set on New Year's Eve, he planned to be at the beach with the two most important people in his life. From the diner, he headed to the hardware store, where he browsed the aisles with purpose. Lanterns, cozy blankets, and sparklers quickly filled his basket as he envisioned how the beach would look under the soft glow of light. The sparklers, in particular, made him smile. He could already picture Ruby's delighted face as she held one aloft, her laughter ringing out against the backdrop of crashing waves. At the checkout counter, Kenny Brown, the store owner, eyed the collection with interest. "Planning something special?" "Something like that," Scott said, sliding the basket forward. "Good for you," Kenny said with a nod. "This town could use more folks making real memories." None of that screen-staring nonsense. Scott chuckled, taking the bag of supplies. Here's hoping this one counts. Back at his place, Scott retreated to his workshop. The smell of fresh wood filled the air as he focused on his final touch, a small wooden box for Megan. And a matching one for Ruby. He had chosen a simple design, a smooth, rounded star etched with the words, "New Beginnings." It felt fitting, a quiet symbol of the hope he held for their future. As the carving knife moved over the wood, Scott's thoughts drifted to Megan. Her cautious smile, the way she had opened up little by little. It all made him want to be someone she could trust. Someone she could count on, no matter what. The star took shape under his careful hands, its edges smooth and its design delicate. When he finished, he held it up to the light, turning it slowly. It wasn't flashy or extravagant, but it was sincere. Just like the feelings he'd been carrying for her. As evening approached, Scott stepped onto the porch of his bungalow, the cool air brushing against his face. The stars were scattered across the sky, their quiet brilliance reminding him of the night he'd spent with Megan and Ruby delivering gifts. He leaned against the railing, his gaze fixed on the horizon. There was still a chance Megan might choose San Diego, but Scott knew he couldn't control that. What he could do was show her what staying could mean. For her, for Ruby, and for him. Chapter 15. Megan sat at the small desk in her bedroom, the early morning light filtering through the blinds. Her laptop whirred quietly, and the inbox on the screen displayed a subject line that made her breath catch. Official job offer, San Diego opportunity. Her stomach flipped as she clicked the email, her heart racing with a mix of excitement and dread. She had been expecting this, but now that it was here, the reality felt far heavier than she anticipated. It was everything she'd hoped for and more. The job offer came with a competitive salary, a leadership role in a dynamic, growing company, and even a generous relocation package. It was the kind of opportunity she would have jumped at a year ago. Before everything had changed. Megan scanned the email again, her eyes lingering on phrases like career advancement and team leader. These were the words she used to dream about, back when her life was structured around ambition and the steady climb of her legal career. But now, as the cursor blinked at the bottom of the message, she felt an ache settle in her chest. A move back to San Diego would mean security, a chance to rebuild not just her career, but her confidence. As appealing as it sounded on paper, the thought of uprooting Ruby from Palmar Island and everything they'd found here brought a sharp pang of doubt. Her gaze drifted to the small photo album Scott had given her, sitting on the corner of her desk. The engraved stars on its wooden cover caught the morning light, and her thoughts inevitably turned to him. His quiet sincerity, his kindness, his willingness to give without expecting anything in return. All of it had stirred something in her she wasn't sure how to name. The sound of tiny footsteps pattering down the hall pulled Megan from her thoughts. She quickly minimized the email just as Ruby burst into the room, a wide grin lighting up her face. She held up a piece of paper, the edges smudged with crayon. The drawing featured Cupid, complete with what Megan guessed were antlers and silver bells. "Oh, sweetheart, that's amazing," Megan said, scooping Ruby into her lap. She traced her fingers lightly over the drawing. "Is Cupid pulling Santa's sleigh in this picture?" Ruby giggled, nodding. "And there's a big star in the sky so he doesn't get lost." Megan pressed a kiss to Ruby's curls, her heart squeezing. Her daughter's joy was infectious, and for a moment, Megan allowed herself to bask in it. But the timing of Ruby's arrival felt like a cosmic nudge, a reminder of the weight of her decision. Would moving to San Diego take away the happiness Ruby had found here? Ruby wiggled out of her lap, clutching the picture. "I'm gonna show Gertrude," she announced, darting back toward the living room. Megan watched her go, a lump forming in her throat. Palmar Island wasn't just a refuge for her. It was becoming Ruby's safe haven too. Still feeling the weight of the decision, Megan reached for her phone and opened her messages. She found Lauren's name and quickly typed. "Got the official job offer. Can we talk later?" The response came almost immediately. "Of course. I'm around this afternoon. Call me whenever." Megan set the phone down, her fingers lingering over the cool wood of Scott's photo album. She flipped it open, her eyes drawn to the pictures toward the back, the ones of Ruby laughing by Cupid's pen, of herself surrounded by glitter and crafts, and of the three of them together, their smiles bright and genuine. She closed the album with a sigh, her thoughts swirling. The offer in San Diego was everything she thought she wanted. So why did it feel like the decision to take it would mean leaving more behind than just a small island town? Pushing the laptop aside, Megan rested her chin on her hands and stared out the window at the calm morning outside. The sky was pale blue, the kind of winter day that promised a crisp breeze and clear sunshine. "Think, Megan," she whispered to herself. "What's best for Ruby? What's best for both of us?" But no matter how she framed the question, the answers didn't come easily. The afternoon sun streamed through the windows of the cozy bungalow, casting golden light across the living room. Ruby sat cross-legged on the floor, surrounded by crayons and construction paper, her little hands working diligently on another masterpiece. Megan watched her from the kitchen table, a soft smile tugging at her lips as Ruby hummed a tune under her breath. "Mommy, look!" Ruby exclaimed, holding up her newest drawing. It was a scene of their bungalow, complete with a tiny Cupid grazing near a Christmas tree in the yard. "That's beautiful, sweetheart," Megan said, moving to kneel beside her. "You're such a great artist. I love how you made the sky pink." "It's my favorite color," Ruby said matter-of-factly, then added with a shy grin, "I love it here, Mommy. I love Cupid and Santa Scott and Gertrude and the beach. Can we stay forever?" Megan's heart clenched. She brushed a strand of hair from Ruby's face, her voice soft. "I'm so glad you love it here, sweetie." Ruby beamed, returning to her drawing with the unburdened joy only a child could feel. Megan stood and moved to the kitchen window, the weight of Ruby's words settling on her shoulders. Would taking Ruby to San Diego strip her of the happiness she'd found here? Megan stepped out onto the porch, letting the salty ocean breeze kiss her cheeks. The rhythmic sound of the waves lapping against the shore in the distance offered a small reprieve from the storm of thoughts swirling in her mind. Pulling her phone from her pocket, she found Lauren's name in her contacts and hit dial. The phone barely rang twice before Lauren's voice came through. "Megan. Happy holidays." Lauren's warmth was as familiar as ever, her cheer a bomb Megan didn't realize she needed. "Hi, Lauren. I hope you had a great Christmas," Megan said, her voice quieter than usual. "What's up? How's Ruby? How's the island life treating you?" "It's nice. We both like it here." Megan hesitated for a moment before plunging in. "I think I need to take the job. It's too good to pass up." "Oh, Megan, that's fantastic." Lauren's enthusiasm was genuine. She didn't respond. But, Megan echoed, sinking into the rocking chair. She stared out at the horizon where the ocean met the sky. "I don't know, Lauren. It's everything I thought I wanted. The money is good, really good, and I could start practicing law again." Lauren's voice softened. "But you're not sure it's the right move anymore." "No," Megan admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. "Ruby loves it here. She's happy in a way I haven't seen in months. We've started building something, a life, maybe even a community. And then there's Scott." Lauren let out a quiet laugh. "I was wondering when you'd bring him up. Tell me about him." Megan felt her cheeks flush, even with no one to see. "He's kind. Thoughtful. Ruby adores him, and he's been so good to her. To both of us. He's steady, Lauren, like a rock. I didn't think I'd feel this way about someone again, but he makes me feel safe?" Lauren offered gently. "Yes," Megan admitted, the word hanging in the air between them. Lauren's tone grew serious. "Megan, I'm so glad you've found someone who makes you feel that way. You've been through so much, and you deserve to rebuild. But, just make sure you're not rushing into something before you're ready," Lauren said carefully. "I'm not saying Scott's not a great guy or that Palmar Island isn't a good fit. But starting something serious while you're still healing. It could complicate things. Megan pressed her free hand to her forehead, her chest tightening. I know. And this offer feels like a now or never kind of thing. The deadline is coming up, and if I say no, I don't know when another opportunity like this will come. Lauren sighed. You're feeling pulled in two directions. That's normal. And you know how much I would love to have both of you back here again. Megan took a deep breath. She missed her friend as well. And not just Lauren. A few months ago, she didn't have a choice. With a new position, moving back was an option. Think carefully about what's best for you and Ruby, not just practically, but emotionally. You've built something there, and it's okay to let that weigh in on your decision too, Lauren said. Megan nodded, even though Lauren couldn't see her. Thanks, Lauren. I don't know if I'm strong enough to make the right choice. You are, Megan, Lauren said firmly. You're one of the strongest people I know. Trust yourself, and you'll figure this out. Later that evening, Megan sat at the dining table, her notebook open in front of her, the blank page staring back like a challenge. She tapped the pen against the edge of the table, her thoughts swirling. She needed clarity, a way to untangle the knot of emotions and practicalities that had wound so tightly around her since she'd read that email. She drew a line down the middle of the page, dividing it into two columns. On the left, she wrote San Diego, her handwriting steady and precise. On the right, Palmar Island, the letters slightly more hesitant, as though committing the name to the page carried weight. Her pen moved instinctively to the San Diego side first. This was the logical choice, the one with concrete reasons she could articulate. She began listing them, letting each one settle on the page like a brick in a foundation. San Diego offered stability, a steady career and a leadership role that came with a salary she could rely on. The financial security it promised could give her and Ruby a comfortable life, free of the penny pinching she'd become so accustomed to over the past year. And then there was the fresh start it represented, the chance to rebuild her professional life and regain the confidence that had been chipped away by Danny's sudden death and the upheaval that followed. She paused, her pen hovering above the page, before moving to the other column. Palmar Island. This list was harder to articulate, the reasons more personal, less concrete. She began with Ruby. Her daughter's joy here was undeniable, the giggles as she played with Cupid, the way she lit up every time she ran into Gertrude, and the pure happiness that radiated from her whenever she talked about Santa's village. Ruby felt at home here in a way Megan hadn't expected, and it tugged at her heart to imagine pulling her away from that. She added another thought, her pen moving slowly. There was the sense of community she was starting to feel. It wasn't just Ruby who had found a place here. Megan had started to feel the gentle pull of belonging too, in the way Miss Doris looked out for her, in the kindness of strangers who were quickly becoming familiar faces, and in the unexpected joy of Christmas morning with Scott. And then there was Scott. She hesitated before writing his name, her grip on the pen tightening. It felt too intimate, too final, to see his name there, but she couldn't deny his impact on her life. Or on Ruby's. His kindness, his steady presence, and the way he made her feel seen and safe in a way she hadn't experienced in so long. All of it mattered. Megan set the pen down and stared at the page. The San Diego column looked neat, organized, and logical, a list of reasons that made perfect sense on paper. But the Palmar Island side, messier, more emotional, held a weight she hadn't expected. She leaned back in her chair, her eyes drifting to the photo album Scott had given her. It sat on the coffee table, its engraved cover catching the soft light of the lamp beside it. She reached for it, running her fingers over the smooth wood, her mind flashing to the moments it held. There was Ruby, beaming at Cupid's pen, her laughter practically audible through the image. There was Megan herself, crouched by the crafts table, her cheeks dusted with glitter as she helped a child with an ornament. And then there was the three of them, Scott in his Santa suit, Megan in her elf costume, and Ruby perched between them, her smile wide and carefree. Megan closed the album gently and let out a slow breath. The thought of leaving this behind felt like tearing a page out of a book she'd just begun to write, one that held the promise of something beautiful. But the other side of the equation was impossible to ignore. San Diego offered certainty, and certainty was hard to argue against when she thought about the future she wanted to build for Ruby. Could she really risk staying on Palmar Island, a place where everything felt so new, so fragile? Where she was once again unemployed and with little to no prospects of finding a job that would support herself and her daughter? The sound of her phone buzzing pulled her from her thoughts. She glanced at the screen and saw Scott's name. Looking forward to New Year's Eve. A small smile played on her lips as she read the message, but it was tinged with guilt. She hadn't told him about the official offer, about the weight of the decision pressing on her shoulders. How could she? The thought of disappointing him, of letting him down, felt unbearable. Megan set the phone down and leaned forward, resting her head in her hands. The decision loomed over her like a storm cloud, and while she longed for the clarity to choose, all she felt was the pull of two opposing tides. For a brief moment, she allowed herself to imagine what it would be like to stay. To keep building a life here, to let herself hope for something more with Scott. The thought warmed her, but it was fleeting, replaced by the cold edge of uncertainty. Chapter 16. Scott turned down the familiar path to Miss Doris's house, a freshly crafted drying rack balanced in his hands. It was one of his favorite projects. The sturdy but elegant piece was made of polished cedar, its natural grain shining through. Miss Doris had mentioned needing a new one weeks ago, and Scott had carved out the time to finish it. He hoped the elderly woman would like it. And it would be enough to bargain for her help in adding the finishing touches to the big picnic he had planned. The big night was almost here. The night that he hoped would change his life forever. As he approached Miss Doris's beachfront house, Scott slowed his pace. The salty tang of the ocean breeze carried the faintest hint of winter's chill, cutting through the otherwise mild air. The rhythmic crash of waves against the shore formed a soothing backdrop, but it did little to calm the unease settling in his chest. Miss Doris's cottage always exuded warmth, with its cheerful wreath on the door and strings of soft white lights framing the windows. Even now, as the wind tugged at the edges of his jacket, the glow spilling from her windows felt inviting. Scott stepped carefully onto the wooden path leading to her porch, the damp sand beneath his boots muffling his steps. Just as he neared the railing, a sound drifted through the barely cracked kitchen window. It was a familiar voice. Megan's. "It's everything I've been working toward," Megan was saying. "It's a chance for me to rebuild my career. To give Ruby the financially secure future she deserves." But, her voice faltered. "But you both began to make a home here, haven't you?" Miss Doris said. "We have, but I don't know if staying here is practical in the long run." Scott froze in place, the drying rack feeling heavier in his grip. He strained to hear more, his chest tightening at the uncertainty in her tone. Miss Doris's kind, steady voice followed. "It's a big decision, dear. Remember, practicality isn't the only thing that matters. Follow your heart. Just make sure it's what's truly best for you and Ruby." There was a pause, and Scott imagined Megan sitting there, her hands wrapped around one of Miss Doris's delicate teacups, her brows knit with worry. He knew that look. He'd seen it many times in the last few weeks, a quiet conflict brewing beneath her calm exterior. "Ruby's happiness is everything to me," Megan said after a moment. "But I have to think about the future. About what's stable, what's secure. To practice law here, I'd have to pass the South Carolina bar exam. That takes time and money." "I'm sure we could find a way to make that happen," Miss Doris said, her voice confident. "Maybe." Megan's tone was more hesitant. Scott's chest ached as he processed her words. It wasn't a definitive decision, but it was clear Megan was weighing her options, leaning toward the logical, practical choice of leaving. He stepped back instinctively, careful not to make a sound. The idea of interrupting, of facing Megan in that moment, felt impossible. What could he say that wouldn't complicate things further? Quietly, Scott set the drying rack against the porch railing, his movements deliberate, almost mechanical. Miss Doris's words echoed in his mind, "Follow your heart." Scott wanted to tell Megan that she didn't have to leave, that what they'd started here, on this island, in the quiet corners of Santa's village, and during those fleeting, meaningful moments, could be her fresh start. But as he stood there, the weight of her practicality loomed over him. He glanced once more toward the window, hearing Megan's muffled voice continue, though the words were no longer distinct. With a final deep breath, he turned and walked back down the path, his boots crunching softly against the gravel. The island breeze picked up slightly as Scott made his way to his truck. He looked out at the distant water, its calm surface contradicting the storm brewing in his chest. Megan's uncertainty felt like a door slowly closing, and he couldn't shake the feeling that no matter what he did, her decision might already be made. Climbing into the driver's seat, Scott started the engine and drove off, his heart heavier than it had been in years. The rest of the day passed in a haze of sawdust and silence. Scott buried himself in his work, retreating to the familiar rhythm of his workshop. The steady hum of tools, the sharp scent of freshly cut wood, and the feel of rough sandpaper under his hands offered some solace, but not enough to quiet the storm of thoughts in his head. He had started a small chest for a long-time client to stay busy, but his mind kept circling back to Megan. The words he'd overheard at Miss Doris's house haunted him. "It's a chance for me to rebuild my career. To give Ruby the financially secure future she deserves." Scott had stopped by Miss Doris's to deliver a simple drying rack and ask a favor. Instead, he'd left with a hollow ache in his chest. It wasn't as though Megan had definitively said she was leaving, but her words made it clear she was leaning that way. And why wouldn't she? San Diego offered security, a steady paycheck, and the chance to rebuild the life she'd lost. What could Palmar Island offer her in comparison? Scott shook his head, focusing on the dovetail joint he was working on. He carefully fit two pieces of wood together, testing their alignment before applying the glue. It was a task he'd done countless times, but today, even his hands felt heavy. By the time the sun began to set, casting long, golden shadows across his workbench, he knew he needed to step away. He cleaned his tools with deliberate care, putting everything back in its place, before grabbing his phone off the corner of the bench. It buzzed in his hand just as he picked it up. Kara's name flashed on the screen. He hesitated briefly before answering. "Hey, Kara," he said, keeping his voice even. "Hey, big brother," Kara replied, her tone warm but immediately curious. "You sound off. What's going on?" Scott sighed, running a hand through his hair as he sank onto the stool by the workbench. "It's nothing. Just busy." "Oh, come on," she said, her laugh soft but knowing. "You can't fool me. I've known you too long. Spill it." He hesitated. Kara had always been the one to draw things out of him, no matter how much he tried to keep his feelings bottled up. "It's Megan," he said. "I think she's taking the job. In San Diego." Kara was silent for a beat. "Oh," she said, her voice softer now. "And how do you feel about that?" Scott let out a bitter chuckle, leaning back and staring at the exposed beams of the workshop ceiling. "How do you think?" "She's choosing stability, a future for Ruby. I can't fault her for that. But it feels like whatever this thing between us is, it doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things." "You don't know that," Kara said gently. "Don't I?" Scott countered, his tone sharper than he intended. He took a breath, trying to steady himself. "She's practical, Kara. She's been through a lot. It makes sense for her to want what's safe and secure. Palmar Island doesn't exactly scream opportunity." "Maybe not," Kara said, "but Palmar Island has you. And don't roll your eyes, Scott, I can feel you doing it from here." Despite himself, Scott smiled faintly. "I don't want to pressure her," he said, his voice quieter now. "She's been through enough without me adding to it." "It's not pressure," Kara insisted. "It's honesty. She deserves to know how you feel, Scott. If she leaves without knowing, can you live with that?" Scott didn't answer right away. The question hung between them, heavy and unavoidable. "I don't know," he finally admitted. "What if I tell her and it makes things worse? What if you don't, and it means missing out on something amazing?" Kara countered. Her tone softened. Look, I get it. You're scared. But if you care about her, really care about her, you owe it to both of you to be honest. Even if it doesn't go the way you want. Scott closed his eyes, his hand tightening around the phone. He didn't want to admit it, but Kara was right. Thanks, sis, he said after a moment, his voice low but sincere. Anytime, she replied. And Scott? Don't overthink it. Just be yourself. That's always been more than enough. After they hung up, Scott sat in silence, staring at the half-finished bookshelf on his workbench. He picked up a piece of sandpaper, running it over the wood in slow, deliberate strokes, but his heart wasn't in it. Kara's words replayed in his mind, mingling with the sound of Megan's voice. To give Ruby the financially secure future she deserves. He set the sandpaper down and leaned forward, resting his elbows on the bench. For so long, he'd convinced himself that what he and Megan had was fragile, something that could easily be brushed aside if the right opportunity came along. But what if he was wrong? What if it was worth fighting for? If I don't tell her how I feel, he said aloud, his voice steady but quiet, I'll regret it forever. The realization settled over him like a weight lifting. Megan deserved to know. Even if she chose San Diego, at least he wouldn't have left anything unsaid. And maybe he could even his odds. Give her a path to the financial security she needed. He picked up the phone and scrolled through his contacts. James Winter Law Firm, how can I direct your call? A friendly voice asked. Chapter 17. The rich scent of melting chocolate filled Megan's small kitchen, mingling with Ruby's delighted giggles as she perched on her step stool, watching Miss Doris measure ingredients with practiced ease. Afternoon sunlight streamed through the window, catching the fine dusting of flour that seemed to coat every surface. Now, the secret, Miss Doris said, her eyes twinkling as she handed Ruby a measuring cup, is using exactly the right amount of chocolate chips. No more, no less. Ruby's face scrunched in concentration as she carefully poured the chips into the bowl, though Megan didn't miss the way her daughter's other hand snuck a few pieces into her mouth. I saw that, little one, Miss Doris laughed, tapping Ruby's nose and leaving a small smudge of flour. You're as sneaky as my boys were at your age. Megan smiled, leaning against the counter as she watched them work. There was something achingly familiar about this scene, the warmth, the laughter, the gentle guidance of someone who'd baked countless batches of brownies before. Mama, can I stir? Ruby asked, bouncing on her toes. Careful now, Megan said, stepping forward to steady the bowl as Ruby wielded the wooden spoon with determination. Miss Doris watched them both, her expression soft. You're getting quite good at this, Ruby. Pretty soon you'll be teaching me how to bake. Ruby beamed, chocolate smeared across one cheek. Can we make these for Santa Scott? The question caught Megan off guard, and she felt Miss Doris's knowing gaze settle on her. We'll see, sweetheart, she managed, brushing a curl from Ruby's forehead. As Ruby returned to her stirring, Miss Doris moved closer to Megan, her voice dropping. Have you thought more about what we discussed? Megan's chest tightened. She focused on wiping down the counter, avoiding Miss Doris's gentle scrutiny. The offer from San Diego is solid, she said quietly. It makes sense, practically speaking. Practical isn't always right, Miss Doris replied, reaching for the pan they'd greased earlier. Sometimes the heart knows better than the head. I can't afford to listen to my heart right now, Megan said, watching as Ruby carefully scraped the sides of the bowl. Ruby needs stability. A real future. Miss Doris began pouring the batter, her movements steady and practiced. And you think you can't find that here? I'd have to take the bar exam, Megan said, voicing the practical concerns that had kept her awake at night. That takes time, money. And childcare. You have people here who care about you, Miss Doris interrupted gently. People who would help. Including a certain someone who looks at you like you hung the moon. Heat crept into Megan's cheeks. Scott's been kind, but... Kind? Miss Doris raised an eyebrow. Honey, that man is head over heels, for both of you. And don't tell me you don't feel something too. Before Megan could respond, Ruby's voice piped up. Are the brownies ready? Almost time for the oven, Miss Doris said, smoothing the batter with practiced strokes. Want to help me make sure it's even? As Ruby scrambled to help, Megan stepped back, her thoughts swirling. The simple domesticity of the scene, Ruby's enthusiasm, Miss Doris's steady presence, the warmth of her small kitchen, felt like everything she'd been searching for since Danny's death. You know, Miss Doris said later, as they watched the brownies rise through the oven door, sometimes the best decisions aren't the ones that look perfect on paper. Megan met her gaze, finding understanding in the older woman's eyes. I don't want to make a mistake, she admitted. Not with Ruby's future at stake. The only mistake, Miss Doris said softly, would be not being honest with yourself, and with Scott, before you decide. After Miss Doris left, Megan sat at her small desk, a blank piece of paper before her. Ruby lay on her stomach nearby, contentedly drawing with her crayons. Megan's pen hovered over the paper, her heart racing slightly as she began to write. Dear Scott. The words came slowly at first, then faster, like a dam breaking. She wrote about her fears, her gratitude for his kindness, the unexpected way he'd woven himself into their lives. She wrote about Ruby's laughter at Santa's village, about quiet moments over coffee, about the safety she felt in his presence. What are you writing, Mama? Ruby asked, peering up from her drawing. A letter, Megan said, her voice soft. To Santa Scott. Ruby's face lit up. Can I help? She held up her drawing, a familiar figure in a red suit, standing next to what appeared to be Cupid. Megan's heart squeezed as she took the picture. It's perfect, sweetheart. Later, as she folded the letter and tucked it away with Ruby's drawing, Megan felt the weight of Miss Doris's words settle over her. Maybe the practical choice wasn't always the right one. Maybe, sometimes, the heart knew better after all. The evening air held a hint of winter's chill as Megan and Ruby made their way down the quiet street toward Scott's house. Ruby skipped ahead, her curls bouncing beneath her knit hat, while Megan followed more slowly, the box of brownies in one hand and the letter tucked safely in her coat pocket. Do you think Santa Scott will like the brownies? Ruby asked, her breath forming tiny clouds in the cool air. I'm sure he will, sweetheart, Megan said, though her stomach fluttered with nerves. The weight of the letter seemed to grow with each step, its carefully chosen words both a comfort and a source of anxiety. As they rounded the corner, Scott's house came into view. Warm light spilled from the windows, and the Christmas lights still twinkled along the porch railing, casting a soft glow across the front yard. It looked inviting, almost magical in the gathering dusk. Ruby bounced on her toes. Can I ring the doorbell? Hold on a minute, Megan said, adjusting her grip on the brownie box. She needed a moment to gather her courage, to prepare herself for whatever came next. But as they drew closer, movement in the front window caught her eye. Scott stood in what appeared to be his living room, but he wasn't alone. A woman stood close to him, tall, elegant, with carefully styled dark hair. They were deep in conversation, and even through the window, Megan could see the easy intimacy between them. The woman laughed at something Scott said, reaching out to touch his arm. She leaned in slightly, her body language unmistakable, and Megan's heart plummeted to her feet. Mama? Ruby tugged at her sleeve. Can we go in now? Megan's throat felt tight, her earlier resolve crumbling like sand through her fingers. I don't think that's a good idea, sweetheart. Scott has company. Through the window, the woman moved even closer to Scott, and Megan forced herself to look away. How foolish she'd been, imagining that their connection was something special, something exclusive. Of course Scott would have other people in his life. Other possibilities. But the brownies, Ruby protested, her lower lip beginning to tremble. And my drawing? Megan's chest ached at her daughter's disappointment. We'll leave them on the porch, she said, trying to keep her voice steady. It'll be a nice surprise for him to find later. She set the box down carefully, tucking Ruby's drawing and the letter beneath it. Part of her wanted to snatch the letter back, to burn it before Scott could read her vulnerable confessions. But her hands were shaking too much to try. Why can't we stay? Ruby asked as Megan guided her back down the path. I wanted to tell Santa Scott about the brownies. And maybe talk to Cupid. Not tonight, baby, Megan said, her voice thick. Maybe another time. They were halfway home when Ruby's quiet sniffles turned into proper tears. But I love Santa Scott, she said, her small voice wavering. He makes the best hot chocolate, and he tells funny stories, and he lets me pet Cupid. Megan stopped walking and knelt in front of her daughter, pulling her close. Ruby's words confirmed her worst fears. She'd allowed her daughter to form an attachment that could only lead to heartbreak. I know you do, sweetheart, she whispered, stroking Ruby's curls. I know. The walk home felt longer than usual, each step weighted with regret and resignation. Ruby's hand was warm in hers, but Megan's heart felt frozen. She'd been right to consider the job in San Diego. Right to prioritize practicality over emotion. Sometimes the safest choice was the only choice that made sense. As they approached their bungalow, Megan cast one last look over her shoulder, though Scott's house was long out of sight. The letter she'd left behind suddenly seemed like a message in a bottle, cast into an ocean that would never bring it back to shore. Maybe it was better this way. Better to step back now, before both of them, got hurt even more. Chapter 18. Scott stepped onto his front porch, the crisp New Year's Eve morning air nipping at his face. The sun had barely crested the horizon, painting the sky in delicate strokes of pink and gold. He'd always been an early riser, but today felt different. Today was charged with possibility and an undercurrent of anticipation for the evening ahead. His gaze landed on something unexpected. A small tin box sat near his front door, with what looked like papers tucked beneath it. Curious, he crouched down to investigate. The familiar scent of chocolate wafted up as he lifted the box, and underneath, he found a folded letter and a child's drawing, its bright colors stark against the weathered wood of his porch. His heart quickened as he recognized Megan's neat handwriting on the envelope. Inside, he set everything on his kitchen table, the morning sunlight streaming through the windows and catching the grain of the wood he'd crafted himself. The coffee maker gurgled in the background as he carefully unfolded the letter, smoothing its creases with slightly trembling fingers. Dear Scott. I've written this letter a dozen times in my head, but somehow putting the words on paper makes everything feel more real. More frightening, maybe, but also more honest. These past few months on Palmar Island have changed me in ways I never expected. When I first arrived, I was just looking for a safe harbor. A place where Ruby and I could catch our breath after losing Danny. I didn't expect to find a community. I didn't expect to find you. Scott's breath caught as he read on, Megan's words painting a picture of their shared moments. She wrote of quiet conversations over coffee, Ruby's delight at Santa's village, and the way he'd made them both feel seen and valued. You've given Ruby something precious. A sense of magic and wonder that I worried she might have lost after Danny died. When she talks about Santa Scott, her whole face lights up. You've become such an important part of her world, and that terrifies me almost as much as it warms my heart. He reached for his coffee, taking a slow sip as he processed her words. The mug was warm against his palms, grounding him as he continued reading. I've been offered a job in San Diego. It's everything I should want: financial security, a chance to practice law again, a fresh start. But every time I think about accepting it, something holds me back. Something that feels a lot like belonging. A lot like hope. The truth is, Scott, you've awakened feelings in me that I thought were buried with Danny. When you smile at me across the Santa's Village crowds, or when you take time to listen to Ruby's endless stories about Mr. Bear's adventures, my heart does this thing, this unexpected flutter that reminds me I'm still alive, still capable of feeling something new. Scott set the letter down for a moment, running a hand through his hair as emotion threatened to overwhelm him. He'd hoped, of course. Dreamed, even. But seeing Megan's feelings laid bare on paper made everything suddenly, breathtakingly real. He picked up Ruby's drawing next, a smile tugging at his lips. She'd drawn him in his Santa suit, complete with a red hat and rosy cheeks, driving a sleigh that seemed to be filled with hearts. Cupid pranced in front, adorned with what appeared to be silver bells and a very red nose. The coffee grew cold as Scott read the letter again, then a third time, each reading revealing new layers of meaning, new glimpses into Megan's heart. I don't know what the future holds. The practical choice would be San Diego, with its promises of security and stability. But when I imagine leaving Palmar Island, leaving you, something inside me rebels against all that practicality. I'm not asking for anything. I'm not even sure what I could offer, given how broken and uncertain everything still feels. But I needed you to know that you matter to us. That whatever happens, you've given Ruby and me a gift we never expected to find here, a sense of home. Thank you for being you, Scott. For your kindness, your patience, and the way you make both of us feel like we belong somewhere again. Megan. Scott reached for his phone, his heart racing as he dialed Megan's number. It rang several times before going to voicemail. His mind spun with questions. When had she dropped this off? Why hadn't she stayed? He typed out a quick text, "When did you drop these off? Why didn't you come in?" The response came faster than he expected, but its brevity sent a chill through him. "You were busy." Scott froze, his coffee mug halfway to his lips. Busy? Last night, the only person who'd been here was. Oh, no, he muttered, realization dawning. Kara had stopped by on her way through town, their conversation running late as they caught up. She'd been animated, laughing, touching his arm as she told him about her kids' latest adventures. To someone looking through the window, especially someone as uncertain as Megan, it might have looked intimate. His fingers flew across the phone screen. "That was my sister, Kara. Please call me so we can talk." Minutes ticked by with no response. The message remained unread, and Scott's frustration mounted. How could such a simple misunderstanding threaten everything? He stood abruptly, pacing the length of his kitchen. The letter sat on the table, its pages slightly curled at the edges, rubies drawing beside it like a splash of hope in the morning light. He couldn't let this slip away. Not when Megan had finally opened up about her feelings. Not when there was still a chance. Scott picked up his phone again, this time pulling up his recent calls. "Hey, James, sorry to call you today. I was hoping for some good news about that proposal." As he outlined his new plan, Scott's determination grew. He wouldn't let a misunderstanding destroy what they'd built. Megan deserved to know the truth, about Kara, about his feelings, about everything. The morning sun climbed higher, casting long shadows across his kitchen floor. Scott looked at Ruby's drawing once more, at the hearts floating around his cartoonish figure, and made a promise to himself. By the time the new year dawned, Megan would know exactly where she belonged. Right here, on Palmar Island. With him. The morning sun had climbed higher by the time Scott pulled up to Mary's diner, the familiar bell chiming as he stepped inside. The aroma of fresh coffee and baked goods wrapped around him like a warm embrace, but his mind was already racing ahead to the evening's plans. "There's my favorite Santa," Mary called from behind the counter, already reaching beneath the glass display case. "One peanut butter pie, made fresh this morning. Extra creamy, just the way Megan likes it." Scott's surprise must have shown on his face, because Mary laughed, her eyes twinkling. "Oh please, I've seen the way you two look at each other. This pie isn't just dessert. It's part of something bigger, isn't it?" "If everything goes right," Scott admitted, carefully taking the boxed pie. "Thanks, Mary. For everything. Just make sure to invite me to the wedding," she called after him, her laughter following him out the door. The drive to Miss Doris's seemed shorter than usual, his thoughts consumed with everything that needed to fall into place. The old Victorian came into view, its weathered charm somehow perfect for the woman who'd become the heart of their small community. Miss Doris opened the door before he could knock, as if she'd been waiting for him. "Come in, dear," she said, ushering him inside. "The basket's all ready." Scott followed her through to the kitchen, where an oversized wicker picnic basket sat on the table. Miss Doris had lined it with a red and white checkered cloth that stirred memories of summer picnics and simpler times. Now, she said, opening the basket to reveal several carefully wrapped packages, I've included my cranberry scones, Megan's favorite, and some of those butter cookies Ruby can't resist. And this, she produced a bottle of sparkling cider with a flourish, is for toasting new beginnings. Miss Doris, you didn't have to. She waved off his protests. Of course I did. That girl needs reminding that sometimes the best choices aren't the most practical ones. She pressed the basket into his hands, her expression growing serious. Go remind her why this place, and you, are worth staying for. Good luck, dear. Scott's throat tightened with emotion. Thank you, he managed, the words feeling inadequate for everything Miss Doris had done. Back in his workshop, Scott surveyed his workspace with renewed purpose. Sawdust motes danced in the streams of sunlight as he gathered the finishing touches for his plan. The jewelry box he'd crafted for Megan sat on his workbench, its surface smooth as silk beneath his fingers. He'd spent hours on the intricate star pattern carved into its lid, each point representing a wish, a hope, a possibility. Beside it lay Ruby's treasure box, smaller, but no less detailed. He'd carved tiny reindeer prancing around its edges, with Cupid leading the way. The lid featured a heart surrounded by snowflakes, and inside, he'd lined it with soft velvet perfect for keeping special treasures safe. Moving to his truck, Scott began transforming the bed into something magical. Strings of fairy lights wound through the rails, their delicate bulbs promising to cast a gentle glow once darkness fell. He arranged thick blankets and cushions, creating a cozy nest that would keep them warm against the evening chill. The picnic basket found its place of honor, surrounded by additional supplies he'd gathered, a large thermos of hot cocoa, sparklers for celebration, and a few extra blankets just in case. Each item was chosen with care, each detail considered. As Scott worked, his mind wandered to Megan's letter, to the vulnerability in her words. She'd opened her heart to him, only to have a simple misunderstanding threaten to derail everything. He wouldn't let that happen. Not tonight. Finally, he stepped back to survey his work. The truck bed looked like something from a fairy tale, the kind of setting where magic might actually happen. The gifts were wrapped and tucked safely away, the food was packed, and everything was ready. Scott leaned against the truck, his heart racing with anticipation and nerves. The quiet street stretched before him, peaceful in the late afternoon light. He would pick up Megan and Ruby, and everything would change. This is it, he murmured, running his hand along the truck's familiar surface. I have one chance to show her how much she means to me. The weight of his hopes settled around him like a mantle as he climbed into the driver's seat. The engine rumbled to life, its steady purr matching the rhythm of his determination. As he pulled away from the curb, Scott allowed himself one last glance in the rearview mirror at his workshop, the place where he'd crafted not just gifts, but dreams. Tonight would be perfect. It had to be. Because sometimes, the most important moments in life came down to a single evening, a single choice, a single chance to prove that love was worth staying for. Chapter 19. Ruby sat cross-legged on the living room floor, her coloring book spread before her. Megan methodically folded clothes into an open suitcase. Each item felt heavier than it should, weighted with memories of the life they'd begun to build here. Her daughter's curls caught the sunlight, creating a halo effect that reminded Megan painfully of their first day on Palmar Island, when everything had felt possible. Mr. Bear wants to know where his Christmas sweater is, Ruby announced, looking up from her coloring. Megan managed a small smile, reaching for the tiny red sweater she'd carefully set aside. Right here, sweetheart. We wouldn't forget that, would we? She turned to the small pile of Ruby's toys, mentally cataloging what they could reasonably take with them. The new bunny from Christmas would come, of course, and Mr. Bear, Ruby's constant companion since Danny died. But what about the shell collection from their beach walks? The craft supplies from their afternoons with Miss Doris? Her phone buzzed on the counter, the screen lighting up with a notification. Megan picked it up, her fingers slightly trembling as she read the flight confirmation. American Airlines Flight 2476, January 1st, 8:45 a.m. Charleston San Diego passengers, 2. One way. She read the confirmation again, each word cementing her decision. She'd booked the tickets in a rush this morning, riding the wave of hurt and certainty that had crashed over her after seeing Scott with that woman. Now, looking at the confirmation, she felt a complicated mix of relief and dread. "Are we going on an adventure, Mama?" Ruby asked, her crayon paused mid-stroke. Megan swallowed hard, forcing brightness into her voice. "Yes, sweetheart. A new adventure. Like in my storybook? With dragons and princesses?" "Maybe not quite like that," Megan said softly, folding another sweater. "But we'll be going somewhere familiar. Remember Aunt Lauren? And your friend Emma from the park?" Ruby nodded, though her attention had already drifted back to her coloring. "Can Santa Scott visit us there too?" The innocent question felt like a knife to Megan's heart. She busied herself with checking the luggage tags, buying time before she had to answer. "I don't think so, baby. Santa Scott needs to stay here and take care of Cupid." She watched as Ruby processed this, her small face scrunching in confusion, before smoothing out again. The ease with which children adapted sometimes felt like a blessing and a curse. Ruby would bounce back. But deep down, Megan couldn't shake the feeling that she was taking something precious from her daughter. Moving to her bedroom, Megan pulled more clothes from the closet. Her hand brushed against the elf costume, still hanging where she'd left it after her last shift at Santa's village. The bells jingled softly, and memories flooded back, Scott's laughter as she complained about the tights, his steady presence during the chaos of holiday crowds, the way he always seemed to know exactly when she needed support. She left the costume. She'd arranged to have it returned once they got settled in California. Back in the living room, Ruby had abandoned her coloring book and was now arranging her stuffed animals in a circle. "Mr. Bear says he'll miss his friends," she said matter-of-factly. Megan paused in her packing, watching as Ruby carefully adjusted each toy's position. "I know, sweetheart. But we'll make new friends in San Diego. Like we did here?" Ruby asked, her voice small. "Yes," Megan whispered, though the word felt hollow. "Just like here." She zipped the suitcase with trembling fingers, the sound seeming to echo in the quiet room. This was the right decision, the practical choice. The only choice. San Diego meant security, a steady income, a chance to rebuild her career. It meant not having to worry about making rent or choosing between new shoes for Ruby and groceries for the week. So why did it feel like she was running away? Megan glanced at the clock on the wall, its steady ticking marking time's relentless march forward. New Year's Eve, traditionally a time for fresh starts and new beginnings. But as she surveyed the half-packed room, she couldn't shake the feeling that she was closing a door she might regret shutting. Ruby quietly hummed Silent Night, the melody drifting through the bungalow like a ghost of Christmas past. Megan reached for another empty suitcase, her movements mechanical now. She had to keep going. Had to focus on the future, not the memories they were leaving behind. Not the man who had made both her and Ruby believe in magic again, if only for a little while. The sound of a truck engine drew Megan to her front door, just as the last hints of daylight were fading from the sky. Her hand froze on the doorknob as Scott's familiar truck came into view, but it had been transformed into something magical. Fairy lights twinkled in the truck bed, creating a soft golden glow that highlighted carefully arranged cushions and what appeared to be a picnic basket. Her chest tightened as Scott climbed out, his tall frame silhouetted against the gathering dusk. He looked different, more determined, yet there was a vulnerability in his expression that made her heart skip. "What is this?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper as she stepped onto the porch. Scott's smile was gentle, though she could see the nervous energy in his movements as he approached. "Since we're spending New Year's Eve together," he said, gesturing toward the truck, "I wanted to make it special." The reminder of their plans, made in what felt like another lifetime, sent a fresh wave of guilt through her. She'd been so caught up in her hurt and confusion after seeing him with that woman that she'd forgotten about tonight entirely. The care he'd put into everything was evident, from the arrangement of blankets to the fairy lights that made the whole setup look like something from a dream. It was exactly the kind of thoughtful gesture that had made her fall for him in the first place. Scott. Megan shook her head, wrapping her arms around herself against the evening chill. We can't. He frowned, taking another step closer. Why not? The question hung between them, heavy with unspoken possibilities. Megan forced herself to meet his gaze, though it felt like the hardest thing she'd ever done. We're leaving, she said, the words scraping her throat. Tomorrow morning. I've already booked our flights. Scott went still, his expression shifting from confusion to something that looked painfully like heartbreak. You don't have to go, Megan. I do, she insisted, though her voice wavered traitorously. It's what's best for Ruby. And for me. The silence that followed felt endless. Scott studied her face, and Megan knew he was looking for any sign of doubt, any crack in her resolve. Finally, he spoke, his voice quiet but steady. You don't owe me anything, he said. But at least let me say goodbye to Ruby. The request sent a fresh wave of pain through her chest. I can't, she whispered, hating herself for the hurt that flashed across his face. She's already too attached to you, Scott. It's better if we just leave. Scott's jaw tightened, but instead of arguing, he gave a short nod and turned back to his truck. Megan watched as he reached into the truck bed, his movements careful, despite the tension she could see in his shoulders. When he returned, he held 2 small packages wrapped in silver paper. These are for you and Ruby, he said, holding them out. Please, just take them. Megan stared at the packages, knowing she should refuse them. She was surprised how hard it was to deny this last connection. Her fingers brushed the silver wrapping for a moment before she shook her head. I can't accept this. His face fell, the disappointment cutting her to the core. Happy New Year, Megan, Scott said softly, his blue eyes holding hers for a moment longer before he stepped back. She couldn't move, couldn't speak, couldn't do anything but watch as he walked back to his truck. The engine started, and the red glow of the tail lights seemed to mock her as they disappeared into the darkness. Through the window behind her, she could hear Ruby singing to her toys, completely unaware that her world was about to change again. Completely unaware that the man who had brought so much joy to their lives was driving away, taking with him all the dreams Megan had barely allowed herself to acknowledge. Chapter 20. Scott sat motionless at his workbench, surrounded by half-finished projects that seemed to mock his earlier enthusiasm. His fingers traced the edges of a partially carved wedding arch he'd been commissioned to make, the kind meant to frame someone else's happy ending. The irony wasn't lost on him. A month ago, crafting something like this would have filled him with hope. Now each curve in the wood felt like a reminder of possibilities lost. We're leaving. Tomorrow morning. Her words echoed in his mind for what felt like the 1000th time. The memory of her standing on that porch, arms wrapped tightly around herself, felt like a knife twisting deeper with each replay. He'd spent days analyzing every moment, every word, wondering what he could have done differently. What if he'd told her sooner how he felt? What if he'd made it clearer that she and Ruby weren't just holiday magic to him, but something real and precious? What if he'd fought harder when she said goodbye? The workshop suddenly felt too small, too confined, too full of projects he'd planned to share with them. Scott stood abruptly, grabbing his keys from the hook by the door. He needed to drive, to move, to do anything but sit here drowning in what-ifs. Outside, Palmar Island seemed muted, as if the departure of holiday decorations had taken all the color with it. The streets that had sparkled with Christmas lights just days ago now looked ordinary, almost abandoned. Or maybe that was just his perception, colored by the hollow feeling in his chest. His truck moved on autopilot through familiar streets, and Scott didn't realize where he was heading until he turned onto Megan Street. The sight of the for sale sign stopped him cold. Scott pulled over, his hands tight on the steering wheel as he stared at the stark red and white sign planted in the yard where Ruby used to play. The bungalow looked different, empty in a way that went beyond the missing curtains and cleared yard. The absence of Ruby's chalk drawings on the walkway, of her beloved stuffed animals watching from the window, felt like physical proof that they were really gone. Let them go, he whispered, his voice rough in the quiet truck cab. He'd known they'd left, of course. had spent days trying to accept it. But seeing the sign made it real in a way that twisted something deep inside him. This wasn't just a temporary goodbye. This was final. His phone sat heavy in his pocket. It would be so easy to call her, to try one more time to convince her that she belonged here. That Palmar Island could be more than just a temporary haven. Scott cut off that thought before it could fully form. She'd made her choice. The practical choice, she'd called it. The right choice for Ruby's future. And who was he to argue with that? A small-town carpenter who played Santa once a year wasn't exactly the stable future she was looking for. Still, he couldn't help remembering Ruby's laughter as she fed carrots to Cupid, or the way Megan's eyes crinkled when she smiled, really smiled, not the careful, guarded expression she usually wore. They'd brought something into his life he hadn't even realized was missing until it was gone. A car passed by, breaking his reverie. Scott straightened in his seat, aware suddenly of how long he'd been sitting there, staring at an empty house. This wouldn't help anything. Megan and Ruby were gone, starting their new life in San Diego. He needed to accept that and move on. But as he put the truck in gear and pulled away, the ache in his chest told a different story. The workshop would still feel too quiet, the island too empty. And no matter how many times he told himself it was for the best, his heart refused to believe it. The for sale sign grew smaller in his rearview mirror, but its image seemed burned into his mind. Another reminder that sometimes love wasn't enough. Sometimes practical won out over possible, and all the Christmas magic in the world couldn't change that. Scott drove aimlessly, letting the familiar streets of Palmar Island blur together. The place he'd considered home for so long felt different, as if Megan and Ruby had taken something essential with them when they left. The magic of possibility, maybe. Or the simple joy of believing that sometimes fairy tales could come true. As he finally turned back toward his workshop, Scott tried to convince himself that this was just another ending, another chapter closed. He'd survive it, just like he'd survived everything else life had thrown at him. Soon his business would reopen and he'd be elbow-deep in work. Too busy to miss what could have been. But deep down, in the quiet places he tried not to examine too closely, he knew the truth. Some people changed your life simply by being in it, and when they left, they took pieces of you with them. Chapter 21. Megan unlocked the door to their new apartment, her hands trembling slightly as she turned the key. She pushed the door open, revealing a sleek, modern space filled with clean lines and neutral tones. The apartment was everything the photos had promised. It had polished hardwood floors, stainless steel appliances, and large windows that let in the bright California sunlight. It was perfect, at least on paper. Ruby walked in ahead of her, clutching her stuffed bear in one hand and dragging her tiny suitcase in the other. She looked around with wide eyes. "Mama, where's the beach?" Megan smiled faintly, setting the larger suitcase by the door. "It's not far, sweetie. We'll see it soon." But even as she said the words, Megan's heart ached. This wasn't Palmar Island. There were no gentle ocean breezes carrying the scent of salt and wildflowers, no weathered porches or cheerful holiday lights strung between shops. The clean lines and muted tones of the apartment seemed to echo the emptiness she felt. She took a deep breath and forced herself to focus. Ruby needed stability, and this was the first step. "Let's get unpacked, okay?" Megan said, trying to inject some cheer into her tone. Ruby nodded, her curls bouncing, and followed Megan to the living room. Megan opened a box labeled Ruby's Things and began arranging her daughter's favorite toys on a small shelf by the couch. She placed the wooden Cupid ornament carefully on her daughter's nightstand where it would be visible and in easy reach whenever Ruby needed it. Her fingers lingered on the smooth wood, and memories of Scott giving it to her daughter played in her mind. "Mama, where's Cupid?" Ruby asked, her voice tinged with curiosity as she plopped onto the floor with her stuffed bear. Megan froze for a moment, her chest tightening. She knelt beside Ruby, brushing a stray curl from her daughter's face. "Cupid stayed with Santa Scott on the island for now, sweetie," she explained gently. Ruby's eyes widened, and she clutched her bear closer. Do you think he misses us? Megan swallowed the lump in her throat and wrapped Ruby in a hug, holding her close. I'm sure he does, she whispered, her voice wavering despite her best efforts to stay strong. But we'll always have good memories of him, won't we? Ruby nodded against her shoulder, her small arms tightening around Megan's neck. For a brief moment, Megan allowed herself to hold on to the comfort of her daughter's presence, grounding herself in the warmth of Ruby's trust. That evening, after unpacking and settling Ruby into her new room, Megan stood in the kitchen staring at the pristine welcome packet from her new job. The bold logo of the law firm was embossed on the front, and inside were neatly printed schedules, benefits information, and a welcome letter from the managing partner. The sight of it should have filled her with pride. It was everything she'd worked toward. It promised financial security, career growth, and a chance to prove to herself that she could rebuild. But instead, the weight of it sat heavily on her chest. Megan turned the packet over, leaning against the counter as she stared at the darkened window beyond the sink. The city lights of San Diego twinkled in the distance, but they felt cold and distant compared to the warm glow of Palmar Island's holiday lights. She glanced over her shoulder, her gaze landing on the photo album Scott had made. It sat on the small side table near the couch, its polished surface catching the soft light from the lamp. Without thinking, she walked over and opened it. Inside were the same images she'd looked at again. Megan's fingers brushed over the photo of Ruby and Santa, her throat tightening as memory surfaced. The way Scott had looked at her when he gave her the album. The quiet strength in his voice when he told her how much she and Ruby had brought to his life. The kiss they'd shared that had left her breathless and shaken in ways she hadn't expected. She sank onto the couch, holding the photo in her hands. Am I ready for this? She whispered, her voice barely audible in the quiet apartment. Is this really the right move for us? Megan's mind raced as she thought about the life they'd left behind. The community that had embraced them, Ruby's laughter as she ran through Santa's village, the quiet nights filled with the soft sound of waves. And Scott. But then the other side of her mind chimed in, the practical side. The law firm offered stability, a clear path forward, and the financial security she'd promised herself she'd provide for Ruby. It was everything she thought she needed to build a better future. Yet, sitting in the stillness of the apartment, the future felt less certain than ever. A soft whimper from Ruby's room broke her thoughts. Megan set the album aside and walked quietly to her daughter's room. Ruby was curled up in her bed, her small frame tucked under the blanket. Her stuffed bear was nestled beside her, and the Cupid ornament sat on the nightstand. Megan knelt by the bed, brushing a hand over Ruby's hair. Sleep tight, sweetheart, she whispered. Ruby stirred slightly, her eyes fluttering open. Mama, she mumbled sleepily, do you think Scott will visit us? Megan's breath caught, her chest tightening at the question. Maybe, she said softly, her voice steady even as her emotions threatened to break through. But even if he doesn't, we'll always have good memories of him, won't we? Ruby nodded drowsily, her eyes already closing again as she drifted back to sleep. Megan stayed there for a moment, her hand resting on Ruby's blanket as a wave of longing washed over her. She rose slowly, returning to the living room. Her gaze fell on the welcome packet again, the bold logo staring back at her like a challenge. Taking a deep breath, Megan sat down and opened it, reading through the neatly printed documents. But even as she read, her thoughts drifted, the words blurring together as doubt crept in. Am I doing the right thing? She murmured, her voice barely audible in the quiet apartment. She glanced toward the photo album. For the first time, the life she thought she wanted felt more like an escape than a destination. Megan leaned back on the couch, staring up at the ceiling as her mind swirled with questions she couldn't yet answer. The trendy brunch spot, Morning Glory, was buzzing with energy when Megan and Ruby arrived. The restaurant's eclectic decor, a mix of bold colors, vintage posters, and whimsical touches like hanging plants and neon signs, was as lively as the crowd. Megan spotted Lauren near the window, waving enthusiastically from a cozy corner booth. Megan! Lauren's voice carried over the chatter as she stood to greet them. Her smile lit up the room as she scooped Ruby into a hug. There's my little princess. And look at you, Megan. You're glowing. Megan laughed softly, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. Hardly glowing. It's been a whirlwind. Well, you look amazing anyway, Lauren insisted, placing Ruby back on her feet. And I want to hear everything. They slid into the booth, Ruby immediately reaching for the crayons and paper provided by the restaurant. A friendly server arrived, and after a quick rundown of the menu, Lauren ordered the soufflé pancakes while Megan opted for the chilaquiles. Ruby's face lit up when the server suggested a mini fruit and waffle plate just for her. As they waited for their food, Lauren leaned forward, her hands clasped on the table. Okay, spill. How's the new job? The apartment? San Diego? Megan hesitated, her fingers tracing the rim of her coffee cup. It's fine. The apartment is nice. Clean, modern. Ruby seems to like it, at least. Lauren tilted her head, her brow furrowing slightly. And the job? Megan let out a small sigh. It's a great opportunity. Amazing, really. But I can't shake this unease. I'm just not sure about leaving Ruby in daycare all day. And honestly? I feel like I'm abandoning everything we built on Palmar Island. Lauren waved her hand dismissively, her bracelets jingling. Megan, this is just first-day jitters. You're taking a fantastic job, one that shows Ruby what it's like to be a powerful, successful woman. What could be better than that? Before Megan could respond, Ruby held up a drawing she had been working on, a brightly colored picture of Cupid and Scott. Look, Aunt Lauren. This is Scott, she exclaimed, beaming with pride. Lauren raised an eyebrow, her lips curling into a teasing smile. Tell me more about Scott. Megan flushed, her cheeks heating. He played Santa on the island, she explained quickly. He was good with Ruby. Good with Ruby? Lauren repeated, her tone playful as she shot Megan a knowing look. That's a pretty glowing review for Santa. He's not the real Santa, Ruby said, recalling the conversation they'd had after their early morning visit to the holiday village. But he's a special helper. He reports directly to the big guy. And he has a real reindeer. Megan busied herself with her coffee, hoping the warmth of the cup would calm her suddenly racing heart. He's just a friend, she said, her voice quieter. Someone who made things easier while we were there. Lauren smirked, but let the subject drop as the server arrived with their food. Ruby's eyes widened as the mini waffles were placed in front of her, a rainbow of fruit decorating the plate. Megan's chilaquiles smelled heavenly, and Lauren's soufflé pancakes were a work of art, dusted with powdered sugar and adorned with fresh berries. As they ate, Lauren shifted the conversation back to Megan's new job, asking questions about her coworkers and the cases she'd be handling. Megan answered as best as she could, but her responses lacked enthusiasm. Lauren put down her fork and fixed Megan with a gentle, but firm look. Megan, listen to me. You've worked so hard to get here. It's natural to feel a little unsettled. This is a big change. But this job is exactly what you need. Stability, security, a future for Ruby. Don't let a little homesickness cloud your vision. Megan nodded slowly, her mind churning. Maybe you're right, she said, though the words felt hollow. This is a great job, and it's what I worked so hard for. Lauren reached across the table, placing a reassuring hand over Megan's. You're going to crush it, Meg. Just give it time. Besides, I for one am happy to have you back. Ruby giggled, oblivious to the weight of the conversation, as Lauren cut her waffles into bite-sized pieces. Megan watched her daughter, her chest tightening as conflicting emotions swirled inside her. She wanted to believe Lauren's words, to trust that she was making the right choice. But no matter how many times she told herself this was what she'd worked for, she couldn't shake the nagging sense of loss. After brunch, Lauren hugged Megan tightly outside the restaurant. Call me if you need anything, she said. And don't overthink it. You're doing amazing. Thanks, Lauren, Megan said, her voice softer than she intended. She held Ruby's hand as they walked back to the car, the bright San Diego sun doing little to ease the heaviness in her heart. Chapter 22. Scott stared at the invoice on his tablet, the numbers blurring together as his mind wandered. The roasted bean hummed with quiet conversation around him, the familiar scent of coffee doing little to lift his mood. He'd been trying to get back into his routine, running his business, finishing projects, moving forward. But everything felt hollow, like going through motions without purpose. Well, this is a sorry sight. He looked up to find Miss Doris standing over him, a steaming cup of tea in one hand and that knowing smile he'd learned to be wary of. Without waiting for an invitation, she settled into the chair across from him. "Miss Doris," he said, managing a small smile. "How are you?" "Better than you, by the looks of it." She stirred her tea carefully, her eyes never leaving his face. "I heard from Megan yesterday." Scott's fingers tightened on his coffee cup, but he kept his voice neutral. "That's nice." "Nice?" Miss Doris arched an eyebrow. "That's all you have to say?" "What else is there to say?" He turned back to his tablet, though the numbers meant even less now. "She made her choice. And you're just going to accept that? Sit here moping over cold coffee instead of doing something about it?" Scott sighed, setting the tablet aside. "She's got her future all figured out in California. What can I offer her?" Miss Doris leaned forward, her voice dropping. "You didn't tell her about the job you found for her, did you?" His eyes widened slightly. "That doesn't matter." "It wouldn't have made a difference." "Wouldn't it?" Miss Doris's tone sharpened. "A paralegal position at James Winter's new practice, with flexible hours and the chance to study for the bar? The opportunity to build her career right here on the island?" She shook her head. "That sounds exactly like what she was looking for." "She's got everything she needs in California," Scott insisted, but the words felt hollow even to his ears. "Are you sure about that?" Miss Doris fixed him with a steady gaze. "Or is that just what you're telling yourself to make it easier to let her go?" Scott opened his mouth to protest, but no words came. Miss Doris stood, gathering her tea with a grace that belied her years. "Think about it, Scott," she said softly. "Sometimes, people just need to know they have options." She left him there, staring into his coffee as doubt crept in. Had he underestimated what Megan wanted? What she needed? The possibility that he might have had the answer all along settled like a weight in his chest. His coffee had gone cold, but he barely noticed. Miss Doris's words echoed in his mind, stirring something that felt dangerously like hope. Scott sat on his couch, phone in hand, watching as the evening light painted shadows across his living room. He'd been staring at Kara's contact information for nearly 10 minutes, Miss Doris's words still echoing in his mind. The thought of making this call felt like standing on the edge of something he couldn't take back. Finally, he pressed call. "Big brother." Kara's voice was warm and familiar. "I was just thinking about you. How are you holding up?" "I'm fine," he said automatically, then sighed. "Actually, no. I'm not fine." "Is this about Megan?" Scott stood, moving to the window where he could see the quiet street below. "Miss Doris cornered me at the coffee shop today. Apparently, she's still in touch with Megan. And she thinks I should have told Megan about the job I lined up. The one at James Winter's new practice." He pressed his forehead against the cool glass. "She made it sound so simple, like I just needed to tell Megan about this opportunity, and everything would fall into place." "The paralegal position?" Kara asked. "The one that could lead to her practicing law on the island?" "Yeah." Scott turned away from the window, his chest tight. "But it's more complicated than that. Megan's already started her new life in San Diego. She's got this prestigious job back in California that's everything she wanted. Who am I to show up and potentially mess that up?" "Scott." Kara's voice took on that tone she'd used since they were kids, the one that meant she was about to tell him he was being an idiot. "Why aren't you on a plane to San Diego right now?" "I can't just." "Yes, you can," she interrupted. "What's really stopping you?" "The business, for one thing. I have projects." "Don't even try that excuse." Mike and Dave have been with you for years. They can handle the carpentry business for a few days. Scott paced the length of his living room, his free hand running through his hair. Even if I did go, what would I say? Hey, surprise, I found you a job, but didn't bother telling you about it until after you moved across the country? How about I love you, and I think we could build something amazing here? Kara suggested. Sometimes the simplest truth is the best one. Scott stopped pacing, his sister's words hitting home. What if she doesn't want to hear it? His voice dropped lower, revealing the real fear beneath his hesitation. What if I fly across the country only to find out she's happier there? That Ruby's settled in and they're better off without me? Then at least you'll know, Kara said softly. But Scott? I don't think you're the only one struggling with this decision. Miss Doris wouldn't have pushed if she thought Megan was happy in California. It's not just about happiness though, is it? Scott sank back onto the couch. She needed security, stability. A future she could count on. And you don't think you could provide that? The challenge in Kara's voice was gentle, but clear. The Scott I know built a successful business from scratch. The Scott I know has been the backbone of that community for years. When did you start doubting yourself? Her words hung in the air as Scott struggled to find a response. Since meeting someone who matters more than I thought possible, he finally admitted. Then fight for her, Kara said simply. You've spent so much time being Santa, making other people's wishes come true. Maybe it's time to believe in a little magic for yourself. After they hung up, Scott sat in the quiet of his living room, his phone heavy in his hand. Through the window, he could see the first stars appearing in the darkening sky. The same stars that would be visible in San Diego, he thought, though the city lights might dim their brightness. With a deep breath, he pulled up a travel app and typed in San Diego. The flight options appeared on his screen, each one representing a chance to change everything, or to confirm that letting her go had been the right choice all along. His finger hovered over the Book Now button as Kara's words echoed in his mind. Sometimes the simplest truth is the best one. The truth was, he loved Megan. He loved Ruby. And maybe that was worth risking everything for. Chapter 23. Megan pressed her fingers to her temples, trying to focus on the legal brief in front of her. The words seemed to blur together, refusing to hold her attention despite the pristine silence of her office. Outside her window, San Diego's skyline stretched toward a cloudless blue sky, so different from the intimate coastline of Palmar Island. She caught herself doing it again, comparing everything to the island. With a quiet sigh, she straightened in her chair and forced her attention back to the documents. This was what she'd wanted. A prestigious firm, a nice office with floor-to-ceiling windows, the promise of partnership down the line. She wouldn't let homesickness derail her focus. A knock at her door startled her from her thoughts. She glanced up, expecting her assistant with the case files she'd requested, but the words died in her throat. Scott stood in her doorway. For a moment, Megan wondered if she'd finally crossed some line between memory and reality. If all those nights spent thinking about him had somehow conjured him from thin air. But no, he was real. Solid. Present. His familiar frame filled her doorway as though he belonged there, though his casual clothes stood in stark contrast to the sleek modernity of her office. Hi, he said softly, and that one word carried so much weight it nearly broke her. Megan rose slowly, her legs unsteady. Scott? Her voice came out barely above a whisper. What are you? How did you? Miss Doris, he said, offering a small smile. She might have mentioned where to find you. Of course she had. Megan's heart thundered in her chest as Scott stepped into her office, closing the door quietly behind him. He held something in his hands, a small wooden box with intricate carvings. I know I probably shouldn't have come, he said, his voice steady despite the uncertainty she could see in his eyes. But there are things I need to say. Things you need to know. Megan gripped the edge of her desk, needing something solid to ground her. Scott. Please, he interrupted gently. Let me do this while I still have the courage. He crossed to her desk, setting the box down between them. His movements were careful, deliberate, as though he was trying not to spook her. "I had this ready for New Year's Eve," he said. "But things didn't go quite as planned." Megan stared at the box, her throat tight. "Scott, I. Open it?" His voice was soft, almost pleading. "Please?" With trembling fingers, Megan lifted the lid. Inside, nestled on soft velvet, lay several papers. Her breath caught as she read the letterhead. James Winter, Law Practice. "I should have told you sooner," Scott said as she lifted the papers with unsteady hands. "James is opening a new practice on the island. He needs someone with your experience, someone who understands both corporate and family law. The position's flexible. You could work as a paralegal while studying for the South Carolina bar." Megan's vision blurred as she found the bar exam paperwork tucked beneath the job offer. "You did this?" she whispered. "When?" "Between Christmas and New Year's," Scott admitted. "I saw how torn you were about staying. I wanted you to know you had options." "Then why didn't you tell me?" Scott ran a hand through his hair, a gesture so familiar it made her chest ache. "You'd already made up your mind," he said quietly. "The offer in San Diego, it seemed like everything you wanted. Who was I to complicate that?" His gaze dropped to her desk, then lifted again. "And then I got your letter." Megan's breath caught. The letter she'd left, filled with all the feelings she'd been too afraid to speak aloud. "You saw me with Kara that evening," he said softly. "My sister." He paused, searching her face. "I texted you, tried to explain, but you never replied. You sent me away on New Year's Eve." The memory of that night twisted in her chest, the fairy lights in his truck, the careful plans he'd made, the pain in his eyes when she'd told him they were leaving. "I was scared," she whispered. "Scared of hoping for something I couldn't have." Megan sank into her chair, the papers trembling in her grip. "I thought. I convinced myself it was better this way. Simpler." "Simpler?" Scott moved around the desk until he stood beside her chair. "Maybe. But since when has simple been the same as right?" "Look at me," Scott said softly. When she did, the tenderness in his eyes nearly undid her. "I've spent weeks trying to convince myself I did the right thing by letting you go. That you and Ruby would be better off here, with all the opportunities San Diego can offer. But I can't do it anymore." He crouched beside her chair, bringing them eye to eye. "Every morning, I walk into my workshop and see projects I started with you in mind. Every time I pass the coffee shop, I remember the way you'd scrunch your nose when the phone hit it. And Ruby," his voice caught. "I miss her laugh, Megan. I miss the way she'd tell Cupid her secrets, thinking no one could hear." Megan's eyes filled with tears. "She misses you too," she whispered. "She asks about you every day." "Then come home," Scott said, his voice rough with emotion. "Not because of the job offer, or because it's practical, but because Palmar Island isn't the same without you both. Because he broke off, searching her face. "Because every day since you left, I've realized more and more that home isn't a place. It's wherever you and Ruby are." A tear slipped down Megan's cheek. "I'm scared," she admitted. "What if it doesn't work? What if I'm not enough?" Scott reached up, brushing the tear away with his thumb. The gentle touch sent warmth spreading through her chest. "You've always been enough," he said. "More than enough. I'm just sorry I didn't tell you sooner." Megan's breath hitched as his hand cupped her cheek. "I thought I was doing the right thing," she whispered. "Coming here, starting over. But it feels like we're just going through the motions. Ruby and we're surviving, but we're not living." "Not really." "Then stop surviving," Scott said softly. "Start living. With me." The simplicity of his words, the depth of feeling behind them, broke something loose inside her. Megan leaned forward, pressing her forehead to his. "I've missed you," she breathed. "So much it hurts." Scott's other hand came up to frame her face, and then he was kissing her. Not like their first kiss, tentative and sweet, but with all the longing and fear and hope of the past weeks poured into one moment. Megan's hands fisted in his shirt, pulling him closer as everything else fell away, the office, San Diego, all her careful plans for the future. None of it mattered. This, right here, was real. When they finally broke apart, Scott's eyes were bright with emotion. "Come home," he whispered again. "Let me love you both the way you deserve." Megan looked at him, really looked at him. At the man who played Santa to bring joy to children, who carved dolphins because she loved them, who had flown across the country just to show her she had choices. "Yes," she said, and for the first time in weeks, her heart felt full. "Take us home." Scott's smile was like sunrise breaking through clouds. He pulled her to her feet and into his arms, holding her close as though he'd never let go. Through her window, the San Diego skyline sparkled in the afternoon sun, but Megan didn't see it. Her eyes were closed, her face pressed into Scott's shoulder, breathing in the familiar scent of cedar and home. Chapter 24. Scott sat cross-legged on the floor of Megan's San Diego apartment, surrounded by Ruby's artwork. Each drawing told a story. There was Santa's village with twinkling lights, Cupid prancing near his pen, and another with the ocean waves under a starlit sky. The modern apartment's clean lines and neutral tones seemed to soften under Ruby's colorful interpretations of their island home. Ruby bounced on her toes, holding up another drawing, and this one is you, and Cupid, and me and Mama at Christmas. Her curls danced with her enthusiasm as she pointed out each figure. "See? I drew your special hat." "You definitely got the hat right," Scott said, grinning as he studied the crayon version of himself, complete with an impressively large red hat and what appeared to be a candy cane in each hand. Ruby dropped the drawing and launched herself at him without warning, her small arms wrapping around his neck. "You found us," she exclaimed, her voice muffled against his shoulder. "I knew you would. I told Mama you'd come." Scott's heart squeezed as he hugged her back, breathing in the familiar scent of her bubblegum shampoo. "Of course I did, kiddo. I missed you too much not to." The sound of movement in the kitchen drew his attention. Megan stood in the doorway, holding a plate of chocolate chip cookies, her eyes soft as she watched them. The afternoon sunlight streaming through the windows caught the gold in her hair, and Scott's breath caught at how right it felt, seeing her there. "Cookie break?" she suggested, padding over to join them on the floor. Ruby immediately grabbed 2 cookies, offering one to Scott with solemn importance. "Mama's are almost as good as Miss Doris's," she declared. "Almost?" Megan laughed, settling beside them. "I'll have to work on that." "You'll have plenty of time," Scott said softly. "Miss Doris is already planning baking lessons for when we get back." The word we hung in the air, full of promise. Ruby's eyes lit up. "When are we going? Can we go tomorrow? Can we take Mr. Bear on the airplane again?" "Not quite that fast, sweetheart," Megan said, brushing crumbs from Ruby's chin. "We have some things to take care of first." "Like what?" "Well," Megan counted off on her fingers, "we need to pack everything up, talk to the landlord about the apartment, and I need to let the firm know I'm leaving." "I'll help," Scott offered immediately. "With all of it?" "I'm not going anywhere without you too." Megan's lips curved into a teasing smile. "What exactly was your plan if I'd said no? Camp out on my doorstep until I changed my mind?" "Pretty much," Scott replied, his eyes meeting hers with quiet certainty. "I bought a one-way ticket. Wasn't planning to leave here without you." He watched the impact of his words register on her face, the way her eyes softened and her lips parted slightly. The trust she was placing in him, in their future together, made his heart swell. "Can we go on the airplane again?" Ruby interrupted, oblivious to the moment passing between them. "I like being up in the clouds." Scott chuckled. "Actually, I was thinking we could drive. Make an adventure out of it. See some sights along the way." "Really?" Ruby's eyes widened. "Like a real adventure? With stops and everything?" "You say that now," Megan said, raising an eyebrow at Scott. "But have you ever spent hours in a car with this one?" Ruby put her hands on her hips in a perfect imitation of her mother. I'm a good car rider. The best, Scott agreed solemnly, though his eyes twinkled. And besides, this way we can take our time. No rush, no pressure. Just us, making our way home together. The word hung between them, full of promise, and his heart jumped when Megan reached for his hand, threading their fingers together. Home, she repeated softly. I like the sound of that. Mama. Ruby jumped up suddenly. Can I show Scott the Cupid ornament? I kept him on my special shelf, just like you said. Of course, sweetheart. Ruby grabbed Scott's free hand, tugging him toward her room. Come on. You have to see. I made him a special place. Scott laughed, allowing himself to be pulled along. Ruby's room was a splash of color in the otherwise modern space, her personality somehow making even the stark walls feel warmer. She darted to a small shelf where the wooden Cupid ornament sat proudly among her treasured possessions. See? She pointed up at it. I put him where he can watch over everything. And sometimes, when I miss home, I tell him stories. Scott's chest tightened as he reached into his jacket pocket, feeling the small carved box he'd brought with him. I have something else for you, he said, kneeling down to her level. Something I made before you left, but never got the chance to give you. Ruby's eyes widened as he held out the box. For me? Open it, he encouraged, watching as her small fingers traced the carved reindeer prancing around its edges. Ruby lifted the lid carefully, her face lighting up at the velvet-lined interior. It's beautiful, she breathed, running her fingers along the smooth wood. Look, Mama. The reindeer looked just like Cupid. Scott smiled, warmth spreading through his chest at her delight. I thought maybe you could keep your special treasures in here. Including Cupid, when we drive home. Can I put him in right now? Ruby bounced on her toes, already reaching for the ornament. Of course. He watched as she carefully lifted Cupid from his perch and placed him in the box, handling him like he was made of gold instead of wood. The pure joy on her face, the way she immediately hugged the box to her chest, it made every hour he'd spent carving it worth it. Thank you, Ruby whispered, throwing her arms around his neck. I love it. And I love you. The simple declaration, delivered with a child's complete honesty, nearly undid him. Scott hugged her back, his throat tight with emotion. When he looked up, he found Megan watching them from the doorway, her eyes bright with tears. Ruby, honey, she said softly. Why don't you show Scott where you want to put your new treasure box? They spent the next hour in Ruby's room, rearranging her shelf to make a perfect spot for the box, listening as she chattered about all the treasures she would keep inside. Scott sat on the floor, watching the two of them, his heart fuller than he'd ever thought possible. Outside the window, San Diego's skyline stretched toward the horizon, but Scott's thoughts were already on Palmar Island, on quiet beaches and twinkling Christmas lights, on morning coffee runs and evening walks by the shore. On all the moments yet to come, with these two beside him. They had details to sort out, logistics to handle, a whole life to pack up and move. But none of that mattered. What mattered was right here, in this room, in this moment. They were going home. Together. Epilogue. The candlelight from the chapel cast a warm glow through the stained glass windows, creating patterns that danced across the snow-dusted ground outside. Megan stood just beyond the heavy wooden doors, her daughter's small hand warm in hers as she breathed in the crisp December air. The scent of pine and cinnamon drifted from the garlands woven throughout the chapel, mingling with the salt breeze from the nearby shore. You look like a princess, Mama, Ruby whispered, bouncing on her toes. Her white dress swished with each movement, the red sash a perfect match for the roses in her basket. Her curls, carefully styled by Miss Doris that morning, bounced with her excitement. Megan smoothed her hand over her own dress, the delicate lace of the sleeves catching slightly on her engagement ring. The gown was simple but elegant, exactly what she'd wanted for a Christmas wedding. You look like a princess too, sweetheart, she said softly. Behind them, she could hear the quiet murmur of voices from inside the chapel. James and Sarah Winter had arrived earlier, dressed in their holiday best. Mary had bustled in shortly after, declaring that wild horses couldn't keep her from seeing her favorite Santa get married. The thought of Scott waiting at the altar made Megan's heart flutter. A year ago, she'd been lost, searching for direction and stability. Now, standing here with Ruby beside her and their future stretching bright before them, she felt nothing but certainty. "Are you ready?" Lauren appeared in the doorway, her bridesmaid's dress a deep crimson that sparkled in the candlelight. "Everyone's seated, and I'm pretty sure if we make Scott wait any longer, he might actually explode from anticipation." Ruby giggled, clutching her basket tighter. "Can I go first, Mama? I practiced my flower throwing with Miss Doris all week." "Of course you can, sweetheart." Megan bent to press a kiss to her daughter's forehead, careful not to disturb her curls. "Remember what we practiced?" Ruby nodded solemnly. "Walk slow, smile big, and save some petals for the end." The first notes of music drifted through the chapel doors, not the traditional wedding march, but a soft, beautiful arrangement of Silent Night played by the string quartet. Lauren gave Megan's hand a quick squeeze before taking her place. As the doors opened fully, Megan's breath caught. The chapel was transformed into a winter wonderland, with evergreen garlands draping the pews and tiny white lights twinkling like stars. Faces turned toward them, warm and familiar, the community that had become their family. Ruby started down the aisle, tossing red and white rose petals with careful precision. A collective arose from the guests as she paused to give Cupid, who sat proudly on display near the altar, an extra handful of petals for good luck. And then Megan saw Scott. He stood at the altar, handsome in his dark suit, a sprig of holly adding a festive touch to his lapel. But it was his expression that made her heart stop, the pure love and wonder in his eyes as he watched Ruby approach, then shifted his gaze to her. In that moment, every doubt she'd ever had about coming to Palmar Island, every fear about starting over, melted away. Megan's steps were steady as she moved down the aisle, though her heart thundered in her chest. Miss Doris dabbed at her eyes from her front row seat, while Mary beamed beside her, looking proud enough to burst. Through the stained glass windows, the last light of dusk painted everything in soft, magical hues. Ruby reached the altar first, carefully dropping her last handful of petals before moving to stand beside Lauren. She clutched Mr. Bear, dressed for the occasion in a tiny bow tie, and watched with shining eyes as Megan approached. When Scott held out his hand, Megan took it without hesitation. His fingers were warm and solid against hers, anchoring her in the moment. "Hi," he whispered, his voice rough with emotion. "Hi," she whispered back, and somehow that simple exchange held everything they needed to say. The minister, an elderly man who'd known Scott since childhood, smiled warmly at them both. The ceremony began, its words washing over Megan like a gentle wave. She was aware of Ruby swaying slightly beside them, of the soft candlelight, of Scott's thumb brushing across her knuckles. But mostly, she was aware of the rightness of this moment. When it came time for the vows, Scott's voice was steady and sure. "Megan," he began, his eyes holding hers, "you and Ruby walked into my life like a Christmas miracle, bringing more joy and love than I ever thought possible. I promise to spend every day showing you both how grateful I am for that gift. I promise to be your partner, your best friend, your family. To build a life filled with laughter and wonder, to face whatever comes together, and to love you both with everything I am." Tears pricked at Megan's eyes as she began her own vows, her voice wavering slightly but growing stronger with each word. "Scott, you showed me what it means to find home in a person. You opened your heart not just to me, but to Ruby, loving us both with such completeness that it took my breath away. I promise to trust in that love, to build our future together, to fill our days with joy and our nights with peace. You are the gift I never knew to wish for, and I promise to treasure that gift every day of our lives." Ruby tugged gently at Scott's sleeve. The minister nodded, smiling, and Scott knelt down to her level. "I promise too," she said solemnly, her voice carrying in the quiet chapel. "I promise to be the best family ever. And to help take care of Cupid, and to always believe in Christmas magic." A ripple of gentle laughter and sniffles moved through the guests. Scott gathered Ruby into a quick, fierce hug before standing, his eyes suspiciously bright. The rest of the ceremony passed in a blur of emotion. When Scott kissed her, gentle and sweet, the chapel erupted in cheers. Ruby threw her remaining flower petals into the air, where they drifted down like snow around them. As they turned to face their guests, now husband and wife, Ruby slipped between them and grabbed both their hands. Together, they walked back up the aisle, through a shower of confetti that sparkled in the candlelight. Outside, the evening had turned magical. Tiny flakes of real snow, rare for Palmar Island, drifted down, catching in Megan's hair and on Ruby's eyelashes. The chapel bells rang out joyfully, their sound carrying across the quiet town. Scott pulled them both close, dropping a kiss on Ruby's head before pressing his forehead to Megan's. "I love you," he murmured. "Both of you." Megan closed her eyes, savoring the moment. The snow falling softly around them, the warmth of her family in her arms, the sound of celebration spilling from the chapel behind them, it was better than any dream she could have imagined. Mary's diner glowed like a jewel in the winter evening, its windows frosted with delicate snowflakes and twinkling lights. As Megan stepped inside, her hand tucked in Scott's, she caught her breath at the transformation. Poinsettias and evergreen garlands adorned every table, their rich reds and greens complementing the soft glow of fairy lights strung across the ceiling. The usual booths had been rearranged to create an intimate reception space, with a small dance floor cleared in the center. "It's perfect," she whispered, squeezing Scott's hand. Mary bustled over, her eyes bright with pride. "Just wait until you taste the pies," she said, pulling them both into a warm hug. "I made extra peanut butter ones, they are the reason we're all here, after all." Ruby darted past them, joining a group of children near the jukebox. Her laughter carried across the diner as she twirled, showing off her dress to her new friends. "She's absolutely glowing," Miss Doris said, appearing at Megan's elbow with a cup of hot cocoa. Though not quite as much as her mother. Megan felt her cheeks warm as she accepted the drink. "I still can't believe you all did this," she said, gesturing to the transformed space. "Believe it," James Winter said, approaching with his wife Sarah. "This community takes care of its own." "And you three?" He smiled warmly. "Your family now." The evening unfolded like a dream. Lauren caught her for moments between dances, their heads close together as they laughed about the perfectly imperfect ceremony. Mary kept everyone's plates full of comfort food and decadent desserts, while Miss Doris held court near the counter, telling anyone who would listen about how she'd known all along that Scott and Megan were meant for each other. "May I have this dance?" Scott's voice was warm in her ear as the jukebox began playing White Christmas. He held out his hand with an exaggerated bow that made her laugh. "Always," she said, letting him lead her to the dance floor. As they swayed together, Megan caught glimpses of their gathered family and friends. Sarah Winter was helping Ruby practice her twirls, while James looked on fondly. Lauren and Mary were arranging something at the dessert table, their heads bent together in conspiracy. Miss Doris watched it all with satisfaction, occasionally wiping away a happy tear. "Penny for your thoughts?" Scott murmured, drawing her attention back to him. "I was just thinking about that first day at the Santa Village," Megan said softly. "When you handed me that elf costume. Did you ever imagine we'd end up here?" "Hoped," Scott replied, his eyes crinkling with warmth. "Dreamed about it. But this?" He spun her gently, before pulling her close again. "This is better than anything I could have imagined. Daddy Scott." Ruby's voice rang out as she bounded toward them. "Can I dance too?" Without missing a beat, Scott lifted her up, settling her on his hip. "Of course, princess. Though I think we need your mama to make it perfect." Megan stepped into their embrace, and they swayed together, a family complete. Ruby's head dropped to Scott's shoulder, her excitement finally giving way to sleepiness. "I love you," she mumbled, her words slightly muffled. "Both of you." Megan caught Scott's eye over their daughter's curls, her heart so full it felt like it might burst. The diner glowed around them, filled with the warmth of friendship and family, the promise of countless moments yet to come. "Merry Christmas," she whispered, rising on her toes to kiss her husband softly. Scott smiled against her lips. "Merry Christmas, Mrs. Callahan. Here's to forever." As if on cue, the snow began falling harder outside the windows, turning Palmar Island into a winter wonderland. But inside Mary's diner, surrounded by love and laughter, Megan had never felt warmer. This was her happily ever after, not a fairy tale ending, but a beginning. A lifetime of Christmas mornings and summer adventures, of quiet moments and loud celebrations, of building a future with the man who had shown her that sometimes, the best gifts come when you least expect them. And as Ruby's soft snores mixed with the gentle music, as Scott held them both close, Megan knew with absolute certainty that she was exactly where she was meant to be. Home, at last. The end. This has been Falling for Santa. Written by Susanne Ash. Copyright 2024 by Susanne Ash. Production copyright 2024 by Susanne Ash. Thanks for listening. Please like and subscribe if you want me to put more of my books on YouTube. Visit my website at www.susanneash.com for more of my books or find me on Amazon.